Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Everyone can hear me, I presume. Welcome to Inverness, and welcome to the Highland Council's chamber. For those of you that have travelled from outside of Inverness, this is a typical Inverness spring-summer morning, believe it or not. When arranging conferences like this, there's always a sense of trepidation that people won't come, they won't turn up, and that a carefully selected panel of experts will be talking to an empty room. This has never yet come to pass, we're pleased to say, but we've still been hugely heartened by the enthusiastic and at times quite overwhelming response that we've had to this conference. It's much needed proof in these straitened times that the past remains important and relevant to us in the present, and that there's still an enthusiastic public interest in archaeology, which is really great to see. Before I hand over to Rob McCulloch, there's a fairly extensive list of housekeeping issues, which may not surprise you given where we are. But before I go through those, I'd just like to say a great big thank you to Stephen Birch and Historic Scotland for making the no doubt very difficult arrangements in gathering today's speakers who have come from all over the UK together at the same time and indeed in the same place. Please, downstairs, just where you registered, there's a couple of pieces of artwork out there which have been done by Jill Russell, who was artist in residence at Isle of Skye at the time of the High Pasture cave excavations, and inspired by the High Pasture cave excavations. So take some time to have a look at those as well. Due to the extraordinarily high level of interest, we made the decision, somewhat last minute, to attempt to webcast the conference. Now, I emphasise the word attempt, as I don't want to heap any pressure on Ian, who will be manning the controls over there, and archaeologists and technology aren't always happy bedfellows. So we've got our fingers crossed. Hopefully it will work. If it does, it will be made available via the Highland Council website for the next 12 months. So you can relive the day time and time again. Remind yourself of what a wonderful, wonderful day it was. And we can also ensure that academic students and the scores of other people that couldn't come today can actually see it as well, and they won't miss out. The hearing loop is switched on, but if anyone is still struggling to hear, there are headsets available that plug into the consoles in front of you, so if you do require that, if you go and speak to Duncan on the desk outside the chamber, and he will be able to provide you with a headset if anyone needs. There are no fire alarms planned, so if it does go off, it's the real deal. There are fire exits at the back of the building, and then just back down the stairs and through the door that you came in. Toilets, there are two sets of toilets. Again, there's one just by where you registered and another just across the foyer outside the chamber. Follow the signs. It should hopefully be quite self-explanatory. The council offices are something of a warren, so try not to wander off. I think main doors have been locked. We wouldn't want you to get lost and get locked in, because you may never be found. I think that may have happened to several people in the past. You may have noticed as well that the day is packed and the breaks are very, very short. There is tea and coffee and biscuits available in the foyer during the breaks, but please move with haste. It's going to be very tight to get you all out, refuelled, and back in again in the time we've got available. So if you can possibly forego your caffeine fix for the good of those who perhaps have a greater need, I'm sure it will be appreciated. Unless you are presenting a paper today, I'm afraid that you will need to make your own arrangements for lunch. For those of you who don't know Inverness, there are several options. If you head out of the door where we came in and you turn left, there is a fish and chip shop, and it does also pizzas and lots of other fine Scottish fare, and a small supermarket. If you head right, there's a Tesco's and several sandwich bars, and a couple of restaurants as well. If you head out the back of the council buildings, through the car park, head towards the great big yellow building, there's Eden Court Theatre, who also have a cafe, although they can be a little bit slow, you've been warned. If you would like to bring your food back, if you do get food, you're more than welcome to bring it back here and eat it outside in the foyer as well, in the event that it rains, which of course it won't, given where we are, it never does that. Speakers, if you could please make sure that your microphones are switched on using the little green button On the console here, the little red light will come on. And this ensures that you're audible, and it also ensures that the camera is directed in the right place, assuming it works. Please note as well, everyone, that all of the speakers will be suitably branded with these badges. So if you have questions, queries, comments, and you want to catch them, it just makes it easier to hunt them down. Please feel free to do so. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that. So, and with that, over to Rod McCulloch of Historic Scotland, who will guide us through this morning's presentations. Rod.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Well, welcome everyone. If anyone thought that being a council was an easy job, I have to reassure you that you do look very intimidating. We hadn't realised it was going to be like this, but welcome anyway. I represent Historic Scotland, one of the sponsors of the High Pasture Cave project, which has been going on now for about 10 years. And we are now entering the phase of drawing the evidence together, sorting out the last phases of analysis, and the process of writing up a credible, intelligible report for publication. Yesterday we had our second specialist meeting, which allowed us to see where the various strands of research are going, where they're cross-cutting, where there's gaps. And today is an attempt to present where we stand now. It's an interim stage. There's quite a lot to do yet. And you have a role, because in working out how to speak to you and how to present the evidence, there's a process of analysis and sorting out. I suspect probably by the end of the day we'll see some flaws in judgment, some gaps, some omissions. But your questions will be very helpful as well. So please feel free to ask questions when you, at the end of each talk, but also in the intervals, come up and talk to us as well. So, the day starts with several speakers setting High Pasture Cave in the context of wider Scottish and British and European cave archaeology, and giving you an introduction to some of the ideas that people are having now about how people in the past used caves. And we'll start with Professor Ian Armitt of University of Bradford. Ian has been doing a lot of work on caves such as Cowsey, and he's going to talk to us today about Through the Mouth of Hell, Caves, Heads and Cosmology in Iron Age Europe. Ian.
Right, okay. Do I need to sort out a microphone? Or? It's on, okay. Fine. I need to get my presentation up. I'm not quite sure how to do that. Just... okay, no. Okay, thanks. Excellent, okay, thanks very much. Well, good morning, everyone. One of the best-known legends from early modern Scotland concerns a particularly nasty individual called Sawney Bean. I'm sure most of you know the basics of his story, but I'll just recap a little bit anyway. Now, according to various versions of the story, which seems to have its roots in the 16th century, Sawney Bean and his wife lived in a cave somewhere along the southwest coast of Scotland between Girvan and Ballantrae, along with an incestuous clan of around 50 children and grandchildren. And the cave was apparently pretty well hidden, completely cut off at high tide, and it was supposedly completely unknown to the other inhabitants of the region. And over a period of many years, Sawney Bean and his clan were supposed to have robbed and murdered hundreds of travellers, taking their victims' bodies back to their cave, where the remains were butchered and eaten. And the cannibals were eventually captured, taken to Edinburgh, and eventually executed. Now, despite the appearance of the Sawney Bean story in a great many historical sources going back several hundred years, there's no evidence at all that the man himself ever lived. But there's no question that the story is a powerful and a memorable one. And the key backdrop to this story, the place where the main action is set, really, is the cannibal's cave, strewn with butchered and pickled body parts, depending on which version of the story you read. Now, it's probably no accident that the cannibals are located in a cave, especially a coastal one. Cannibals, in the human imagination and ethnography and popular ideas, occupy a kind of dangerous middle ground. They don't quite belong to the everyday human world, and they don't quite belong to the wild animal world either. They're somewhere in between, in a kind of liminal space in between the two. Sonny Bean's clan, particularly the anonymous children and grandchildren, these strange incestuous beings, emerge from the story kind of as demons, nameless creatures, almost with a supernatural quality. And part of the story's lasting appeal is that it's not quite clear if Sonny Bean was real or was imaginary, or quite when he existed, if he did exist at all. No one's quite sure what period the story exactly is set. Now, caves also occupy a space between two worlds, the everyday world above and the underground world, or the underworld of demons and spirits or ancestors below. And the idea of caves as doorways to the underworld, places where the living can transact with the dead or communicate with the spirit world, is a remarkably common one in indigenous belief systems worldwide, not just in Europe. And coastal caves especially straddle the boundary between land and sea, accentuating that sense of transition between different worlds or different states. Now, I want to look this morning at some of the ways in which caves might have been perceived specifically in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age, both in Scotland and more widely across northwest Europe, although with a fairly short presentation, I'm going to focus really just on a couple of key sites. My title, The Mouth of Hell, doesn't actually come from the Sonny Bean story, although it wouldn't be completely inappropriate, but in fact I borrowed the term from the distinguished Belgian archaeologist Eugene Vormenbal, who describes the Han-sur-Lesse cave system in Belgium as La Bouche d'Enfer, the mouth of hell. And I think we'll see that in some ways this is actually quite an apt description for a number of Iron Age caves that we can encounter in Scotland and beyond. Now, I'm going to focus on one particular cave, which is only about 40 miles west of here, along the Moray Firth, the so-called Sculptor's Cave near Cowsey, which Rod mentioned, just not far from Elgin. And the cave's been excavated on two... is it possible to have the lights back? Did I do some... Yeah, it's just... It may be a very short talk if we don't have any lights. Okay. The so-called Sculptor's Cave near Elgin. Now, the cave's been excavated on two occasions. Firstly, in the very late 1920s by Sylvia Benton, who was better known actually as a classical archaeologist and worked in caves in Greece. And then more recently in the late 1970s by Ian and Lecky Shepherd, who excavated really most of what was left after Benton's excavations. Now, the Sculptor's Cave takes its name from a series of Pictish symbols carved into the walls of its twin entrance passages sometime around the middle of the first millennium AD. And these various carvings seem specifically intended to mark the point of transition between the outside world and the interior of the cave. As far as we know, there aren't any symbols within the interior of the cave itself, so it's marking that transition point where you pass from one place into another. The caves are a remarkably gloomy spot. It's north-facing, it's constantly in shadow, really, under these fairly low but quite difficult cliffs. And the only views you get, really, when you stand in front of the cave are out to sea. You get this great expanse of sea. Now, there's no easy access down these cliffs. There never would have been. When Ian Shepherd and Lecky Shepherd excavated in the 70s, this was the access that they put in place. So you can see the issues involved, and if you don't have the resources to put the scaffolding up, there's no real choice other than a fairly dodgy rope ladder, which gets you down quite near the cave, or else it's a lengthy walk along the beach. So this is a place that is difficult to get to. Even more so since the cave entrance is cut off at high tide, preventing any access from land, just like Sonny Bean's cave, in fact. So in other words, this isn't a place that's likely to be used really for many casual purposes. You really need to make an effort to reach it. And in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age, it sat effectively on the edge of the inhabited world, on the edge of the land and sea. Now, the cave itself centred along two fairly tall passages, separated by a narrow kind of wall of rock. So the entrance is at the top end on the plan. That grid is just Sylvia Benton's recording system when she excavated the cave in the late 1920s. So you can see you can come in one of two entrances, and you can walk straight through. You don't have to kind of crouch or crawl or anything like that. And that's pretty much how it would have been when the cave was first used in the earliest records we have of it being used in the late Bronze Age. But by the time we get to the end of its active use in the late Iron Age, most of that entrance passage was clogged with deposits, and it would have been a different kind of operation to get in. You would have had to crouch down, if not crawl through the access. Once you get inside, the roof rises quite markedly to reveal a fairly simple but fairly imposing space inside, most of which is clear. There's a few of these large boulders around, although there's some evidence from the Shepherd's excavations that actually, again, when it was first occupied first used in the late Bronze Age, that there may have been standing water inside the cave, so it may have been quite a different environment at that point. Now, when Sylvia Benton first visited the cave, she remarked that the floor was strewn with human bones, visible on the surface, even at that time. This was in the mid-1920s. And it was that basically prompted her 3 seasons of excavation from 1928 to 1930. Benton's excavations revealed a great deal of late Bronze Age metalwork and other objects, and she found things like hair rings, pins, beads, a whole range of very nice metalwork. She also found a concentration of later material, finds dating from the Roman Iron Age. Again, including things like pins, tweezers, beads, coins, all dating from around about AD 300, 400, that sort of period. And neither assemblage ever looked much like what we would expect of a contemporary settlement site, either in the Bronze Age or the Roman Iron Age. Relatively rich objects, not much in the way of mundane material culture. But really the most striking finds from the cave were the substantial amounts of human remains. Now, over the last 3 or 4 years, I've been involved in a project with Rick Schulting at Oxford University, Chris Knuzel at Exeter University, reassessing the human remains from the site. And Rick's been reanalysing the bones themselves. We've been doing some, getting new AMS dates to provide a sequence for the cave. And really what this has revealed is from the surviving material and from the archives, at least about 1,800 human bones were originally recovered from the cave, although the vast majority of those were dumped, they were discarded, some of them after cursory inspection, but a lot of them not looked at all. None of these bones, though, seem to have been articulated. We're not looking here at conventional burials. It's not a cemetery site in any sense. But rather they seem to be the remains of bodies, disarticulated bodies or body parts that had been, for whatever reason, deliberately placed in the cave. Now, the AMS dates have given us a kind of outline sequence for what's going on. Historic Scotland funded these dates a few years ago. And basically what they show is that the human bone can be divided into 2 groups. Most of them, it would seem, were deposited in the late Bronze Age, around 1100 to 800, tying in with that early, nice metalwork. And then for most of the Iron Age, so there's a lot of activity, a lot of deposits form in the cave at that time. And then for most of the Iron Age, human activity seems to have been much more sporadic. There are a few dates, things were still happening, but deposits were forming much more slowly, and we don't have any human remains from that period. And instead, the second group of human remains forms a very distinct cluster that you can see at the bottom there, focused around the 3rd century AD. The late Bronze Age bones include 4 mandibles, 2 of them shown here, from children aged between 6 and 9. these came from Ian Shepherd's excavations, and they were found in the cave entrance. And his interpretation at the time was that this focus on mandibles might suggest that you had fleshed heads displayed at the entrance to the cave, which have been left there to decay. The mandibles, of course, have then dropped and formed part of the deposits that were assembling in the entranceway. And that seems a pretty reasonable kind of explanation. Not least, I think, because among the other finds from the same area were these hair rings, which may very well, certainly these are characteristic objects in Late Bronze Age Ireland, for example, and the current consensus would be that they were hair decorations, so we might imagine that you have heads with their finery attached, if you like, with decoration, perhaps with elaborate hairstyles. Benton records finding human hair in the cave, doesn't survive. So we might imagine some fairly elaborate display of human remains at the entranceway to the cave. So the stratigraphic association of these mandibles and the hair rings raises the possibility, at least, that heads might have been adorned with prestigious objects. This all raises a couple of points. Firstly, it suggests that the heads of these children were treated with considerable reverence and care, although they're forming some kind of, rather dehumanized, if you like, display from our perspective at any rate. And secondly, the fact that they were apparently allowed to decay with all their finery intact suggests at least some kind of powerful social sanction or taboo against the removal of what must always have been very precious, very valuable, quite exotic objects. Now, I mean, there's lots of... I've done a lot of work lately on attitudes to heads and the body in general across Iron Age Europe, and part of that's involved looking at the ethnographic record, and there's lots of ethnographic parallels for similar sorts of displays of very often human trophies, in fact, very often trophies derived from headhunting, which involve the same kind of thing, the association of human remains grouped, placed in certain key locations, very often decorated or embellished in certain ways. So it's possible that we may be seeing something along those lines, whether it's related to headhunting, whether it's related to some kind of complex secondary funerary practice for children, something like that, but certainly some kind of display. And we'll come back to some of the possible meanings of these heads later on. Now, the vertebrae, these vertebrae shown here, cervical vertebrae, so just at the top of the neck. These are the only human remains that actually survive from the site. These are the only ones that were retained after analysis. And they kind of give the cave its reputation in archaeological literature as being associated with decapitation and headhunting, because they all show signs of having been cut through. And what's interesting is that they all date, all these ones that survive date very close together in the Roman Iron Age. And they're obviously quite different in character from what we've just seen before. So, from the original records, it looks like there were at least 9 individuals represented in this way. 7 vertebrae survive. These are the 6 that show definite signs of decapitation, confirmed by the recent reanalysis. You can see that pretty clearly when you look at them in detail. In each case, decapitation was carried out with great force, with a sharp, heavy blade. The profile of the injuries to the vertebrae makes it almost certain that this was a sword-type implement rather than something like an axe. It's a fine blade. In some cases, there was simply one blow which would have severed the head. In other cases, there were multiple blows, up to 11 in one case. And the position of these cut marks actually tells us quite a bit about the process, about what was going on here. In order to access the particular parts of the vertebrae that were being targeted, the victim's head must have been held down on their chest in quite an unnatural position. The fact that the assailant, whoever's doing the cutting, has been standing to their left and behind them, and the fact that these repeated cut marks are so close together suggests a tremendous amount of accuracy and skill by the person who's actually executing or killing these individuals. This isn't a kind of casual attack or a battle, something that's happening in the heat of battle. This is some kind of controlled execution. Obviously, the victims would have been dead after the first cut, so they must have been held in some way to enable these subsequent cuts. So we're looking at more than one individual involved in the execution. Someone's actually having to hold them while these subsequent cuts are being done. So a pretty elaborate form of execution. Okay. Now, the only bones that survive dating to the Roman Iron Age are these vertebrae. But what the problem is, of course, the date of all the masses of bone that we know was in the cave, but that simply wasn't recovered. One interesting hint is that there are spoil heaps from Benton's excavations just outside the cave, and these spoil heaps certainly have some human bone in them, which Rick and I were able to poke around in while we were out visiting the cave. And it seems that Benton has dumped a lot of human remains just outside the cave itself. And one of those in particular is very, very interesting. It's a fragment of human tibia, and we've dated this tibia, and it dates to exactly the same period as the vertebrae, so the Roman Iron Age. And the important thing about it is that it has a very characteristic spiral fracture that means that it was broken long ways when the bone was very fresh, either fleshed, either at the time of death or immediately before or immediately after, certainly within a very short period either side. And what's really interesting is that if this was an animal bone, spiral fractures are associated characteristically with breaking the bone to extract marrow. It raises the whole kind of Sawney Bean issue, I guess. Are we looking at cannibalism here? One bone, we obviously can't draw any great arguments from one bone, but it does suggest that there's a lot to be gained by going back potentially and looking at these spoil heaps and seeing what else is lurking inside. Okay, so the bones from Sculptor's Cave then represent two quite distinct periods of activity. In the late Bronze Age, we've got the heads of young individuals, children, apparently displayed at the entrance to the cave during a period when it was frequently visited and deposits were accumulating quite rapidly. There are other bones from that period, not all of them relating to the skull, not all of them relating to children, but there's a predominance of children's bones, a very strong predominance of children's bones. And then and it's possible that this might very well be the same period when most of the bones inside the cave were deposited. Because from what we do know of them, it does seem that there was an overwhelming preponderance of children's bones inside the cave as well. The cervical vertebrae were all from older individuals. Now, there are numerous ways in which human remains might appear on archaeological sites which were not conventional cemeteries, and this diagram just shows a few of the potential complexities and the sort of direction that bones might be coming from, either from the in-group or from outsiders. The dominance of children's bones in the late Bronze Age might suggest that the cave was a focus of child burial or child sacrifice, with subsequent dismemberment, deposition and display. It's interesting, fleshed heads, if these were fleshed heads, and Ian Shepherd's interpretation of the way the mandibles get into the archaeological record might suggest that they were, you very rarely find the display of fleshed human remains as part of secondary funerary processes. It's extremely rare ethnographically. Generally speaking, where fleshed heads are displayed, it's to do with trophies, it's to do with dehumanization, it's to do with things that are not reverential practices. Generally, if you're displaying the heads of your ancestors in most ethnographic contexts, it's clean white bone, it's not a fleshed head. So that might be telling us something. Also, where we ethnographically again, and in the historical past, where we find specific children's cemeteries, these tend not to be elaborately embellished locations. The individuals don't tend to be offered great grave goods and so on. So none of that's quite matching up with the idea of a children's cemetery or anything of that kind. And perhaps it's more likely that we're seeing children's remains being used in relation to some form of religious or cosmological practice associated with the ritual of the cave itself. It's interesting that children very often occupy a place again slightly between worlds. They're not quite fully socialised into the adult world. They might not have gone through the rites of passage that give them particular statuses. So again, they occupy that socially, that kind of liminal space that I talked about earlier in relation to caves. So there may be some kind of congruence between children and caves, and we may be seeing that in the sculptor's cave. Fleshed heads as well. Again, ethnographically, there is an association between the display of fleshed trophy heads and that idea of liminality. They're caught between life and death. These are individuals who've been taken out of normal funerary treatments, normal funerary practices that would see them pass into the next world, and instead they're kind of frozen there, not quite alive, not quite dead. So all of that may be bound up in some way with beliefs about the transitional qualities, the liminal qualities of the cave. The Roman Iron Age bones, of course, are very different, and initially the trauma patterns might suggest that there's something to do with head hunting, trophy heads, heads taken in battle. And especially because we know from literary sources and lots of other evidence that head hunting was widely practiced in Iron Age Europe. But closer inspection shows that that can't be right, that can't be what's going on here, because crucially, the blade injuries that we see on these vertebrae, cervical vertebrae, are variable in their location. In some cases, they're on the bottom of the vertebrae. In other words, they'd have come off with the head. In other cases, they're on the top. In other words, they would have stayed with the body. So this suggests that, we're presumably not looking at, decapitated top bodies being transported into the cave. I would think that's pretty unlikely. It seems much more probable that decapitation is actually happening in the cave itself, happening in situ, or in the immediate vicinity. So we're very likely looking here at the execution or the sacrifice of a substantial number of people inside the cave itself. And the line between execution and sacrifice is a very dodgy line. It's not these are not mutually exclusive categories in any sense. So this may have taken the form of some kind of ritualized sacrifice. For example, sacrifice of war prisoners, slaves, social outcasts, or it might represent judicial execution of criminals. However, the apparently contemporary use of the cave for the deposition of fine metalwork, coins and so on, combined with its inaccessibility and its history, going back into the Bronze Age, all suggests that some kind of ritualized activity is clearly suggested. So the sculptor's cave really seems to have always been a place of religious importance, stretching across more than a millennium, from the late Bronze Age right through to the carving of the Pictish symbols around the entrance. Yet over this immensely long period, the nature of activity inside the cave obviously changes quite markedly, both in character and in intensity. And yet we have two extraordinary assemblages of material, each showing a special interest in the human head, but separated by more than 1,000 years. So it raises all kinds of questions about the persistence of memory, the persistence of practices in this specific location. Now, although the sculptor's cave is certainly unusual, there are Iron Age human remains in other Scottish caves too. The MacArthur cave near Oban, which has produced human remains that were long thought to be Mesolithic, they were redated a few years ago to the early Iron Age, and they're sometimes suggested as being an Iron Age cemetery. But in fact, recent work by Fiona Shapland at Bradford has shown that that's not the case. These are again disarticulated human remains. Lots of evidence for gnawing. They were kind of left exposed, most likely on the site. And one of the skulls has a large section of bone deliberately removed soon after death from the side of the skull. And it's very tempting to suggest that this might have been part of the process of producing a skull plaque like these ones that we see from sites like Hillhead Broch in Caithness, the Neep Wheelhouse, and also Fiscavaig cave in Skye that we'll be hearing about later today. And in fact, all the Iron Age human remains from MacArthur Cave were highly disturbed, lots of evidence for carnivore gnawing, suggesting that, like Sculptor's Cave, they appear to have been exposed on the surface. It was not a conventional cemetery. And there are other British caves that we could talk about with analogous evidence. But the closest parallels, really, I suppose the most important ones that I wanted to mention today come from the continent. And the only one I've really got time to talk about is the Trou de Han cave system in the Ardennes, large cave system that's been producing archaeological discoveries over many years. And what makes the caves particularly striking is the presence of the River Less, which flows underground through the cave system. And here you've got concentrations of artefact deposition, again from the late Bronze Age and from the Iron Age. A lot of it recovered from the bed of the underground river. The human remains that we'll see apparently were not deposited in the river, or if they were, they haven't survived there. During the late Bronze Age, as I say, the river itself was the focus for the deposition of fine metalwork. But there are deposits adjacent to the river that have produced late Bronze Age human remains as well. The bones of 4 children and an adolescent found mixed in with potsherds and food remains in one section called La Galerie de la Grande Fontaine. Cannibalism has been suggested as a possibility there, though it's again possible that some kind of secondary funerary activity associated with children and associated with feasting may have been carried out. There are also various unstratified crania and so on around the place. But in the mid-1960s, excavations in a part of the cave called La Galerie de Petite Fontaine recovered 7 human mandibles clustered tightly in late Iron Age levels. And these bones lay directly under a hearth. One of the mandibles was slightly scorched, suggesting that they formed some kind of foundation deposit for the hearth. The distinctive cut marks that are highlighted on here on the backs of the mandibles show that each of these individuals had been decapitated from behind with sufficient force for the blade to come right through and cut into the mandible. Yet the radiocarbon dates from all 7 of them form a pretty broad span from before 200 BC right through to the 2nd century AD, so it's not likely that they derived from a single event. The ones at Sculptor's Cave may very well have derived from a single event or a very short time period. But instead, they seem to represent fragments from curated heads that were accumulated and displayed in the cave over many centuries, and then finally gathered together for deposition sometime during the 1st century AD. So, what do we want to draw from this? I think what we mustn't do is try to derive any kind of generic Iron Age or Bronze Age European idea of cave religion or cave cosmology. There are lots of different practices in lots of different places at lots of different times, and the evidence is very variable. But we do have a series of recurrent themes, themes that emerge in different times and different places that all relate to this idea of liminality and transition, the idea of caves as being located between worlds. We have a recurrence of the display of human remains, display of fleshed human remains, recurrence of activities relating to children, activities relating to the deposition of fine metalwork. All of these things seem to become appropriate at particular times and particular places. And what we don't appear to see are caves used for normative funerary practices. There are very few instances of cemeteries in caves. Where we're seeing human remains here, we're seeing them, specific people being brought for specific purposes and perhaps dying in specific ways. I think I'll leave it there. I'll just maybe leave some of these ideas floating around in the background for the discussion of High Pasture and Fiscavaig. So thank you very much.
We have got time for a few questions, 2 questions, if anyone out there wants to raise an issue of understanding or clarification. Very well, thank you very much. Thank you. We now turn from the wider view back to the main topic of today's discussions, which is the site of High Pasture Cave and its attendant Fiscavaig rock shelter. Steve.
How do I get this going in? Just press on the... good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Rod, for that introduction, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming along. It's great to see such a great turnout. The excavations at High Pasture Cave and the Fiscavaig rock shelter are now finished, and we're well underway with our post-excavation analysis, which we'll hear more details about as we work through today from our specialists. I have presented talks over the past few years regarding the excavations at these two enigmatic sites and the major finds we have made. Today, although I will again provide some information regarding the main structures and features we've uncovered at the two sites, I also want to look at what makes these sites so special in the wider Atlantic Iron Age landscapes and discuss with you the activities that were taking place. In particular, I would like to promote discussion as to the potential function of these sites and the role they played in prehistoric society, especially during the Iron Age. A number of former sea caves and rock shelters have been identified during the past 20 years that are contemporary with the use of Pasture cave and the Fiscavaig rock shelter. And here I'm particularly thinking about sites in more sort of close proximity to Pasture cave and Fiscavaig. These sites often produce midden deposits containing animal bone, fish and shellfish remains, suggesting they may have been utilised as temporary shelters within a wider settlement system, where food resources were gathered and consumed. In particular, they may have been associated with transhumance activities, including management of livestock, gathering these types of resources, or whatever other means. Here you can see some of the radiocarbon dates on there. However, the discovery of metalworking residues and smithing hearths in caves such as Rudendoonen Cave and Letterfura Cave in Skye indicates they were sometimes used for industrial activities. While at Sculptor's Cave, as we've just heard from Ian, in Moray, the excavators discovered evidence for the deposition of metalwork and human remains. At Torres Cave on the Galloway coast of Scotland, a former sea cave that is difficult of access, very similar to Fiscavaig and also, as we're in there from Sculptor's Cave in Moray, the cave had actually been modified during the Iron Age using a blockhouse built just inside the entrance portal and a series of steps descending into the inner chamber of the cave. Hearth provided a focus for the inner cave, around which animal bone and a wide range of small finds of antler, bone and iron were recovered. There were small amounts of human remains also found at this site. And in addition to the natural caves, I'll just mention Martin Crothers will be presenting later this afternoon on underground man-made structures that are also a feature of this Atlantic Iron Age, including the souterrains, of course, and more unusual so-called wells that are a relatively common feature of Brochs in Orkney and Shetland. This slide shows the iconic underground stairwell at Mine Howe, which I'm sure Martin will be mentioning, in Orkney, while even the intramural galleries found within complex Atlantic roundhouses challenge our thoughts and interpretations and perceptions with regards to the use of dark voids within Iron Age architecture. So what can we say about Pasture Cave and the Fiscavaig rock shelter in Skye? Pasture Cave is located in a dramatic location overshadowed by the black and red Cooling Mountains of central Skye, with extensive views over Strathsewardle. The cave lies at an important geological junction between granite and limestone, a factor that's had a significant impact on the fertility of the soils and associated vegetation. The limestone produces fertile, well-drained ground, suitable for the production of crops and, more importantly, for the grazing of livestock. While the granite is poorly drained and the acidic soils are only suitable in our relatively wet climate for the growth of peat and heath-loving vegetation such as heather and blaeberry. The geological boundary can be easily seen in this image, where you can see that dramatic change in the vegetation and the location of the cave there. The cave, which is formed in the Durness limestones and extends for some 360 metres underground, generally comprises a linear stream passage, most of which is difficult of access due to a water-filled section that often completely sumps and floods in wet conditions. However, the slides here show the section of the cave that would have been accessible during prehistory, which contains the active stream and some dramatic underground features. This includes some interesting and unusual rock architecture and natural calcite formations. In many ways, Pasture Cave is relatively accessible from the valley floor, But accessing the cave itself would have been an altogether different prospect, with the use of artificial light and necessity, and the traverse of the dark and constricted passages made more difficult by fluctuating stream levels. The location of the Fiscavaig rock shelter poses quite different challenges. Here the difficulty of access is threefold. By land, this involves a steep descent of a grass-covered talus slope. This is located between vertical and overhanging cliffs up to 210 metres in height. A scramble along the intertidal shore, negotiating large boulders, and the threat of falling rocks from the crumbling basalt cliffs above. A threat that was certainly there when we were excavating at the site over the 4 or 5 years at Fiscavaig. And you see also these dramatic waterfalls cascading over the cliffs. Access from the sea would also be possible on a very calm day, although it is common to have significant Atlantic groundswells breaking on the shore, which would make landing a wooden or skin-covered boat extremely dangerous. Indeed, we've tried to access this site on numerous occasions by sea. As you can see in this picture, the sea looks relatively calm, but we could not land on the shingle beach in front of the rock shelter. So incredibly difficult. However, once these dangers have been overcome, you are transported into a place of stark and dramatic beauty. The rock shelter, which is relatively shallow at its base, is dominated by the large overhang above in the cliffs, which forms a huge bowl in the rock face that acts as a large parabolic reflector, gathering the overwhelming noise of crashing surf on the rocks below and the constant call of the seabirds. And it really is a dramatic transition as you move into the shelter itself. The cliffs comprise a multitude of different layers of rock, volcanic lava laid down over 60 million years ago. In particular, the large red rock band you see in the picture on the left there above the shelter is an actual buried ground surface trapped between these layers of lava and baked, if you like, into rock itself. And it arcs over the roof of the rock shelter, a feature that is clearly visible when approaching the site by land or sea. So you can see the dark shadow of the rock shelter there, just above the figure Martin there, and you can see this incredible band of rock that curves over the top. The rock shelter during its use in prehistory would have been hidden by a large talus of boulders and wind-blown sediments that derive from the cliffs above. If I just go back to that shot before, the picture on the right is another rock shelter just a couple hundred metres down the shore from the site we were working in ourselves. And here the talus hasn't been removed by the storm action that revealed the Fiscavaig site. And it gives you some idea of the sort of secretive nature of the site. It would have been hidden much more from the sea, and the activities that took place inside there would also have been pretty well hidden from view, and it would have been a much darker place, resembling a true rock shelter or small cave, rather than the site it is today that's been, as mentioned, exposed by the incredible storms of 2005, I think it was. And there's this picture. You can see the talus to the right and the left in that image. You can see Martin there, small figure with the rock shelter behind. And you can see how the waves during those storms gradually broke down these large talus slopes comprising boulders and sediments and everything else, and eventually washed back and exposed the midden, which you can just see in section the dark patch of material in those sandy horizons just to the right of Martin there. We now know that the site was initially levelled to form the main activity areas at some time between 50 to 150 AD, after which a suite of features were constructed. This included a number of hearths, pits, and evidence in the form of posts and stake holes to indicate that the interior of the rock shelter was divided into activity areas. And in this wee plan Martin put together, you can see some of the features in Trench 3, Trench 2 and Trench 1. Very different things going on at that time before we took out the central bulk. You can see in the centre of the image there, to the left you've got this scatter of post holes forming these potential activity areas. To the right it was just levelled, shattered rock on which the hearths and other features have been cut and built on top of. The slab-built hearths, some of which have been built directly over earlier hearth features, would have been hidden behind wattle screens, or the screens themselves were erected to shield activity and also to shield people from the direct heat from the fires. We can't be sure of that, but some potential ideas. And the yards varied extremely in their construction. Some were just simple curbs, others curbs with paving inside, others were surrounded by animal bone and stone curbs, very much like some of the wheelhouse hearths in the Outer Hebrides. The excavations at the site recovered a large and well-preserved assemblage of animal bone dominated by adult cattle, of which we'll hear a little bit more later today, along with a few sheep or goat, and a few pigs, while bones and teeth from a wolf and a number of large dogs were also identified during analysis. Shellfish remains were also deposited at the site, along with a few fish and bird bones, but considering the location of this site on really good fishing grounds even today, there is very little fish being caught or consumed at this site. A wide range of small finds were also recovered, including objects in antler, bone, ivory, stone, bronze and iron, along with ceramics and one piece of possible Roman glass. It's interesting to note here that Ewan Mackay recovers quite a nice assemblage of Roman material during his excavations at Dunardtrek, which is located around 5 kilometres away as a crow flies from the Fiscavaig rock shelter. The Fiscavaig site appears to have been intermittently occupied over a period of some 60 or 80 years. It may be as little as that. However, the Pasture cave site was utilised over a much longer depth of time, possibly from the Neolithic period, although the evidence for that early period is quite sketchy, just a few finds and what have you. The earliest really good evidence we have for the use of the site is the early Bronze Age. We have limited evidence for the use of the cave at this time, most likely due to natural flooding events washing material away, but at the surface, just to the northeast of the cave entrance, we uncovered a complex of hard marks, pits and stake holes, and a recumbent triangular standing stone. We cannot be certain as to why the hard marks exist in this one area of the site. We certainly had a good look for them elsewhere using test pits around the cave entrance, but they just weren't there. They either weren't preserved in any way, or they just weren't ploughing in these other areas. Or does it possibly relate to more symbolic activities? Richard Bradley, for example, has looked at the preparation of ground prior to the erection of early prehistoric monuments. Or maybe like in the Western Isles, where we sometimes see hard marks predating the incredible sequence of beaker settlement that they have in the Western Isles. Charcoal recovered from the hard marks was dated to around about 2000 Cal BC. So here, the image on the right, you can see how incredibly close and compact these hard marks are. Was it just one attempt to create this small patch for cultivation or prepare ground, or was it numerous visits and cross-cutting of the hard marks to give this complex pattern? And you can see that they actually respect this recumbent triangular stone and what could be the remains of a curb around it. And through those hard marks, we've then got later features in the early Bronze Age still, including stone-filled pits, scoops, and the little black stake holes there. But they don't really make any structures. I was hoping here we'd have a nice early Bronze Age beaker structure to go with the types of material we see in the Western Isles. And the top left there, you can see a cut mark stone, which was a stone that's been reused on the site, just deposited in the bank of the Middle Iron Age structures, and also down at the bottom left there you can see the triangular stone, which had a nice socket to the side to prove that it did indeed once stand, although it's not a particularly large or interesting looking stone, with this sort of triangular squat shape. From around 750 BC, during the early Iron Age, we have good evidence for the use of the cave, especially in Bone Passage, as we call it now, and the natural hollow immediately outside. This natural feature would have been the catchment for water many, many thousands of years ago before people came to this site, where being the main input, if you like, for the cave itself. This was then abandoned, and a new access for the water was found further upstream. So this would have been potentially a sink that was active during very wet weather, but generally it was a dry fossil entrance with a small passage beyond. In particular, particular, during the following 600 to 700 years, from about 750 BC, the people visiting and using the Pasture cave site left us a remarkable amount of evidence relating to access to the natural cave in the form of walkways, stairwells, and the associated paved landings. There you can just see an image of the cave entrance and some of the early structures that go with that. The cave and stairwell entrances provided direct access to Bone Passage, a fossil eye-level passage located above, only a few metres above the active streamway below. And there you can see Bone Passage. It's covered in this lovely sort of white calcite formations, and that's the picture to the left-hand side is looking back out from Bone Passage to the entrance. And you'll notice how sort of squared off the roof of that entrance is, and it certainly has been modified quite early in the use of the site, probably the first modifications that took place at the cave itself. This slide shows a plan of Pasture Cave, including the current caver's entrance and Bone Passage, which at one time in the distant past, as I mentioned, was the main input for water into the cave system. It is this entrance that formed the major access into the natural cave during prehistory, with the natural hollow outside used as a focus for a range of art settings and also a range of activities. And a lot of these activities I'm not going to talk about just now, because I'll leave that up to the specialists. It's their work which will put more bones, if you like, and flesh on the bone, should I say, of what we're going to be talking about. Well, there you can see it. It's quite an extensive, quite linear cave system. And Bone Passage is that small tag you can see labelled there. That's the only real section that remains dry for most times of the year. The use of the multiple art settings located within the natural hollow produced significant amounts of ash and burnt residues, which accumulated and encroached on the cave and stairwell entrance. And it appears that constant modifications were necessary to maintain access to the cave. In particular, this included the restructuring and raising of the stairwell access through time. And this is just one diagram showing a particular phase at the site. In the early sequences, in the early Iron Age, you can see on the left-hand side, in this natural hollow, you've got this paved walkway with crushed limestone floors to each side. That area became the focus for these multiple art settings and probably the major activities that were taking place at the site. And the little brown steps you can see leading down into the cave entrance and into Bone Passage beyond. Elsewhere at this stage, around about 600 Cal BC, we're also getting a few features peripheral to the main activity area, a few little scoops and post holes, little low revetment walls, retaining walls, and some of those earlier features are still visible, such as the recumbent stone. So there's another view of one of these stairwells in use looking down from above, and quite a wide access at this particular point of time, still restricted as you ducked under the actual cave entrance. But through time, this access was modified and the access became more restricted as they modified, building another stairwell within the existing one you see there. This culminated in the Phase 5 stairwell, which would have had a corbelled roof in its final stages of construction. And that sort of section drawing just gives you some idea of its relationship to Bone Passage, the haphazard nature of the steps, very difficult to descend, certainly as we found them and uncovered them. And there'd been some slumping at the site. And just a few corbelling stones to enter this roof that probably covered the entrance. Again, shutting out light, restricting access in some way. A large enclosure wall was also constructed during this major stage in the site's history, mirroring earlier attempts to form a defined space outside the cave where activities took place. These activities included the yards around which animals were butchered and cooked, where barley grain was potentially processed, and where numerous small finds were deposited, sometimes in discrete caches. Many of these finds suggest that craft activities were carried out on site, including the manufacture of objects in bone and antler, stone, bronze, iron, cannel coal and steatite or soapstone. The large hearth on the left-hand side in this plan with the enclosure was where we also recovered the lyre bridge, and other charred wooden objects and charred human skull fragments, more of which we'll be hearing about during this seminar. Interesting, during this phase, there are two actual ards in use at the same time. You've got this large slab arth to the left, the smaller slab arth to the right. You'll see there's a black line, which is a vertical set granite slab, which shielded the fire, probably from people weaving their way through the ards and down through the access into the cave passages beyond. And, the shape of this wall by this stage, it's quite monumental in nature, although not particularly well built. And yesterday, Ian, at a specialist meeting goes, ideas are thrown about, and something I'd never really thought about it, could this sort of oval space been roofed in prehistory in some way, to create even more darkness in this area, and also to protect the activities that are going on there? Almost like a large roundhouse, Atlantic roundhouse on the site. So something to be investigated further, certainly. Well-processed animal bone recovered from around the Ards indicates that cattle form the main animal for consumption at the site. However, the animal deposits that must have been placed in Bone Passage shortly after butchery were dominated by domesticated pig, especially in the upper horizons, which had been subjected to some unusual butchery practices, much as the cattle had been at Fiscavaig too, at the rock shelter there. The large number of animals and lack of intense processing of the bone for marrow and other nutrients suggests these deposits may relate to feasting events, where a surplus of food was available to the people using the site. Several unusual cattle deposits were also placed in the cave during these later phases of use prior to its closure, and certainly Carrie will be giving us some detail on this incredible bone assemblage from the site. We also have good archaeological evidence at both of these sites, although small in nature, for metalworking in iron and bronze, although no smithing ards or smelting ards were found in situ at either site. These have either been dismantled, and we're seeing the waste products of these things. At the Fiscavaig site, we may have lost it to erosion from the sea. We can't be sure. But certainly we have various elements there, the moulds, and again, I'm sure Fraser will touch on this during this talk on the small finds from the site. As mentioned earlier, the Pasture Cave site also produced convincing evidence for the structured deposition of objects. This pretty well right through the history of the site, maybe up to the last couple of 300 years. In this slide you can see just a few of the more impressive objects recovered from the core fill between two of these stairwell walls. So you've got one stairwell wall, then they built a restricted staircase inside, and in that packing between the walls you have this fine socketed spear, iron socketed spearhead at the top right, a bronze spiral ring, and this fine double-linked bronze chain, which also we now know from the specialist meeting, and Kath will be talking about this, was accompanied by fragmentary human remains. Other socketed iron tools recovered from the site included a woodworking gouge, iron axe, and adze shown in this image, which were possibly cached together in Bone Passage along with an amorphous iron concretion that on X-ray analyses are to be very fine links of some sort of chainmail or an iron chain. This cache of 7 antler pins or pegs were also recovered in a cache in Bone Passage. These objects were thought to be tuning pegs from a musical instrument, although the final interpretation for the function of these objects is still being looked at, although it is now possible they were somehow associated with textile working. This fine cache of antler pins or pegs was recovered from the Fiscavaig rock shelter site, showing that we're seeing similar modes of deposition at both sites, and the circumferential wear on the tips is remarkably similar to that seen on the pegs from Pasture Cave we were just shown before. So again, do these objects potentially some form of hand loom, or are they just using them to work the threads? Some ideas were coming out yesterday on this during our specialist meeting. Again, caches of stone tools, including pallets, grinders, pounders and whetstones, have also been found at the Pasture Cave site. Fiscavaig produced very little in the way of stone tools like this. They either took them away, or the pebbles were so abundant immediately in front of them on the shore that they could literally just use them and toss them back out into the sea. There's certainly not curating the objects there, and we don't find them at Fiscavaig. But at Pasture Cave, several caches like this one were found, sometimes accompanied by other materials such as antler objects, bone pins, and such like. Other items which we see a continuation of at the site being deposited through time, maybe 300 or 400 years, along with the caches of bone pins, are caches of spindle whorls, and sometimes fragments of shale bracelets. We had 3 shale bracelet fragments found in one little location to the side of one of the yards. Here's one of the caches of soapstone spindle whorls. These were recovered in a very tight group on the steps at that liminal place between light and dark, where the upper world meets the underworld at the base of the stairwell. Again, a cache of bone pins was just to the side in a very similar location. This shows that both areas of the site, the earth settings and within the cave, the space enclosed by this large prominent wall, if you like, formed a special and possibly sacred place within the wider prehistoric landscape, something that was retained and maintained through time. Some objects being more common finds than others at the Pasture Cave site. We have already mentioned the bone antler pins, spindle whorls, stone tool caches, but quern stones have been recovered in some quantity from the site, including complete saddle querns, quern rubbers, and fragmented saddle querns, many of which we can refit back together and sort of spread over the site, possibly enclosing closing deposits or foundation deposits between periods of activity. This indicates the destruction of the querns, most likely on site, possibly after use, or whether it's a symbolic meaning to this. It's obviously very difficult for us to tell. But difficult things to break using hammer stones or whatever. Some of these querns are really large pieces of granite. The 8 complete querns recovered from the site had all been deposited working face down. Again, I don't think this is an accident. We see this elsewhere in Scotland on prehistoric sites. Querns deposited upside down. We just thought some were boulders until we turned them over at the site. Some have been used in the construction of arts, some in steps in the stairwell, and others within walls, so there was a reuse of these objects as well. During the final stages of activity at the site prior to and during closure, we also found the deposition of rotary quern fragments and loom weights, most of which have been broken. And there you can just see a few fragments, some of again which refit back together. This single upper rotary quern had been deposited at the Fiscavaig rock shelter, close to the cache of antler pins I showed before, and also close to this perforated human skull fragment, which I'll just show a slide in a second. Appears these objects were again associated with closure at the Fiscavaig site, along with large deposits of animal bone midden, possibly indicating a feast before the site was abandoned and then was covered by detritus from the cliffs above, marking the end of one period of activity and possibly the start of another. Fragmentary human remains have been recovered from a range of contexts at the Pasture Cave site, which again appear to be associated with foundational closing deposits. This adult female animation, along with a 9-month-old perinate, 3 to 6 months old fetus, a fetal pig, and other young animals, including a dog, were deposited at the top of the backfill stairwell at Pasture Cave as a final closing deposit, after which the site was landscaped over and disappeared from record. This well-preserved perforated human skull fragment from a young adult male, we think, was recovered from the Fiscavaig rock shelter, and we heard Ian talking a little about these, from the same deposit as I mentioned, with the antler pin cache and the upper rotary quernstone. Therefore, given some of the findings from these 2 unique sites, for which you will hear more throughout the course of the seminar, how do we start to interpret their function within the wider prehistoric Iron Age landscape? Both sites are liminal in nature, Pasture Cave between light and dark, upper world, underworld, and even on that geological transition in the landscape, which may have been something that was perceived by the people using the site. Whereas Fiscavaig is at this juxtaposition of land and sea, very stark between these 2 mediums. Evidence for a wide range of craft activities, as we've mentioned there, most of which are visible through deposition of the part-finished and finished objects, including some metalworking. Evidence for feasting waste, the pig at Pasture Cave in particular, and the cattle at Fiscavaig. Structured deposition of burnt grain potentially, and midden deposits, and objects sometimes found in caches. deposition of urinary remains. And we now have, we know there's additional urinary remains after the meeting yesterday, so I'll wait for the specialist to talk about that. And the potential use of music now at the Pasture Cave site. The location of the sites, including their access restrictions, must have made them appealing as special places in the wider landscape. In particular, transporting the cattle and other materials into the Fiscavaig site would have been a difficult and dangerous task. Complete animals are deposited there. The Pasture Cave, with its use extending back into the early periods of prehistory, may have provided a focus for later ritual events, much as a church or cathedral in our current landscapes. Maybe it was only in these inaccessible and liminal sites that special craft activities such as metalworking and other craft skills could take place, although this may only have taken place on special occasions in the prehistoric calendar. Were these sites locations in the landscape where old or new objects ended their lives, taken out of commission and deposited to appease the ancestors or deities or whatever? It is possible that these dramatic sites became venues for spectacular ceremonies that may have been an annual highlight in the lives of the local people. The stone enclosure wall at Pasture Cave appears to have provided an area of sacred space where the major activities took place and where, along with the cave, most of the objects and animal bones were deposited. How many people attended such ceremonies and performed the activities at these sites? The feasting residues represented by the pigs and the cattle appear to be substantial, with the potential to feed a large number of people. Maybe the activities taking place, including feasting, established social identities and memories, created political power, gender identities, and developed prestige technologies. What we can say for certain is that the Pasture Cave complex remained as a focus for the local communities, a special place in the landscape for at least 800 years through the Iron Age, with its potential use as a sacred site extending back into the depths of prehistory. What prompted the abandonment of these sites is even more obscure than the motivation. After their final closure, both of these sites vanished from the prehistoric record. Finally, I would like to thank our funding partners, in particular Historic Scotland and Island Council, Kirsty, Andy and Ian of the Historic Environment team, should be signalled out for their incredible effort they've put in putting this seminar together today. And I would also like to acknowledge the site volunteers who provided a valuable contribution to these two projects during the several years we were there, and our team of specialists who will be presenting details of the work on material covered from the sites today. Also, I must not forget why I can just thank Ian and Martin, who will be speaking later, who provided a wider context for these two sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. What you see next is a talk by Dr. Joe Mackenzie of University of Bradford looking at the sediments and micromorphology. And this reflects the real challenging nature of Pasture Cave. It is very much like an urban site. It is deeply stratified, and the material is, the more we look at it, the more information is preserved within it. And at yesterday's meeting, Joe revealed some substantially new ideas and new visions on what these very small views tell us. That's a laser printer, apparently. There's a pointer. That's a good question. Not sure. Which one?
Yes, that's good.
Good.
Oh, this is the wrong talk. This is specialty TV. Check this yesterday. Hang on a minute.
What you see here what you see here is the slides that Joe spoke to yesterday, and it should be the presentation which has more interpretation, perhaps less of the highest.
Yes.
Just bear with us.
As you all want lunch, it's probably not a good idea to have that talk.
I should have said also, if you have got questions, the green button on your panel beside the microphone, push that on, a red light should come on, and you can speak, and you'll be recorded. One of the other buttons is the ejector seat, so just be careful. And when you finish speaking, switch the button off again, otherwise you'll join into the seat.
Rod, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm testing this, really, but also a question.
Yes.
There's obviously a problem with the lighting here, and it's spoiling the slides. I mean, some wonderful slides. It's making it very difficult to see because having the light for the... Is it possible to have a side light for the speaker or a torch?
We're going to try and get that sorted at the team break. Can I turn the television screen round? Would that be okay?
And this is the pointer.
Apologies, Joe.
That's okay.
Now we're going to talk about sediments and micromorphology in High Pasture Cave. Joe, please.
Thank you. Thanks. This is a much shorter talk, so we've actually saved some time there, even with all that fussing around. Okay, hi, I'm Joe Mackenzie. I'm from the University of Bradford. And I've been involved in the High Pasture Cave project since 2007, 2006, 2007, when I was actually at the University of Stirling. So some of this data originates from my time there. And I'm going to talk about the soil samples and our interpretation of them at the High Pasture Cave site. The primary technique I'm going to talk about today is soil micromorphology, which is kind of a bit of a, it's not the most common of archaeological techniques. So just for those of you that aren't familiar with that technique, basically all it is an extension of field observation at the microscopic scale. So essentially it's just like looking at a section on an archaeological site, but through the medium of the microscope on a microscopic slide. So basically what we do to get those samples is take tiny tin sections through an archaeological section and then have a process of turning those tins and the material in them into a thin section slide. So you can see there's the process there of taking the material, basically going through a series of stages to get to the microscopic slide. And what that does is essentially give us a section which is an undisturbed section of the soil or sediment that we want to examine. And that's really important because we're not just seeing what we'd see in a bulk sample where we take something out of a section and we've got our charcoals and our bone or whatever, but it's all mingled up into a bag of a soil sample. What we're seeing is an undisturbed section. So we get to see the archaeological features in the position that they're in when they're laid into the soil. So it's, as I was saying, just like an archaeological section itself. And that's really important. As you'll see from this presentation, that gives us a much more information than we could possibly get from a loose soil sample. And what we do with that information, it's basically about interpreting processes of deposition and formations of the soils and sediments in their archaeological context. Soil processes that affect the way in which the archaeological information itself is preserved. And in addition to that, we can recognise and identify microscopic archaeological features within the sections themselves, such as bone, organic residues, carbonised materials. Alongside the samples that we take bulk soil samples in order to do a series of very typical chemical and physical soil analyses, such as pH, organic matter, magnetic susceptibility, and phosphate has been, as you'll see, especially significant for the high pastures analysis. And this allows further characterization of the sediments and also kind of gives us a handle on what we expect to see in the slides. The features I'd expect to see in a slide from an acidic soil profile would be very different from ones we'd expect to see in an alkaline profile, for example. So that's a little bit about the technique that we'll be using today. So the samples I'll be talking about essentially look like that. Now, at High Pasture Cave, we've taken a large, varied series of samples. The small stars you can see there are the locations from where we've just got bulk soil samples. I'm not going to be talking about those today. A lot of those are actually still under examination. The key sections we've got, I'm going to be talking about, are these larger stars from where we've taken soil micromorphological samples in conjunction with bulk soil samples. So we've got a micromorphology profiles through three, well, really the key areas of the site, as Stephen was just saying. We've got the bone passage, that Stephen was just talking about, the cave, the actual in-cave deposition sequence. Outside that, we've got Trench 2 and Trench 15. I'm going to be focusing on the Trench 2 deposits here. That's basically the area of the site involving the stairwell, then the deposition, the hearth, so essentially the ritual area of the site. The bone passage, as Stephen was just talking about, you've got the dry passage off the main streamway, where we've got the very large series of archaeological deposits, over 1.5 metres of stratified archaeological deposits, something that Carrie is going to be talking about later, particularly significant for the deposition of animal material in the cave, as well as the finds. Upper layers, bone-rich deposits, especially young pig. We've got this is the area where we have the ritual placement of entire carcass elements, ritual butchery, and the two deposits of the cow skeletons. Carrie Drew is going to be talking about that material later. And then obviously fuel residue material and other archaeological features shown during the excavation. So the point is that we've got one of our key micromorphological sections is through this intense area of deposition in the cave, this focus of the ritual activity. Outside of that, as you're saying, is the Trench 2 series of deposits. And these are particularly significant. Essentially, this is the key section that we've taken our samples from along there. You could call that the key section through the heart of the activity, the ritual activity outside the cave. This is the section, this section here, lots and lots of really fine layers of different depositions of different kind of fuel residues, hearth throwouts, etc. That sequence goes right through the sequence that Stephen was just talking about, where you've got the walkway into the cave, the gradual way in which the deposits of hearth, the stuff being thrown out of the hearths that Stephen showed on his slides there. This is the area where all that stuff ended up. This is where the finds are coming from, around the built-up walkway entrance. Basically, that's the key sequence through the heart of the cave activity. One of the little darker lines there is context 215. That's where the Lyre Bridge came from that Graham's going to be talking about later. And bringing these two areas together, so we've got the Trench 2 sequence out there and the bone passage there, is the stairwell itself. When that series of deposits that you just saw in Trench 2 had built up to such an extent that the cave couldn't be accessed anymore, that's where the stairwell, the series of stairwells through each phase was constructed back down into the cave entrance. So you can see that there, and that's obviously the closing deposits there, the human inhumations that Laura's going to be talking about later on and that Stephen referred to. So what we've got are a sequence of samples, 4 samples from the bone passage and 16 samples from the Trench 2 outside. What that we've got there is the perfect, in micromorphological techniques, in terminology, the perfect kind of comparison between the two series of deposits that we would be most interested in when it comes to looking at activity inside and outside the cave. So to start with the bone passage micromorphology, now this was quite a specific environment. Obviously, a cave's a really specific environment to look at soils within. Now, of course, these aren't really soils, they're deposits, they're archaeological deposits, so quite different processes of formation. But essentially, the key things that affect them are going to be cave-specific. What we might find in a cave, obviously this is a limestone cave to start off with, so we've got quite an alkaline environment, good for preservation of bone. What we also have in this sort of cave environment, a wet cave environment, is sort of possibly unexpected things happening when it comes to through flow of water and how that affects archaeological deposits. We didn't know what we were going to expect really when it came to how things were preserved in the cave, because we weren't really sure how the drainage system would work in the cave. Could be very well drained in some places, very waterlogged in others. And what we found were a mixture of things, really. The floor layer through the sample here came through quite well. You can see fuel residue deposits in there. Burnt bone, charcoal, burnt bone fragments there coming through nicely. And what we'd expect, a lot of calcitic material, degraded limestone from the trench, but also possibly the remains of wood ash, which also gives a calcitic signal, which we'll talk about later. And iron-rich deposits in the ground mass of the cave there, obviously, water flow through the cave and accumulation there. So, kind of typical from what we'd expect, the bone nicely preserved because we've got a nice alkaline environment. But overall, actually, there wasn't a huge amount of fuel residue material. Given the cave context, there's all this activity taking place. We had a huge amount of bone, but really not so much charcoal. This is pretty much it, really. These little bits you see in the floor layer there. That's actually not much for this kind of context. And that led us to think that although we're getting a lot of bone, which we'd expect from obviously the deposition that's been in the cave, that we've seen in the cave from the actual excavation itself, that the activity associated with that, the burning, the fires, the processing of the material, the bone material, must have been largely taking place elsewhere. To look more detail at the preservation of bone, just to underline this is amazing preservation. Even for a limestone cave, this is really, really good. This is something you might expect in a far drier cave environment where there's not so much water flooding through and leaching out the chemistry of the bone. Here you see a piece of bone in plain polarized light, a certain light source where basically you can just see the general bone structure itself, and you can see how well it's preserved. You can practically see the bone canals there. In crossed polars, this is the same view through another light source. The lighter stuff you can see here is the calcitic material reflecting back. So basically the calcites in the bone are still there, they're still preserved, they haven't leached out at all. Quite unexpected, really. Unburnt bone here, you can still see the structure of this. And then oblique incident light, you can see the way in which the material around the bone has actually been heated. So we are having some heating, we've got masses of bone, it's very well preserved, but the actual processing seems to be taking place elsewhere. Here's another close-up of that. You can see the Haversian canals of the bone, that's just amazingly well preserved. And another piece there. So at the microscopic scale, we can see that the ritual deposition in the bone passage is reflected back at us. The alkaline cave environment aids the preservation of bone, but the limited fuel residues show that the burning is happening elsewhere. So we thought, well, that's a bit of a shame, really, in a way, because obviously the other profiles outside in the wet Scottish weather, how much are we really going to see of these well-preserved, potentially well-preserved features in that profile? And here is that profile, just to sort of look at this in a bit more detail. Outside the cave, our trench 2, our big build-up of the refuse of all these fires, all this activity happening around the cave entrance. 16 slides, 21 contexts identified during the excavation. But when we looked at them under the microscope, actually you can see this is each slide sort of broken down there. 62 individual lenses, micro-horizons, actual events, activities that we could identify as separate. So really, for the first point to make is it's given us a hugely more detailed amount of material to deal with, to look at this intensive series of activities outside the cave. The first thing we looked at, the first thing that kind of bounced back at you was the fuel residues. And this was the first of a series of surprises looking at this profile of how well preserved these were. As I was saying, this is a profile out in the wet Scottish. I mean, when we were taking the samples, honestly, you should have put a picture in it. It was actually the wettest day possible. Yes, and this was completely waterlogged. Not unexpected, really. It's the Skye weather. And that's the weather that profile has been out in for, since the Iron Age, for a very, very long time. A lot of water has gone through that profile. There's been a lot of what we'd expect of leaching out of materials, leaching out of the chemistry that keeps the archaeological features intact. And we saw a sign of that around about this area where we had a zone of iron padding, water flowing down materials, iron nodules, panning out at a certain level of the profile where they're blocked by a more stony deposit and creating a level of iron pan. So, a good sign that really a lot of the features are going to be washed away. But we looked at the fuel residues, we saw that actually wasn't the case. Really good preservation of charcoal, of peat, and even calcites from wood ash. This is a distinctive feature in micromorphology which has been identified with experimental techniques quite a lot. When you've got complete combustion of wood, you've got ash which is essentially calcites left, and this reflects back in cross-polars, a bit like the bone we were seeing earlier on. Just to kind of give you a close-up, it's easy when you've got well-preserved slides to be able to tell the difference between charcoal and peat in thin section. You've got a piece of charcoal here, you're going to probably see more of this kind of stuff when Mike gives his talk next. Peat is really different. It's stringy, it's sort of thicker and darker, and it just has no real internal structure apart from this stringiness to the whole deposit. So really, really easy to tell apart. And what we saw was that we had a real difference that was well preserved enough for us to see there was a massive, massive difference in what was happening, not only between zones. We've got these tiny little micro-horizons here. Some of them were completely charcoal, others were almost completely peat. So individual events where they were using different fuel residues at different times. But over the whole profile, we could see that in the earlier deposits, peat predominated. Over time, they started using more charcoal, and towards the top of the profile, it's practically all charcoal. So really, quite an important interpretation for what's happening on the site as a whole, which you wouldn't have been able to see without the thin sections. So what else could we see from the fuel residue analysis? Just to recap there. Very frequent, very well preserved in most of the horizons. And we see drastic changes in the fuel residue makeup, frequent discrete burning episodes, really discrete, using completely different materials. Fitting those with the dates is something we're working on now, and that's proven really interesting, and fitting with other specialist work, such as Mike's looking at the charcoal in the rest of the site. But there's no very clear switch from one fuel type to another. There is peat towards the top. Towards the top, we've got charcoal. Towards the bottom, we've got peat. We've got a switch, but the switch isn't absolutely clear. There's always a little bit of use of the other material within each part of the profile. Calcitic wood ash, very unusual in these wet Scottish profiles. More about that later. That was a bit head-scratching. And then the other thing to point out is that we've got several highly heated ground mass deposits. This is the ground mass, just basically the soil that you see in the background in the section. That's what it looks like when it's heated, when we reflect light off it. Really distinctive, massively red. That's the kind of ground mass you get when a fire has been in situ, the fire's happened in that place, and the actual soil itself is quite drastically heated. Most of the profiles look like this. You've got the charcoal and the peat, but they're against a background of unheated material. So this is rake out, this is stuff thrown out from a fire. This is where a fire's happened in situ. And again, we can now relate that and these episodes to the hearths. But what we can always also say is that in some areas where there aren't hearths, we still know there have been fires in situ. So again, that's given us a bit more information on what's happening in the wider area around the walkway, and the series of burning episodes and, dare I say, ritual episodes that are happening in conjunction with the cave. Then we looked at the bone, and as I was saying, we obviously in the trench we expected to get good bone preservation. Outside the trench, I didn't really expect to get any at all. As acidic Scottish soils don't tend to preserve bone very well. I had a huge shock, because actually what we have is bone preservation almost better than we had in the cave, and that was a massive, massive surprise. How on earth is that possible? You've clearly got a free-flowing profile here. Water's moving down. You can see that from the iron pan. How on earth is that bone managing not to have its chemical component washed out? In fact, Stephen had said that when they were excavating, that some of the bone was massively cheesy. You couldn't actually get it out of the ground. It was just disintegrating as soon as you picked it up. Anyway, we saw that from the profile. It wasn't as simple as that, and we managed to get, again, a bit like the fuel residues, managed to get a very detailed profile of where bone was most frequent and where it actually wasn't at all. And there's discrete episodes where we've got different things happening with amounts of bone in the profile as well. Excellent preservation. Really unexpectedly excellent preservation. You can see there, again, another piece of bone that you can just see the canal structure. In cross-polars, look at that, the calcites, the bone chemistry is intact, practically. You'd expect that, maybe to see that in some sort of arid cave environment, certainly not outside in wet old Skye. So amazing, you see partially burned bone. There's a lot of completely burned bone, as we've seen from the previous slide. Why was that happening? Could it be a relationship with the bone preservation? As I was saying, we've noticed calcite surviving. Wood ash was this present in such quantities as to make a locally alkaline profile that would preserve the bone. Not really, just not enough of it. And also the pH results showed that it wasn't actually particularly alkaline at all. So no real relationship with that. Where I think we got to it was with phosphates. basically, the third key element to show in the slides, and the most surprising one, was the presence of phosphate. Now, usually, in a wet Scottish profile, in any sort of normal profile really, phosphate is cycled out of the material. You don't really see phosphatic features in great detail. When you do see them, they're very distinctive. You can see here we've got phosphate just sort of within the soil, just this clear, goldy material, looks like honey through the slides, you know. It's very distinctive. What's even more distinctive are these particular features here, which I was astonished to see. These are calcium iron phosphate beta features. And what they are, essentially, when bone degrades, it releases calcium, iron, and phosphate. And if that happens in a profile where there isn't much cycling of water and nothing's really moving, that material comes out as a kind of radial motion and just kind of stays put, just kind of, you know, it's frozen in time really. The chemical cycling processes just don't happen. And you get these very distinctive features. You can see them, I've got them even better there. See these really, really distinctive little patterns that you see there. You know, they're very unusual, and seeing them in a profile like this was astonishing. We had very frequent phosphate. Even more astonishing, possibly, you know, is the fact that it's actually retained within a very open. You can see the voids there, where they're in a very open soil structure. Just like, what on earth? How on earth is that happening? Again, you can see that, you know, we were able to get a profile of this, and it isn't just a case that it's happening towards the bottom of the profile where everything's leached down to. It's happening at the top. There are gaps. You know, this is definitely directly related to the archaeological activities that are happening within this profile and around the cave entrance. So to a bit more detail on them there, you can see how distinctive these profiles are. Actually, a very high magnifications. A very high magnifications. You can actually see a piece of bone there where the phosphate started degrading out of it, but that's just stopped. It hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't been washed out by alluvial processes at all. It's just kind of frozen in time. And so, you know, more of these calcium iron phosphate features. There's that bone degrading there, and there's these phosphate features. So obviously, we went to the bulk soils. We looked at our phosphates, and yes, that confirmed that actually this was a completely phosphate-saturated profile. Somehow it managed to be a phosphate-saturated profile. That may not mean too much, but these are massive, massive amounts of phosphate. It's huge, huge enhancement, directly related to materials going into the soils. There's no other way for that to happen. And also, significantly, although we do have the highest reading at the bottom of the profile, further up we've got peaks and troughs. So again, this is related to the deposits. It's not stuff happening, the natural soil processes cycling everything down. It's happening, you know, at different points in the profile. So again, related to the archaeological deposits. How is that happening? That's really not something that... What's the process that could allow that phosphate to stay in the soils? And what we think is happening here is through the burning of the phosphates, what we're actually getting is a picture of the ritual activity at the hub of the site. Within the cave, we've got the bone assemblage indicating we've got this ritual activity, unusual carcass deposition, and butchery happening nearby. So masses and masses and masses of butchery happening. But the processing of that isn't happening in the cave. So it's probably happening outside the cave. At the cave entrance, this Trench 2 profile has shown us that when we put together the data from the bone preservation, the phosphatic features, so this great preservation of bone, and the total P levels as well, what we're indicating is a completely phosphate-saturated environment outside the cave, which you'd never see. This is the kind of profile you'd get from a fish midden or something in Iceland. You know, we've got some colleagues who've done work in these sort of profiles that said, you know, this is comparable. This is kind of that kind of an area of like blood and guts and, you know, bone marrow and all the rest of it, all just, you know, left in one place in a very intensive series of depositions and not washed through. And I think that's what we've got here. In addition to that, a poor correlation between the very highest phosphate levels and the frequency of the bone or fluid inclusions says that not all of this phosphate is just coming from the bone itself that's being laid into the soils, probably coming from the features of butchery, so blood, flesh, defleshing of the bones, marrow being cracked out, and all this stuff, all this blood and guts is going into this profile just outside the cave. So, was the cave entrance a focus for intensive, perhaps ritualised slaughter and butchery activity? Rod suggested yesterday at the specialist meeting a good title for a future talk of this would be Rivers of Blood. And I don't think that's, you don't usually get to have that interesting a title when you're giving a micromorphology talk. But I don't think that's too far from the truth. Are we looking at a sequence outside the cave of such a lot of, I say, blood and guts being just, dealt with outside this cave entrance, that it would have to be a huge amount of material for this kind of profile to be displayed in not only the thin section, but also in the phosphates. There are two quite distinct sets of evidence for this happening. I think I say, I can't really emphasize how much material would have to be processed for this to happen, and that's really quite amazing. And I genuinely think that we do have a window here into the actual activity, the ritual activities outside the cave, which we wouldn't have been able to see without this micromorphological profile. Further to that, I know that this is the last point I'm going to make, that obviously work is continuing on this. We've recently been looking at some more samples in Trench 15, further down the profile into the walkway itself and the initial infill of the walkway into the cave at the lower level. Early look at this, early results indicate that we don't have this intensity of deposition at that low level. So again, it's more related to the halves, the blocking events, the build-up of material, the intense features going on with phases, I think, is at 2 to 7, really, slightly later than the start of the walkway. In addition to that, what we're looking at when it comes to this big Trench 2 sequence, what we're looking at now are possibly other events that might be happening around the cave, which, again, the micromorphology might be the only way in which we can get to this. One of the other things we've been seeing in the slides are very different colours to the bone. You can just see here, this is a piece of bone, it's absolutely blood red. There's another piece of bone that's a light brown, this is orange, etc. We've got colours like this all through the sequence, different bits of bone at different stages of decomposition, not decomposition generally in this trench. We don't know what they mean. There's no reason, there's no morphological bone reason for them to be different colours. They aren't heated, they aren't burnt. That gives quite a different view to the bone. What they might be is heated in different ways, as in boiled, roasted, the kind of heating processes that don't leave a physical mark on the bone itself that you can see when you dig it out. Burnt bones white. These bones would look fairly normal when they were dug up, but under plain polarised light, they're showing very different colours. We're wondering whether that's to do with treatments that they've received. So in a sense, that could give us another window into what's happening at High Pastures. And we were talking about this yesterday, and Ian made the interesting point that if this is happening, if we can reach into the data to be able to maybe tell that they are roasting and boiling and treating this meat in different ways, it means they're not actually utilising most effectively the calorific value of the meat itself. It's celebratory, it's sort of wasteful, it's decadent, and maybe, as Stephen was saying, connected with the use of the burnt mounds around the cave as well. If they're roasting and boiling their joints of massive cow, then maybe that's a way in which we can further understand what's happening on the site as a whole, outside of this area of intensive activity. And you can see there, again, some different bone colours. There's a bit of burnt bone up there, just to sort of hammer home just how nice this bone is from this profile, and different colours, just different shades to the bone. I say it's quite significant. If you're a micromorphology person, you think, gosh, that's very, very unusual. Anyway, that's kind of all I want to say today. Let's look at that profile again, and some of the features we've got from it. Hope you've enjoyed just having a quick look at what we've been able to get out of the microscopic data, and just to sort of get home the point, really, that when you've got a profile like this with a massive amount of detail in it, using micromorphology as a technique to get further into this, can actually give some really amazing results that we wouldn't have been able to see without using it. And in conjunction with the bulk soil analyses, and we've got more bulk soil analyses happening around about the cave in different locations. We're hoping to get a far more coherent picture together by the time that we get towards the monograph. So just want to say thanks. That's all.
Thank you very much, Joe. Does anyone have a quick question at all? Remember to push your green button. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see micromorphology coming to the fore, and I was thinking of other names to call the talk, but Rivers of Blood does sound quite appropriate. And now we have Dr. Mike Cressy from CFA Archaeology, who is going to talk about charcoal. Charcoal is the almost ubiquitous stuff from archaeology sites, and it is often the kind of poor relation of studies because it doesn't. People struggle with understanding what it tells us. High Pasture Cave, I think you'll find, presents us with opportunities of reading much more into this material. Mike.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Rod has mentioned, I'm going to be looking at making sense of small, often amorphous lumps of charcoal. Maybe take the lights off for a second. Thanks. Yeah, off, thanks. So, making sense of small fragments of charcoal, one of the many things I get involved in. Essentially, CFA has been involved with High Pasture Cave since 2006, where I've been analysing charcoal for its species content and essentially, or importantly, to use as for C14 dating. And the focus of the presentation will review the results obtained from charcoal identifications from High Pasture Cave and their importance. And I'll just review in brief terms the methodology of charcoal recovery and how we process that back at the laboratory. And I'll just review again the interpretation and characteristics of the local woodland based on the results so far. I've got 3 case examples as well to draw on to spread the discussion a bit wider, and then I'll kind of focus towards the end on the the results so far and what can be learned. So I'm going to be dealing with obviously High Pasture Cave and Fiscavaig, its neighbour. I'll also mention some interim work I've done quite recently from Pasture on North Uist, and a small assemblage of charcoal that was recovered from a Bronze Age funerary site at Seafield West, very close, well, actually under the Tesco car park now. So the principal research aims for High Pasture Cave from the outset was to determine the species composition of the charcoal and look at the various archaeological contexts from which the charcoal came, and just to really understand what was going on within the interior of the cave, perhaps look at the deposits and various hearths and some roundhouses further afield. And also importantly to identify specific samples from reliable contexts for C14 dating, and possibly to identify any work material within the charcoal itself, and as well as assessing its preservation quality. And importantly at the end, often charcoal is the only direct link that one might have with prehistoric woodland, often as it's the only material that survives. And in the absence of reliable pollen diagrams, alongside the plant macrofossil remain picture from the site, it gives us a strong indicator of the wood that was exploited. This sequence of slides really shows the process from the actual woodland itself down to the final product of making sense of the material. So essentially these are a set of filters that work through time, but essentially we have a vague or often reliable idea on the kind of woodland background based on pollen analysis, through to the societal cultural impact on the wood, what species might have been selected for fuel, for funerary purposes, for gathering, what methods was used in the procurement of the wood, and possibly the aspects of whether or not the hearth was continually cleaned out, how it was maintained. That has a bearing on the survivability, if you like. And then obviously the anatomical changes within the fragments of charcoal, the effects of temperature, whether or not it was completely burnt or partially burnt or charred. And then the anthropogenic factors in post and pre-deposition, the so-called taphonomic events, how the charcoal is fragmented in deposition, how it might have fractured as a result of natural weathering processes. And then from there to there we have the sampling strategies themselves carried out by the archaeologists. That might often have a bearing on what survives at the end, what I receive, essentially. So we might grid sample, we might judgmentally sample, that's hand-pick various pieces. But in general, at the end of the day, the best recovery method is through flotation. This is where the charcoal is put in a drum or a vessel, and it's circulated with water. Charcoal floats to the surface, and it's skimmed off into various size fractions in sieves. And then this is where it's air-dried eventually, and it comes to me, and this is where I look at it under the microscope, either macroscopically or often, if it's wet wood, microscopically, that's using thin sections. And then ultimately, when I get the data compiled, we can begin to make sense of that. So I hope that just demonstrates the route. Burning and preservation, there's various kind of processes that will lead to the complete combustion of charcoal. Charcoal forms as a result of burning wood in an inadequate supply of oxygen. So that's in a reduced oxygen-free environment. Up to 200 degrees centigrade, wood will dehydrate. It might not necessarily burn, but it will certainly desiccate. Beyond 200 to 280 degrees centigrade, you'll have partial combustion. But this is, again, based on a lot of empirical data, so it's never cut and dried, as it seems. But between 280 and 500 degrees, you have what they call full pyrolysis, or conversion to charcoal. Above 500 degrees centigrade, you can have complete loss, or often is the case, vitrification. That's where the charcoal is converted to a glass-like structure, where all its vascular system has been completely altered, making identification virtually impossible. But it has important bearing on whether or not the wood has been burnt a second time, or if it's been used in an industrial scenario where it's been heated to temperatures way above 500 degrees centigrade. So what I'm trying to say is the transition from carbonisation to ignition can be very quick, but other factors such as the size of the wood type, the resin quality, that kind of thing, and importantly the heat source, these are all important factors on the survivability of the charcoal. Often when it's fired, shrinking can occur. In worst case scenarios, it could be up to 80%. I mentioned vitrification, burning above 500 degrees centigrade. I mentioned the taphonomical alterations within the buried environment. Mineralisation through absorbance of iron and soil. This is where the cells, if you like, of the structure of the charcoal is completely impregnated with iron salts. Degradation through increased saturation. Often if a site has experienced waterlogging or relocation of water through the profile, this leads to the breakdown of charcoal, turning it to pulp. And often, importantly, a lot of the material I look at is often what I call amorphous. This is rounded, it's got very rounded edges. It's not difficult to see without splitting that. The cylindrical form, if you like, of the natural branch wood has been completely rounded off to just a kind of random shape. And then natural agencies before the wood was burnt, when it was actually alive or dead, we can get evidence in the form of woodworm, which is living on dead wood. That this might show that the wood was collected dead, which makes sense because it's difficult to burn. Green wood. And then marine worm, Teredo shipworm, can imply the exploitation of driftwood. I'll be able to demonstrate that later on. So what about analysis and interpretation then? Importantly, the species composition. What can the charcoal tell us about the species of wood on the site, how it was exploited? What types of wood were exploited to fuel or for construction purposes? Often on prehistoric sites we end up with lots of post holes. If they've been charred pre-use, often you might get a remnant of that. Importantly, the exploitation of fuels for cremation purposes. Again, the ritual connotation. How can we define selectivity? Possibly selection of certain woods to use on a funeral pyre. Importantly, the local woodland composition doesn't stand alone with just charcoal. It's far more reliable if we can use other data such as pollen, plants, or the charred seed remains. Is there an industrial use that we can see? Certainly I've got experience whereby reused carpentry remains, wood from carpentry debris has been converted to charcoal to use in iron manufacture. So essentially the most important use from our point of view is that often charcoal is the only thing that we can use on prehistoric sites to obtain a C14 date. So a basis of wood anatomy helps, and it develops all the time with new species that one might come across. Essentially, this is alder in thin section. Now this is a wetland sample, but it just shows the difference between the cell structure. This is what we call diffuse porous. The rays, these wide stripe features, these are the rays, and these are cells, these are vessels within, spread over a diffuse pattern. This is ring porous, this is oak. This will be one that's more familiar to archaeologists. This can be identified with a handheld lens or even the naked eye. And then the smaller one, this is a piece of twig wood showing the pith. This is almost like a Maltese ring section, hazel small round wood. This is what it ends up like. This is a sample from the flotation, and this is a very kind of mixed bag of, if you like, but among that you can see bits of charcoal. These are taken out, sieved out, sorted out by hand, and this is a typical charcoal example, a very good example, with nice squared off fractured pieces, a very large sample. Often some of the material I get to look at is smaller than the thickness of a pencil, down to the sort of a match head. But there's a limit to what you can do, I think, sometimes. I mentioned carbonised wood. Within the flot sample, commonly, we can obtain cereal grains, and this is just a sample of, a clean sample of, and this is carbonised hazelnuts. Again, very useful for C14 dating because it represents a season's growth, if you like. So, I'm just getting. Excuse me. Fiscavaig rock shelter we've seen. I was asked to have a look at the charcoal from this site. I showed you that piece of wood early on, that's where that's from. Alongside the charcoal, often we get, this is carbonised animal dung. The site did have a huge collection of animal bones, and we believe that these was actually stalled partly down there, perhaps, maybe overwintered, but they're certainly using charcoal, carbonised dung possibly as a fuel, or it might be from a domestic residue that's ended up on the fire. The preservation of charcoal at Fiscavaig was excellent. As one might expect, it's not moved around, it's been sealed. Unlike on a kind of conventional archaeological site, you might not see this level of preservation where the bark, this is a piece of hazel wood that's been carbonised, but you can see the bark surviving really well on that. And we're not often with the bark, you can take the study a sort of a step further. So, of the charcoal examined from Fiscavaig, over 70% of the material was hazel, and this hazel does dominate the woodland spectrum throughout the area, really. 1% oak and 28% birch. One of the things one of the conundrums is how they're getting the wood into this such a kind of remote environment. I didn't see any form of driftwood, unlike a site I can demonstrate. Was it carried in by hand? I don't know, but I would assume that there's enough growing round, there's enough erosion, so there would, I think, have been enough wood certainly to provide a certain amount of fuel, but over long-term use, one would expect it to be brought in rather laboriously, but that seems to be the case, I think. So a case example then, moving over to the east, very close to Inverness, was a site that I worked on in 1993 now, published in 2003, at Seafield West. I'll just use this as an example of the funerary ritual site, and the focus. Essentially what we had there was a ring ditch with a cairn in the middle and a dugout log coffin burial at the centre. But I'm interested in, for the purposes of this talk, just to discuss briefly this little group of splodges, which were cremation pits. So what we had then was small caches of pyre debris interned in a small pit, and you can see 83% of the pyre charcoal was derived from hazel, with smaller percentages of birch, cherry, pine, apple, and alder. And among the assemblage was a nice collection of barbed and tanged arrowheads, bone toggle, and antler pins. So I use this just to demonstrate that alongside the charcoal, often fines are prevalent as well. Moving over to the North Uist, this was a site excavated following the horrific hurricanes in 2005 that washed out an Iron Age wheelhouse. And this is a vertical view of the site. This was a site in 2005 with a partially exposed hearth. And I was asked to look at the charcoal from this site. And this was dominated by pine completely, 79% pine, pine wood, with a lower volume of heather and lower volumes of oak and hazel. I mentioned driftwood. There's a fragment of wood that's been predated by Teredo shipworm, which is in fact a mollusk, a bivalve mollusk. That's the beast there. And this is some of the charcoal from the site, and I think you can maybe make out some of the little cavities created by the worm itself. So that was good. It's not surprising the site being right so close to the sea, and as you know, North Uist is virtually barren of any woodland now, and I think it must have been the case. Certainly, the heather probably used as a starter fuel, but again, high incidences of pine. Moving back to High Pasture Cave, this is a kind of overview of all the samples examined, over 3.5 to closer to 4,000 identifications over the last 5-6 years. So you can see 78% dominated by hazel, lower frequencies of birch and pine, and with a tiny bit of oak, 0.5%. So this is just a general review, if you like, a table of species found at High Pasture Cave, and the general requirements are shown on the right-hand column. The features identified as red are where we've got artifacts from, by species type. So we've got numerous flat fragments, several faceted pieces, small hazel pegs, the famous oak lyre bridge that I won't discuss, and lathe-turned bowl fragments comprising of mountain ash. That's the oak lyre bridge, which one of our colleagues will discuss at length this afternoon. But this is converted from a piece of carved oak. So, species composition by phase. I've left out phase 1 because it was completely dominated by hazel, 100% hazel. That was from the late Bronze Age, from the cave environment. And you can see with the eye of faith, as we move through the phases, that we end up with a more diverse, if you like, ecological background, certainly of material exploited. And at the crux of it all is that hazel dominates throughout. This is a map based on dated pollen diagrams that shows how prevalent hazel was from the earliest point of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years, and this is the primary and secondary colonisation routes of how hazel migrates at the close of the last ice age, if you like. Hazel has always been associated with coppicing in its traditional cycle sense of a 7-year rotation. This is actually wild hazel, uncoppiced, but it does naturally occur as a self-coppicing shrub, and it will often form a tree if left ungrazed or unaltered. This is up by Applecross Way, unestimated with an age of well over 100-year-old. So by conclusion then, charcoal is a very robust and often most abundant eco-fact on archaeological sites, often very well preserved. It's not digested by microbes and things because it's in its elemental state. Charcoal from archaeological sites can provide a wealth of interpretive information to help reconstruct the composition of local woodland. Again, I like to use it with other things. Other avenues of research like pollen and plant macrofossil remains. It's often the most reliable material used for C14 dating, and it can be used alongside, as I've mentioned, other evidence, plant macrofossils and pollen. And the results confirm now that hazel was the most dominant wood exploited at High Pasture Cave, and it was widespread along the western seaboard of Scotland. So I hope I've demonstrated in a short time that there is a bigger picture to be learnt from small fragments of charcoal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions for Mike? Fantastic, because that means we can go and get some coffee and tea. I certainly do. Can we be back by 11:30? That doesn't give you much time, but I'm trying to catch up on the time lost for the hiccup. Thank you.
Yeah, but it should be on for me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Those of you who've come back, thank you very much. And now we're going to start looking at some of the details of information coming out from the site over the last 10 years. The first talker is Dr. Carrie Drew from the University of Durham, who's going to be talking about refuse and ritual, the animal bones and burnt plant remains from High Pasture Cave. Carrie. And that's a pointer.
Brilliant. It's just right hand.
Yes, it is, and you can also move that as well, up and down. And that's the microphone.
I'll talk that way. Okay, that's great. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to just briefly explain how I became involved in the project. I was lucky enough to start looking at the animal bones as part of my master's dissertation at Durham University, and sort of really continued on with the sort of later material that's been excavated at the site. Emma Horton, who was another Durham University student, studied the plant remains from one of the trenches within the cave for her undergraduate dissertation. I've sort of really taken on her mantle after that time and continued looking at the plant remains. So for the plant remains, it's a sort of collaboration of both of our sets of data, which I'm presenting today. So just a brief overview of what we sort of look at when we're looking at this sort of material. We essentially spend our time sort of taking the plant and bone material that's excavated from the site and trying to get as much information as we can out of them. For example, bones are identified to what bone in the skeleton they are, for example, scapula, shoulder bone, etc. And also, when we can, to what species of animal they're coming from. And also any other sort of points of interest about them. For example, are there any pathology, any signs of disease, any sort of butchery evidence such as cut marks, interesting holes in them, any sort of signs of dog gnawing or rodent gnawing, sort of just to get a general picture of how the bones have possibly been deposited, if they've been scuffing around the site, and what we can tell about the animals that were living at the site. In the case of High Pasture Cave, the main animals identified included cow, deer, both red deer and roe deer have been identified, and sheep goat. It's hard to tell the difference between sheep and goat skeletal remains, although on Skye it's likely that most of the remains are actually sheep. And also pig remains, which, as we've alluded to, is one of the more interesting species at High Pasture Cave. The plant material is also considered, and we're generally, with plant material, looking at this under a microscope. And this consisted predominantly at High Pasture Cave of charred barley grains, and really very much of it was charred barley grains, with some hazelnut shell, and a few weed seeds and other grains such as oat and wheat as well were also present. I think it's important to say that such species ranges are typical for Iron Age Scottish assemblages. There isn't anything particularly unusual in the types of material we're getting on the site. However, in many other ways, which I'm going to go on to explore, the animal bones and charred plant remains from High Pasture Cave are really telling very unusual stories from the assemblages. And this is something that's already been alluded to in some of the earlier talks today. Within the time I've got today, it's really impossible to go into all the details of the site, and so I thought I'd really focus on the sort of more unusual and exciting features of the site, just to let you know some of the more interesting things that have come out of it. But I think it's important just to stress, though, that many of the trenches that were excavated, particularly from the sort of further surface trenches that weren't directly associated with the entrance, that we were really getting very typical assemblages from the animal bones. This was predominantly cattle. It was quite heavily butchered, probably to access the marrow, and very sort of small amounts of plant macrofossil assemblages. It's just a few grains coming out and a few weed seeds, that sort of thing. However, the two trenches directly associated with the entrance of the cave, which is Trench 2, which contained the stairwell feature, Trench 15, which was the sort of forecourt area around the entrance to the cave, and also the cave deposits themselves, are totally different to this and very interesting. And I'm just going to briefly look at the plant evidence from these areas before moving on to consider the animal bones evidence. So first of all, the top pie chart here is just a summary of the sort of total grain assemblages from both the surface and the cave features. As you can see, we're really getting a sort of very predominant barley-rich assemblage. And not included on this graph, but we're getting a small percentage of hazelnut shell, and really predominantly we're getting sort of 90-95% cereal grain. It is very, very cereal grain rich. And we're getting a few weed seeds, which are presumably introduced from the environs of the site, and also maybe coming in as weeds of the cereal crop as well. But the plant macrofossil assemblage, and we're talking here of over 50,000 sort of plant macrofossil pieces, consisted of cereal grains. And as you can see, these are predominantly barley grains. First of all, it's important to stress this is an extremely large charred grain assemblage, particularly considering that over half of these grains were recovered from actually within the cave itself. We had sort of about 26,000 charred barley grains coming out of those deposits. The majority of the rest of the material was found in the 2 trenches around the entrance to the cave, and you can see this particularly in the lower pie chart, that really that's where the focus of the grains are. The grains were carbonised. There was actually no real evidence of any sort of waterlogged deposits on the site. And they really contained remarkably low levels of chaff or weed contaminants. There was not very many rachis fragments or other parts of the cereal plant. It was really just the grains we were getting, which indicates that the grains were deposited at a very late stage in the processing sequence, after they'd been sorted to remove all the sort of other impurities. On an Iron Age site, you would expect barley to be a common cereal grain. However, it wouldn't really be expected to be encountered in such numbers. And the quantities involved can't really be accounted for by a sort of domestic cooking accident or similar accident alone. From the surface deposits, particular concentrations were found in association with the hearth features, especially hearth F1520, which was sort of directly near the entrance to the cave. And this is the hearth from which the charred lyre fragment was found, and as we'll see later, some other quite interesting small finds were found from this hearth feature. So while animal bones could easily be seen to represent deposition of waste themselves, because bones themselves are actually never eaten by humans, in the case of the grain recovered, it's less easy to see how such massive cleaned grain deposits can be defined as sort of waste. Waste products from the use of barley are precisely what's missing. You're not getting the other parts of the cereal plant, the chaff and things like that. It's only the useful components which are represented. However, it's obviously in a very useless form. I mean, once it's been burnt, you can't consume it or anything like that. Maybe the barley was accidentally burnt. However, in such large quantities, this seems unlikely. Or maybe the barley was not consumed during an event. They had enough. They just sort of burned the waste. And so it's deposited in the cave alongside the bones and other debris. But it's unsatisfactory, however, because it leaves a question as to why it's uncooked and unground grain that's being deposited. You'd think if they were preparing it for a feast or something like that, they would have gone through all the processing sort of feature techniques with them and just had some left over. Such considerations really apply if it's normal sort of domestic waste, and again, the massive amounts of grain really suggest we're looking into a different sphere here, that there's possibly it's feasting waste rather than a normal domestic accident. So could the grain have been being stored in the cave? Is that why it's there? In the Iron Age, and this is seen throughout Iron Age Scotland, there are moves towards sort of larger pits or features such as souterrains, sort of dug into the ground close to settlements, possibly being used for food storage. There's quite a debate about whether such features are sort of being used for food storage or not. And in such locations, deposits of large assemblages of clean grain have been found burnt. But I think the non-domestic nature of High Pasture Cave really raises questions about this. Why would anyone want to store such quantities of grain here? There's no evidence particularly of any domestic dwelling at the site. So I think the nearest one is a good few hundred metres away. And also the bone passage is relatively damp. It's very questionable as to whether it would have been particularly successful to store grain here. Particularly in an area where rainfall is high and frequent, and we know water would have been sort of entering the cave. The grains themselves recovered from bone passage display little evidence of insect attack or sprouting or mould damage, so again they're not looking like they've been stored in this sort of damp, fairly horrible environment. And again, another question that would come from that is that we're seeing the large amounts of grain being burnt on the surface features as well, so that the grain appears to have been burnt on the surface before entering the cave. And I think a particularly interesting pattern from the soil micromorphology evidence is that we're not seeing particularly burning events going on in the cave, which obviously if the grain is being stored within the cave, they would have had to take it out to burn it and put it back in, which seems to sort of really make very little sense at all. So I think the third explanation is that maybe the grain represents some kind of offering or some sort of ritual or structured deposition. And I think this is particularly intriguing when considered alongside the other evidence from the cave, such as deposition of quernstones. There's a quernstone placed at the base of the stairwell within the cave. Obviously, we've got from later on human burials being sort deposited in the sort of closing sequences of the stairwell, and other sort of caches of interesting things being placed within the cave or in the sort of entrance to the cave itself. And so maybe the evidence taken all together does take this sort of explanation towards a sort of more unusual ritual or sacred explanation for why we're getting such quantities of cleaned grain here. So moving on to the animal bones. The animal bones are actually one of the first indicators at High Pasture Cave of something odd going on. An assemblage of bones was initially collected to prevent damage or further disturbance from visiting cavers. They identified that they were finding all these bones within the caves as they were exploring them. And again, I think it's important to emphasise that the particularly unusual assemblages are really associated with the caves themselves, particularly with regards to the bones from the surface deposits within the cave, which is something I'll explore a little later. In a somewhat different pattern to the charred plant remains, there are unusual deposits within the stairwell itself, and with the charred plant remains you're not getting many grains actually coming out of the stairwell deposits. In the surface trenches, however, cattle dominates, and many of the bones are broken, probably to access marrow, which is, as we sort of looked at earlier, a nutritional source which is very much accessed at this time. As you can see from the graph, trenches 2 and 15 contain the concentration of faunal material on the surface, which is quite similar, obviously, to the pattern we're seeing with the charred plant material. But with the bones, the material we're getting from trenches 2 and 15 is actually very different to the material from the cave, which is unlike the plant material, where there's a sort of quite clear match between the 2 points of evidence. The morphology of the cave suggested that the bones couldn't have sort of been thrown down into the caves or anything like that. It does appear to be a deliberate placement within the cave, and obviously the evidence of stairwells and things like that suggests the bones are actually being transported down into them. And as I discussed, the most interesting point, sort of part of the mammalian assemblage, is this disturbed, what we're calling context 1 deposit, which was sort of very much the surface deposit within the cave. So, what is interesting about the bone assemblage? Well, one of the first things that must be emphasised is its excellent condition. It's incredibly unusual for any mammal bone assemblage to be really this nice from the Iron Age, particularly when you consider it's in a relatively damp cave environment. Fragile elements such as ear bones and the hyoid, the front of the throat bone, were recovered. And the condition was even so good that for a high percentage of the pig bones, unfused epiphyses, which are the ends of the bone, were actually able to be refitted back onto the bones. I had a good fun playing a sort of like giant jigsaw puzzle, trying to get all these bones fitted back together. And this is something which is actually rarely attempted. Normally we're getting much more fragmentary material. The second point of interest, which I think is fairly clear from the context 1 assemblage, is it's dominated by pig, sort of 89%. This is unprecedented in other Hebridean sites. A general average is about 4% of pig. Sometimes that can rise to about 15% in often deemed fairly unusual levels there. Obviously, 90% is something really spectacularly different to that. Reconstructions of the past climates and habitats indicate that pigs would have struggled to survive in large numbers in Skye, not particularly due to the temperature, but actually due to the wind factor on the island. They would have struggled and probably needed quite a lot of human input in large numbers to be kept. And this really, again, makes the sort of high percentage of pig remains at High Pasture Cave somewhat baffling. And it's certainly not something that's reflected throughout the sort of archaeological sites of Skye as a whole. The quantity of pig in context 1 is an enormous contrast as well to the rest of the bone assemblages. Obviously, as I discussed, the surface assemblages are predominantly cattle-rich, and also the lower deposits within the cave, within these 3 trenches that were excavated, cattle again predominates, and also the bone is very much more smashed up in those positions. But because of the excellent preservation of the pigs, we could really look in further detail at this population of pigs present within the cave. It was possible to attempt to count, to estimate the number of pigs. In order to create the counts, attempts were made to refit these unfused juvenile bones, as I discussed earlier, refitting these epiphyses onto the diaphyses. And also we attempted to pair lefts and rights of the limb bones, which was mainly based on visual symmetry and also on measurements. And it's really actually quite surprising how clearly pairs were evident. And this sort of leads to a more accurate count that can take into account whether bones can come from the same individual or are so vastly different that we go, no, that's definitely 2 different animals. Using this technique, a total of 15 pigs was concluded from the postcranial elements, of which one individual was a perinatal. The mandibles and cranial elements, however, gave a count of 23 pigs, which may suggest some sort of additional deposition of skulls, as well as the whole sort of complete animals. It's likely that we're sort of looking at a minimum of 23 individuals being deposited in the cave. I think it's important to stress that this really, again, is quite a massive amount for this time. We're also, and it's not really reflected in this graph because here we were looking at the sort of pairing of left and right elements, but we were getting elements from the whole of the body, from the cranium, from the vertebrae, from the ribs, as well as the limb bones. And again, this suggests that we're not looking at a sort of deliberate deposition of meat-rich bones or only heads or things like that. We're getting really whole animals deposited, as well as these few extra possible skulls. The second thing we looked at doing was aging the pigs, and we aged them predominantly from using dental eruption and tooth wear data, so looking at whether their adult teeth had erupted, and we have a knowledge of what sort of months and years that happens at. From the aging of the jaws, there appears, as you can see, to be a major group of mandibles of 7 to 8 months in age, as well as a few older mandibles of varying age, which is actually a grouping not uncommon to pig assemblages that you get during this period. Pigs don't reach their full size and weight, though, until they're about 2 to 3 years old, and so we're obviously not seeing the sort of full sort of utilisation, the sort of full nutritional value of the pigs being used. Whilst evidence is more limited for the surface materials, really we're mainly getting single teeth from the pigs being recovered, we can again see a sort of age range from the pigs. So there's not necessarily a difference in this, but I do think it's quite interesting that we are getting this particular sort of pattern of 7 to 8 months coming up. And if we consider the time of year that these ages would represent, pigs in the wild are sort of born in a relatively short season around April in this area of the world, we can get an idea of the season of the death. And it's clear from doing this that there is a concentration of deaths around November to December, and I think this is the sort of particularly exciting thing that we're getting from this data, that there is this sort of concentration at one time of the year. Looking at the cut marks and chop marks on the bones, the majority of the working reflects dismemberment and filleting while the joints were still relatively flexible. And you can see from the top diagram that really a lot of the cut marks were being concentrated around the sort of areas of articulation, so sort of trying to break the bones up. Suggesting that the pigs were worked for meat while relatively fresh, which again suggests that the butchery is occurring on site, they're not being butchered elsewhere and being brought to site. However, and I think this is the really exciting thing about this, is that unlike the vast majority of domestic archaeological assemblages, the big pig bones are showing no evidence of having been broken to access the marrow. And this pattern really differs materially from the fragmentation seen in the bones of the surface trenches, where vast amounts of the bones were smashed up, and you could see very clearly they were being deliberately smashed for marrow, and also from the lower context within the cave, where again the material is much more fragmentary. The exploitation of bone fats is almost ubiquitous in the past, either as a source of food or as a use of grease or fuel, and the only methods of accessing such a resource is to smash the bones, and so the lack of bone breakage in Context 1 is really quite remarkable. One suggestion from this evidence is that the Context 1 assemblage may represent a pig feast, particularly when considered with the predominantly single season of death evidence. If all individuals were being killed at the same time, there may have been such a surplus of meat for the inhabitants that there was no need to extract sort of extra nutrition. They got enough meat, they were going to be full, so they didn't need to bother. However, there's also another intriguing pattern from the butchery at High Pasture Cave, which is that the skulls and jaws have not only been removed, but have been split down the medial line, which means sort of head to tail, down the centre of the skull. And you can see the skull in the slide here. And this actually continued that you were even seeing the splitting of vertebrae into the sort of left and right sides. The proportions of lefts and rights in the assemblage were similar. We're not seeing a deliberate deposition of only the right side of the body or only the left side, which you have seen at other unusual sites elsewhere. But it suggests that really there's no preference here, particularly about sides. What's interesting is that one of the cow deposits, and I'll go on to talk about these specific cow deposits in a minute, from Zone 2 also contained a skull, again split medially, and you could see on that skull a sort of fine score line, and then it had been sort of deliberately broken down that centre. Although, in all other respects, the cattle butchery is actually very different to the pigs, even in these specific deposits. From the pig bones, again, there are a few indications of burnings on the bones. This doesn't necessarily indicate that they weren't being heated in some way, but it does suggest they weren't being roasted, as may have been expected. Possibly we're looking at other cooking methods such as boiling, or it may be that they've just removed the meat from the bones and just not heating the bones at all. As I alluded to a minute ago, it's not only the unusual pig bones and context one that are exciting about the animal bone assemblage. We're getting a number of collections of butchered cattle bones from within the cave, and I think we're up to about 4 of these discrete deposits now. One of these forms an almost complete skeleton, and others appear to have been specifically placed in the cave as discrete deposits. One of them was from a ledge above the mainstream passageway, and there were sort of another 3 placed within the cave itself. One of the deposits from Bone Passage contains almost all the constituents of a 15-month-old cow skeleton. The animal is in fact so complete that the spine could be almost fully reconstructed, as you can see at the top, to the actual point of placing on the sort of unfused vertebral plates back onto the vertebrae. And this is really persuasive evidence that we are looking at sort of one cow skeleton being placed in this point. Unlike the pigs, though, the cow deposits are heavily fragmented, with each major bone being in multiple refitting pieces, and you can see that on the bottom picture. This suggests that the bones were being broken to access marrow following striking with a sort of substantial tool, and you are getting sort of very substantial tool marks on the bones. But I think particularly an interesting point that comes out of that is they're actually bothering to gather these fragments up and place them all together in one deposit. As I spoke about earlier, as well as the fracturing of the long bones for marrow, the skull of the cow in Zone 5 was split in half. Although, again, it's sort of unclear as to quite why they were doing this, whether it was to access the brain or whether it was just, again, part of this sort of splitting into 2 halves. Also, while, as I said, the stairwell itself didn't contain a large assemblage of mammal bones, a number of neonatal piglet, extremely juvenile cattle, and also perinatal dog bones were identified in the backfill of the entrance passage, but really only from contexts associated with the human burials, which I know Laura's going to go on to speak about later. And also a number of neonatal bones were identified from contexts associated with the entrance, particularly again with this hearth F1520, which is where the lyre fragment is from. So there's obviously some sort of interesting pattern going on there. So for context 45, which is where the human burial was coming from, perinatal pig bones represented. I think we can be fairly happy that we've had a perinatal piglet being placed here. We actually got quite a large proportion of the skeleton. And a good number of neonatal puppy bones were present in that context. However, it's a little less clear whether we're actually getting a whole puppy being deposited. We haven't really got enough evidence for that at the moment. But really, I think we're seeing some indication of very young animals being deposited in these sort of closure fills of the stairwell. I think it's quickly important to note that, as I said earlier, there are far more normal contexts on the site. It's not all exciting stuff. And in the cave, it's clear that the lower trench deposits excavated are of this much more fragmentary, normal appearance. While they are still fairly pig-rich, we're talking about sort of 20% pig as opposed to 90% pig. And they also have far less charred plant remains within these contexts. And I wonder whether we're looking at a sort of changing use of the cave over time, where it's a more sort of midden deposit, more domestic use of the cave for maybe refuse disposal, and then this really exciting, possibly single event sort of use of the cave for something very different. So finally, just to summarise, I think it's clear there are a number of particular areas of very high interest in the environmental evidence at High Pasture Cave. From context 1, both from the disturbed pig-rich deposits and the cow deposits identified within the cave, and also the burial of very young animals linked to the human skeletal burial in the closure of the entrance to the cave, which we think happened sometime later. From the plant remains, to summarise, a massive amount of grain has been deposited, both deliberately in the cave, and apparently this seems to be from burning events in the area close to the cave entrance. As I just spoke about, a changing use in the cave is also seen through this evidence, with the lower cave deposits, as well as the assemblages from many of the surface features, appearing much more standard for Iron Age assemblages. I think what you can really say is that certainly the people unquestionably held whatever was happening here in high regard, because this evidence really shows they were expending a significant amount of their scant resources on this. At the very least, certain areas of the remains are unusual, and there's nothing really about these that are suggesting normal domestic refuse. On its own, does such evidence say ritual feasting? Maybe, maybe not. At the very least, I think it certainly suggests some form of deliberate excess going on at specific events. And really, just to reiterate, I think we can say that the animal bones and child plant remains confirm this is anything but a normal, run-of-the-mill archaeological site, which I think we can see through many other lines of evidence as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you for getting us back on time. Does anyone have a quick question for Carrie? If you have, push your green button. No. So we'll move on now to a talk prepared by Dr. Jackie Mulville. Unfortunately, she has damaged her leg, and she won't be here, so I think Steve is going to stand in for her, and we'll dig her up later. Had she been here, she would have told us about bringing home the beef, the animal bone from Fiscavaig rock shelter.
Thank you very much. As you probably well realise, I'm no animal expert, so I'll do my best with this. Sorry, Alan. There we go. You'll see this is work undertaken by Jackie and particularly Claire Ingram, but other students at the University of Cardiff in respect with the Fiscavaig rock shelter, where again we do have a very important animal bone assemblage. Fiscavaig had produced a reasonable large assemblage of material from the cave and rock shelter, should I say, with around 20,000 fragments recovered, of about 1,500 were identifiable to species. The bone at the site is generally in good condition, with preserved surfaces. Recovery was by hand collection. No sieving took place at the site. It was just too far out of the way to get any equipment in for that sort of thing. And the material contained instances of articulating bones and also unfused shafts with accompanying epiphyses, very similar to what Carrie was just saying about our Pasture cave, suggesting movement of material after deposition. But what we're looking at is significantly quite complete animals, I think, at the site. Burning, probably around 6% of the bone recovered had been burnt. Jackie says it's relatively high compared to some settlement sites. Some material showed more increased evidence of burning, almost calcined, although we have got the ores we know at the site. And evidence suggests there is a possible cattle cremation which needs a little bit more work to look at, and heavily burnt remains of a cow. 10% of all bone demonstrates butchery marks, again, which is reasonably high for these sort of assemblages, which are normally around 5%, Jackie says. However, there's an unusual focus on using heavy bladed tools, with 63% of the bone chopped, about 26% showing cut marks, and 10% had either been struck or snapped with heavy tools. It by something, obviously no blade markers left behind, so maybe stone tools or whatever, or wooden objects or something. Cattle are predominantly butchered by heavy bladed tools, and the cattle demonstrate more butchery evidence, and obviously being a larger animal, they generally require more division into usable parts. However, an unusual amount of chopping and unusual working on the interior cavities of the cattle inside the ribs. Chopping bone will tend to blunt sharp tools, so good butchers tend to avoid hacking through the bone. Is this a sign of a good availability of metal tools, or the ability to sharpen tools on the site? And hopefully Fraser might shed a little bit of light on that later in his talk. And how do you carry all this sort of processing out in a rock shelter such as Fiscavaig, which is, as you see, well out of the way and difficult of access? We've got some gnawing by dogs, around 9%, which is lower than settlement sites, but you'd understand that from this site at Fiscavaig. Dog bones are present, but the material, she says, is not subject to probably to the attention too much of resident dogs. I'm not sure. We'll come back to that one. Species present. The range of species is similar to other Scottish insular and mainland sites, with the big three domesticates, cattle in particular, 83% in the Fiscavaig side, along with some sheep, goat and pig dominating the assemblage. And there you can just see the percentages. Other species, a bit more detail on the other species. Goat is also recorded as being present, although this requires further clarification. The IDs are generally on Orncores and Umeri, but there are few records of goat across the islands, but they do not tend to appear until the Norse period, a good few centuries later. There is some evidence of safer dog on the site, but no cats. The wild species are made up of red deer, wolf, a few bird bones, and the odd fish vertebra. In the minimum number of animals at the site over the old period, if this is calculated, it sort of adds up to around 57 cattle, 12 sheep and 7 pigs. Now here we're looking at a site, as I mentioned before, probably utilised for 60 or 80 years, but these are periodic episodes and events we're identifying now within the stratigraphy at the site. And it is highly likely that most of these cattle and animal remains relate to two major possible closing events at the site. Very similar perhaps to what Carrie has been talking about, this pig deposit within the cave. This is a highly unusual profile when compared to other sites in the Hebrides and elsewhere in Scotland. This can be compared with other mainland, inner and outer Hebridean sites. Proportion of cattle compared to sheep and pig there. As can be seen, there are other sites with as many cattle as Fiscavaig, so quite unusually high numbers there. Cattle appear to be relatively more abundant on the inner than the outer Hebrides. Nearby places like Dunardtrek, Mackay had a reasonable assemblage of cattle bone there, making up to something like around 50% of the assemblage. And now we come to the cattle age, if you like. This is the other interesting aspect of this quite unique assemblage. Not only are the unusually common at Fiscavaig, but the population made up almost entirely of adult animals. There is a good sample size of mandible, so this data is robust, along with other measurements on long bones and such thing. So as you can see there, you're looking at certainly majority being adults, but also some incredibly old animals. I mean, she says senile there. I don't know how that fits in years-wise, but old animals at the end of their working life, possibly. There's some fusion data here, and it confirms the mandibular data from the cattle, showing that these are old animals. However, the bone evidence does indicate that a few neonates are present. Again, something reflected at other sites around the Hebridean Islands, elsewhere in Scotland. Little note here on Crosskirk Brock, which I think is up in Caithness, yes. This can be compared with the Fiscavaig site, to some extent can be compared with Crosskirk Brock, which has a large assemblage of cattle, comparatively detailed analyses. At Crosskirk there are younger animals present, with a peak and slaughter of prime meat, sub-adult animals, followed by a later cull of adult animals. And hopefully that data just shows that there. If we look at the other inner Hebridean capital-dominated assemblages, we have to do this by combined age classes due to the analytical techniques used. We can see that all of the sites have a higher slaughter rate of young animals, and that is probably something we do see more typically across Iron Age sites. And the Fiscavaig data is this lighty blue line on the right-hand side there. Compared to the Western Isles, it appears a very different system of cattle husbandry is being practised here on Skye at Fiscavaig. On the Outer Hebrides and indeed on the Northern Isles, cattle die significantly younger. These differences will be explored further via dietary stable isotope comparison of cattle and dental microwear in future studies on this material. So Fiscavaig is more in line with the inner Hebridean sites, but still has an extreme version or a number of older cattle dominating the assemblage. Are they just importing joints of meat to the cave? Especially given the cave's location and access, getting cattle there would be tricky, as she says, so joints of meat would be expected. But from the data that's been analysed and the full assemblage, entire cattle are appearing at the site. There's little evidence for side selection, very similar to what Carrie's saying about the pigs, and apart from a lack of the smaller toes and a slight emphasis on forelimbs, it appears that entire cattle, alive or dead, were turning up at this very remote and inaccessible site. We have to say how and why. What is the purpose for this? There's evidence of rapid butchery, with many articulate bones left on the sites. At around 60 examples of articulated bone were recovered. Rather than complete or partial burials, these often appear to be butchery waste, especially from the hock joints and things like this, so down on the legs. And these haven't gone on to be processed further, which again makes us compare with what Carrie's saying about the Pasture Cave pigs. You know, they're not getting the full nutrition from these joints of meat, but they're just being deposited in the midden as they are. Phalanges are often also found in pairs. Other articulating elements suggest the incomplete processing of limbs, with articulating upper and lower limbs. Also, it is possible to pair limbs, very similar to what Carrie was doing with the pigs at Pasture Cave. This suggests processing and deposition within one context or event, or lack of processing of material replaced together after butchery or cooking. All of these are possible and have parallels elsewhere in the Hebrides. If we look at the actual meat weights there, Jackie's been looking at for an individual year, it gives you some idea of the sort of sheer weight of meat that's represented by these 57 cattle. And as I say, we're not looking at one event, but certainly looking at the stratigraphy, we had material assigned to two major contexts. So we could be looking at two potential feasting events where this material was deposited. Over what period of time is difficult to say, but from the stratigraphy, I'd say from working on that site, we know that deposition was very quick, because throughout the context you've got bones, bracing from the top of the context to the bottom, and it's not been disturbed since deposition, so it shows very little evidence for that. So I think what we're seeing is a real factory of significant amounts of meat being consumed over a potentially very short period of time. A number of these cattle were old enough to show age-related arthritis. As yet, metrical analysis has not been undertaken, but this may be able to identify the sex of the cattle. And it's likely that many of these, on initial assumptions and analyses, are older breeding stock, possibly utilised for milk or have reached the end of their useful lives. So we're looking at very old cows, if you like. It is likely that these animals will be killed in the autumn to avoid having to overwinter them. So why target older animals? Were they imported from other sites? How many? Were they all or whatever? There's a potential there to use migrational isotopes to look at that data to see if they're local to Skye, to Fiscavaig, or if they may have come from elsewhere. Deposited at the end of their useful lives, you could use the measurements to distinguish sex and other types, and extract other types of data. And, are we, looking at the full data set, we could look at potential parts of the assemblage, if you like, that's missing. And compare to, she says, vellum sites such as Iona. I'm not quite sure what's coming from that, but just some thoughts I think she's having about potential other things that are going on. The other species, there is a reasonable quantity of sheep remains. However, they also derive mostly from older animals with a peak at around 2 to 3 years of age, with no mandibles from animals under 12 months of age. Fusion evidence suggests that they come from a slightly broader age range with some younger animals present. Again, very different to the pattern we see in the Outer Hebrides sheep assemblies from INA sites. She has not as yet, Jackie has not yet as closely examined relationships with potential inner Hebridean sites, but generally there appears to be older animals again being utilised at the Fiscavaig rock shelter. Again with the sheep-goat, at least some entire carcasses have been deposited, although they show a slightly increased bias towards front limbs, and have even fewer toes present. So again, could we potentially be looking at joints that already have bits trimmed off being carried into the site for consumption, making them an easier package to carry into the site? The pigs, these make up the smallest group of these main three species dominating the site. These animals are again slightly older than the populations recovered at other sites. So again, animals towards the end of the working life, or useful life, if you like. Body part distribution is slightly patchier in the pigs, with a distinct lack of foot bones and no metapodia. So again, parts of the lower limbs, I think. Going on to some other species, wolf has been identified at the site using tooth measurements, normally quite a difficult one to tell between a large dog and a wolf, I believe. That's telling me better, but certainly I think Jackie had within the assemblage some good data to say that we definitely have the remains at least one wolf at the site, from maxillar evidence and also from one paw from the animal. Oops, sorry. Wolves are extremely rare in the archaeological record. We do have a few. We've got some wolf remains from Pasture Cave, and also potentially mentioned by Platt being present in the prehistoric levels at Jarlshof in Shetland. And again, most likely they're just a traded item. I think it's probably one tooth or something like this. She's made a mention here, were these bones from skins, or were they killed as pests or whatever? Obviously various things we can look into that. Other canids at the site, I mentioned before about dogs, various other bits of dogs, generally large animals, and there may also be other wolves present here, or they could be just very large hunting type dogs. A number of the animals at Fiscavaig are bigger than Labradors or Greyhounds, and for example, she says dogs on Iona, generally that they've been identified only around about 30 centimetres high around this time during the Iron Age. And which bits are present? Very large canines and mandible fragments, fragments of femur and tibia from at least 2 to 3 different dogs, butchered astragalus, that's the ox bone, which shows chop marks, so again looking at potential carcass division of one of these animals. But she's suggesting why not use a knife if you're after the skin of this animal, unless they are using it for food, of course. And foot bones also present. Looking at the red deer most likely mostly antler, with a few meat bones, one of which shows chopping marks, but rather lower numbers compared to other sites from this period. One antler pick, Fraser confirms, was recovered from the site, although we did have other pieces of antler unused, which was perhaps been taken to the site ready for processing into some of the objects that Fraser will be telling us about this afternoon. Evidence of antler and bone working, as I mentioned, and Fraser will be looking at that. Valuable assemblage of material. They contribute, this is the red deer, contribute to the debate on the size of inner versus outer Hebridean deer assemblages. And this idea about island dwarfism, the deer in the outer isles do appear to be smaller in a lot of the outer Hebridean islands. So that's something that can be compared and looked at in more detail. One Fiscavaig measurement is indicating a very large deer deposited, or parts of a deer deposited on site, and a debate that will be continued. Jackie has been working on this for some time now. Other species, odd bits and pieces as you can see, a fox scapula possibly, 2 leg bones, 1 amphibian bone. Pasture Cave, something we've never mentioned, but we did have quite a big assemblage of amphibian bones from the Pasture Cave site. Few birds, domestic goose, which is an interesting one, and guillemot, which still nest on the cliffs above the site, so they could have been exploited in that way. And the few fish bones she's looked at, there's congreel and a fragment of whalebone, which could have been a washed-up carcass or whatever. We know that during the Iron Age, whalebone is a much sought-after material, so not a great surprise. I thought with this site we would have had more whalebone present. It just wasn't there. This is something I'm not too good with, so it's about the stable isotopes. Very briefly, what it is saying, this is work, as you can see from at the bottom there, from Janet Montgomery and others, looking at stable isotopes. I think what she's showing there is the Fiscavaig animals that have been looked at there, which I think were cattle, fitting quite nicely with other herbivores from the area. And nothing, I don't think, too unusual. Hopefully Mandy could sort of expand as she talks about isotopes in more detail on the Pasture cave material. Obviously, just before I go on to finish off, the isotopes are very important, of course. You know, in that way we can look at the animals in more detail in relation to where they derive from. Are they from that local part of Skye, grazing on the basalts or whatever, or could they be carried in by boat from areas much further afield? It would be a very interesting question. Could it be different groups of society bringing animals to this site for slaughter where people met and held these special activities, maybe feasting and this sort of thing? As yet, we've been unable, should I say, to feed Jackie too much contextual detail. So that's something that has to go on now. We can start to look at the grid squares that we sampled this material from these trenches at Fiscavaig and start to look at refitting pieces and the spatial distribution of the bone that's been recovered. And to summarise, you know, thinking about what all this means, a very unusual site, very much like Pasture gave again in a way, and that's why we wanted really to introduce Fiscavaig alongside the Pasture Cave data here today that we have up to now. Species abundance, obviously age of all the domesticates, deposition of articulated waste, not all the meat is exploited. So again, was a potential, like Carrie was saying, an overabundance of food at these very special events. Strange butchery practices, there's haphazard chopping and hacking at the bone, whereas obviously with the pigs we see very much more intricate butchery using the tools they had available to them. And then generally, like HPC, she said it is fitting a feasting criteria where you have a surplus of animal that you could use, and it didn't matter if you slung some of it away into the midden and leave it to waste away. Okay, I think that's me done. Thank you very much. Some more slides.
What's more?
Oh yeah, look at that. I'll just show these slides. Obviously, she's just talking about feasting. Interesting thing there, what is it good for? Some of the ideas I was thinking about there with Pasture Cave. You know, the different types of evidence we're seeing, but yes, feasting alone. There lots of people go to the site. That's something we ask about both sites, and that's a question we have to still answer. I think if we relate to the meat that's being consumed in these very special events, at least, not necessarily the histories of the site, but these very special events, then we can say perhaps that, yes, quite a lot of people are there to consume this meat. And again, just some of the things we were saying before. Hopefully, that is the end for now. And some thank yous there, of course. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. I'm kind of minded of a story my father told me about growing up in Inverkeithing, that near Inverkeithing there's some quarries, and in one of them lived a guy who they termed Harry the Bear, who lived in a shack. And the kids, when they were bored, used to go up on the top of the cliffs above the shack and lob bricks at Harry the Bear, just to excite him. And part of Fiscavaig, I always imagine, is the man down there with a chopper, just furious at this cattle coming down, chopping the legs off his dog or whatever, and being kept down there with a rain of cattle and pig and stuff. Anyway, less fantasy. We'll turn now to the burnt bone and the story that's going to tell us. And I think first it's Sheena Fraser from Edinburgh University, and she'll be followed by Dr. Catherine McSweeney. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am going to give you a very brief overview of the burnt and the wet sieve bone fragments from High Pasture Caves. I'll be followed by, as Rod said, by Kath McSweeney, who's going to talk about the dysarticulated human bone remains that we found. This is just some basic facts about the collection of the burnt and wet sift bone. Draw your attention to the fact that the average weight is 0.06 grams. And to give you that in context, humerus from a cattle, an upper forelimb bone for a Shetland cow at the National Museum of Scotland weighs 596 grams. So you're looking at 1,000th of the weight of a large cattle bone when you're looking at the average weight of fragment here. I think you might also notice that complete bones, which were the little compact bones, either foot bones or caudal bones, was less than 0.2% of the collection we were looking at. What we were doing when we were going through these bone collections was, first of all, to determine if human bone was present, and I think that was the priority question for us, to see whether, given the nature of the site, that there was anything going on with humans there. We were trying to look at the pattern of burning to see if that would give us any clue as to what sort of heat sources we'd been looking at there. I was hoping to identify and to combine with the work that Carrie Drew had done in terms of what animals or animal groups were represented. We were also doing something that I think you heard referred to with Jackie Mulville's talk. You're always asking this question, are the animals coming in joints, or are they coming in as whole animals? And that's quite an interesting question as to the way that the site is being used. We were also looking for any evidence of special deposits. So here are the list of the sources of burning bones, and they can be from both human or from natural sources. So the one perhaps you don't think about so much is that they can be actually located under the source of a fire and they will still burn, and I think you saw that with Joe Mackenzie showing you that ground mass can burn if it's underneath a fire. Same with bone. Bone is composed of both inorganic and organic material, and this gives it mechanical strength but flexibility. So what you get when you go through burning with bone is that you get modification of this bone. And at temperatures of about 180 degrees C, you start to get water vapour coming off, and that can cause cracking. As you go up to around 330 degrees C, you're turning your organic matter into carbon. And that's when you get bones that are described as charred or smoked or black, and something you're probably quite familiar with yourself in terms of noticing that in barbecues and things. Most of the collagen then, as you increase the temperature up to 360 to 525 degrees C, you start to get this oxidized, and it's actually starting to leave the bone. And this process is over by about 600 degrees C. So by that stage, you've only got the mineral element left of the bone. And even this mineral element can be adapted and reformed in very high temperatures of over 800 degrees C. So the burning impacts on the size and the strength of the bone, both microscopically and macroscopically. The bones become fragile, brittle, and susceptible to fragmentation. And this is true during the burning process. It is true when they're deposited. It's true when they're in deposit, because it can be very susceptible to trampling. It's also true during the archaeological recovery and identification. The quote there is from Lee Lyman, and it's a posh way of saying that an awful lot of these bones become into such small fragments you can't actually identify them. In the study, we used 7 categories of burning to try and tease out the different levels of burning that were going on there. But this scheme is only giving you indications of a general range of burning characteristics. There's been quite a few experiments and also ethnological surveys done of bones, and it can be true that a different bone with the same level of exposure to burning for the same length of time will have different burning patterns. So what you've got is guidance here. You haven't got an absolute, it's this colour, it must be this. It's very much more subtle than that. And it's also true that bones exposed to long burning, even at temperatures of 500 degrees C, may lose some of their carbon material. This is just a picture of one of the contexts to give you a sort of flavour of the type of graduation of burning that we were looking at, from fully calcined through to partially burnt and slightly burnt. This is another context, and here I was just going to make the point that on the, I can use the pointer, can't I? On this one here, that's good enough condition to be able to tell that that's the maxillary teeth of a cow or cattle, and all these pieces are fragments, and it just, I think it serves to illustrate, that's probably, could be just two teeth there. It serves to show the fragmentation that you're looking at there. That's a sheep, goat, mandible, and this little bit here is the hinge of a jaw. And so these ones give you some hope that you can get some identification of what's going on there. But, for example, another piece like that would have to be classed as a medium mammal shaft fragment, and you can't do any more with the bone like that. This is the collection by weight for the whole collection, and it shows this graduation of burning. It is mostly calcined bone, but there are all gradations of burning coming in through the collection. If I take that into percentage graphs and I collapse the three calcined groups into one and the charred and slightly burnt, partially burnt into another, you can see that we're getting the same pattern through the different trenches, albeit with some variation and increased charring in trench 6. When we looked at the bone fragments, 12% by weight and 5% by number could be allocated to animal species. There was no human bone identified during this process, apart from the few unburnt and slight burn fragments that Kath's going to talk to you about in 5 minutes' time. Cattle dominated this group, but remember, I'm looking at weight. So a cattle bone is obviously much heavier than a sheep bone, so that's only really telling you that there's presence of these animals there, and that sheep are the largest medium mammal present. This is doing the graphs again by distribution on a percentage basis by weight, and again you can see that cattle is dominating in all the separate trenches. So the trend we're seeing for the overall collection is not massively different from the ones we're finding on individual trenches. But, you know, once we get down to looking at the individual context, we might see more subtle differences coming through there. I'm going to talk about the three main domestic species. So first of all, cattle were the dominant group in terms of the number of contexts and the weight. We got isolated teeth from both upper and lower jaws. Unlike the main collection, the cattle bones were predominantly charred. And we did find, though, that all parts of the skeleton were present, and they had a distribution of burning patterns. The bones I found indicated animals that were juvenile, subadult and adult. But I think the data that Carrie's looked at would also say there was a presence of neonatal animals. What you can't do with burnt bone is to give the whole mortality profile of the collection, because you're looking at such a small part of it. You can tell what's there, and you can tell these animals at that age were existing, but you can't really create a mortality profile when you're looking at less than 5% of the bones that you've recovered. The sheep were present in 44 contexts, and they were mainly calcined, so that's a different pattern from the one we're seeing from cattle. Again, there was all parts of the skeletons present, and they had a range of burning patterns on them. This time, most of the bones that I could age were from younger animals. And in fact, I only found one older animal bone. With pigs, I got a different category. We had 25 contacts with them in it, but it was dominated by tooth fragments and by foot bones. Now, one of the things with the identification of the burnt bone is that teeth of pigs are quite easily identified, so probably what I'm showing there is an over-identification of the pig bones, because I could recognise them as pig bones, whereas a lot of the other bone fragments I would have had to said were ruminant teeth because they were so fragmented. So we seem to be getting a different pattern of pig from the rest of the species. And I am getting only younger animals when I'm doing the ageing there, which ties up with the fact that most of the pig bones that Carrie was looking at were also from younger animals. There were some red deer bones, including antler and some foot bones, and it's not clear from this whether whole red deer were coming in or whether they were being processed, coming in as material for bone working. I had various carnivore teeth, including dog, and we also got some otter, but the question mark on that is they were deciduous teeth, and I also got a caddis fly larvae, which must have come from the wet sieving at the burn. And so, when you get very small amounts of teeth like that, you have to bear in mind that there could be another source for them and look at what the general collection is at the same time to decide if that was a factor. We also got rodents, including wood mouse and field vole, and we know that they're on the site at the moment. So again, if you've got a research question and you wanted to know if they were from the Iron Age, you probably need to do some dating of them, because they could be from that period, but they could just as easily have been from the ones that are nesting there at the moment. I'm coming back now to the sort of research questions that we had at the beginning of the talk, and I've already said that Kath's going to talk about the human bones that we found. We found no evidence of human cremation deposits, and we didn't do any identified specimens when we did the bone survey. The only fragments that Kath's going to talk about were actually identified on site as human remains, and we didn't find any to add to that collection. A high level of calcine would suggest that there's been human-induced burning, which is probably not of great surprise since we've got hearths on the site. That burning could be from campfires, waste disposal, or possibly using as fuel. Particularly if there was iron smelting on the site, it might have been that some of the bones were a useful source of fuel. But we didn't find any cremated animal bones caches either. So we didn't get, in the sort of classical Greek sense of the word, we didn't get burnt offerings where a piece of animal was actually burnt to a destruction. There was no evidence of that on the site. From the burnt bones, the cattle and the sheep goat were the main species. All the portions were recovered. Pigs were really only represented by parts of their body, and the main wild species recovered was deer. And now I'd like to hand over to Kath to talk about the unburnt and partially burnt human bone. Thank you very much.
Okay, as Sheena said, I'm going to talk about the isolated human remains from High Pasture Cave. Laura Sinfield will be speaking after me and talking about articulated human remains. But there were a few isolated human remains in the cave. As Sheena's already explained, I was first asked to become involved in this project because of the burnt bone, and I've worked on quite a few Scottish cremations. Cremation was one of the main burial rites in prehistoric Scotland, and we have many of those, and I've done quite a few over the years, so which is why I got involved in the project. And of course, of major importance was whether or not there were any human remains amongst the burnt bone, and also to assess the degree of burning. Just to put it into context, this is a group of fragments that came from some of the earlier excavations at High Pasture Cave up to 2007. And you can see the size of the fragments that Sheena was talking about, and also the variability in colour. And I'm going to say a wee bit more about colour changes in human bones in a minute. So just to summarise quickly what we have found to date, there was no human bone discovered up until 2008. And there was a fairly large quantity of material was examined up until that stage. Since then, so from 2008, 2009, 2010, we have 34 complete and fragmented, disarticulated human bones. That's not an awful lot when you consider that probably half of those came from one fragment of cranium, so very, very small fragments, and I'll go into detail about what was found in a minute. They came from 4 trenches within the site. Trench 2 was in the stairwell. Trench 15 and 21 came from the forecourt, and Trench 17 came from the bone passage cave, bone passage itself within the cave. That's just some of the context numbers that held fragmented human remains. Just to expand a wee bit on what Sheena had said about colour variations in burnt bone, there is a recognisable change that occurs in the colour of bone with increasing temperatures. And this is an experiment that was carried out, or the results of an experiment that was carried out for various durations and also in various conditions, so in the air and topsoil. And you can see that the first change in bone is it turns to a kind of reddishy brown colour, then it gradually gets darker until it's black, and then the colour change is then it gets lighter, the bone gets lighter and lighter until you can get almost white bone. Experiments have shown that this is linked to fairly precise temperatures, although there have been some variations in the results produced during experimentations. But less than 200 degrees centigrade, you get a gradual darkening. Roughly about 300 degrees centigrade, you get a shift to black. And above that, you get the change to grey. Although, as I said, there are some slight differences according to the environment. And although some of these bones were burned for 1 hour and others for 3 hours, and although there are slight differences in the results, nevertheless the general principle is the same. So you can see here that we do have a variation in colour, and this is all animal bone. These are some of the burnt human remains that were discovered since we looked at the initial material that was the burnt material. These are small skull fragments, came from Trench 2 in a hearth, and you can see that some of the fragments are blackened. They maybe have a whitish colour on the outside, but if you look at the structure of the bone internally, you can see that they're blackened, and that is very typical of bone that has been burned in a fire to around 300 or 400 degrees centigrade. Just to put it into context, and let you see some photographs of human bone when it's been burned. This is a site, it was Arran High School, one of the sites that I was involved in. We actually have very good preservation here. It's quite remarkable for cremated bone. What happens when bone is cremated is that it shrinks initially, then it can become distorted, and it fragments. And depending on how well it's been collected afterwards and how well it's been buried, sometimes they may be buried in urns, and the urn provides a degree of protection. You get varying degrees of fragmentation, but this is actually in quite good condition. Here we have some finger bones, and they're complete, which is quite unusual. But you can see the distortion in some of them. This is a fragment of mandible. This is a piece of the pelvis. And just for comparison, and you can see the light colour there. You also can get a slight coloration from the nature of the soil as well. So although the bones are light in colour, they might be yellowish or reddish, or depending on the soil itself. And that, for comparison, is the skull fragments from High Pasture Cave. So they weren't cremated. We've established that. We did have some burnt bones, as you can see, and the only evidence of burnt bone is from Trench 2. And we'll hear more about Trench 2 this afternoon because of some of the really interesting finds that came from there. And they were charred. So that's quite consistent with being burned in a fire. So temperatures probably of up to 300 to 400 degrees. These were the bones that came from Trench 2. So we had, these 15 fragments of cranium of the slide that you've just seen. We had a foot phalanx, so a toe bone from an individual who was aged at least 14. We had, what else we have? Almost complete immature right pubis. So this is part of the pelvic bone. From an individual aged about 6 to 12 months. Then we also had a fragment of lumbar vertebrae, and because of the development of the bone, we know that that's from an individual who aged at least 21 years of age. There were some smaller pieces of bone that couldn't really be securely identified, but interestingly we had a fetal pig bone along with these remains. We also had some foot bones and another phalanx of toe, so another another toe bone. We had a metatarsal from an individual and an ankle bone, and these three bones here could have belonged to the same individual. They were all left foot bones. So from Trench 2 we had at least 3 individuals. We had an adult, we had an infant aged about 6 to 12 months, and we had a fetus. The fetus, unfortunately, was only represented by a very small foot bone, and there are no clear standards for actually aging a bone, that kind of bone. But we know, just based on the general size, that it had not reached full term. These are the foot bones that I was telling you about. So this is a bone that's associated with big toe. This is a phalanx, so one of the toe bones, and this is the ankle bone. This one we know was from an adult because this part of the bone here had not fused. It's a separate part during childhood and adolescence, and then sometime during adolescence it fuses to the main bone. So that's how we age the bones, such as the foot bones. And the other two, just basically by the general size, we suspect that they're from an adult. But you can see they're all slightly damaged. This one is the most complete, but there's a little bit of damage there at the end. That's just a fragment of cranium, and that's a part of the parietal, so one of the bones at the top and the side of the head. Okay, so that's Trench 2. Oh yes, some more bones from Trench 2. Sorry, this is the fetal bone from. So it's one of the foot bones from a fetus, as I said. This is a piece of pelvis, and it's part of the pelvis at the front that forms the pubic area of the pelvis, and that's from a child aged about 6 months, 6 to 9 months, something like that. From Trench 15, we had another fragment of parietal bone, and we had a tooth bone, an incisor, that was from an individual who had reached the age of at least 10, and we know that because that's the time that it takes for that to fully develop. How much older than that is difficult to say. We also, from 10 to 17, we had a lower right deciduous molar, and that was an unerupted tooth from an individual aged about 6 months old. It was unerupted because the root hadn't formed, only the crown of the tooth had formed and the root had not yet started to develop. This is, it's an immature humerus, so part of the upper arm bone, again from a child of about, maybe around about 9 months of age, 6 to 9 months, something like that. Okay, so we had, it depends how you, how you count your individuals, because they came from different parts of the site, whether they're related or not. But we know we had an adult from the cranial fragments, from some vertebrae, from hand bones and foot bones. We had a fetus stroke perinate. We don't know exactly at what stage of fetal life the child was. And then we had this infant of less than a year, and that was represented by the molar, the unerupted molar, the fragment of humerus and the fragment of pelvis. So counting how many individuals, as I said already, it depends how you count them, whether or not you count them as a whole, so taking the numbers as a whole, and with the possibility of fragments being moved around the cave at some point. So if we just took the 34 bones, or fragments of bones, we had one adult, one infant, and one fetus. If we consider the trenches, so these are isolated deposits of bones, we could have had 3 adults, 3 infants, and a fetus. Unfortunately, there was no indication of sex of any of the individuals. We didn't have the right bones remaining, and there was no information on any pathology because we're just dealing with such small fragments of bones. So we need to think about the possible explanation for the presence of these isolated human remains. It could have been accidental inclusion. That's a possibility. We often come across isolated fragments of bones. Laura Sinfield is going to talk in a minute about the articulated bones. And it's possible that at least some of these bones there were stray bones from the articulated burial. Maybe there were deliberate depositions. There's some indications that at least the skull fragments, the charred skull fragments, may have been deliberate. Or there could have been a combination of deliberate and accidental. But these are some of the questions that remain for us to decide and discuss. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kath.
Oh, thank you. Nothing.
So we've met some of our fragmentary friends, and we're going to now meet some whole ones, I think. And this is it's Dr. Laura Sinfield from Edinburgh University. She's going to talk to us now about the human remains from High Pasture Cave.
Just the arrow keys, yeah.
Yes, all that on the machine as well. There were, and that's the button you go for to blind us. And that's the microphone.
No, that's not fine. That's going backwards. Right. I have to work out which way is backwards and which way is forwards. I get the exciting job because I don't have to talk about microscopic things. I get to talk about skeletons, which is much more fun. This is the main skeleton. To put this into context in the site, that stairwell that you've been hearing about all morning, where you have a natural hollow where the ground changes, and as one walks along this hollow, getting lower and lower below the surrounding ground level, there is then a hole in the ground, a sinkhole down into the cave system, which at various times in prehistory had a range of types of stone stairs leading down. And it is a considerable depth down as well. It's, I don't know the exact drop, but it's at least 12 foot or so, if not more. This individual is an adult female. in her early 30s. She was buried lying across the top of that stairwell. The stairwell was backfilled in probably a single incident. It was completely blocked up with earth and rubble. And the last thing they did, when they blocked up this stairwell, they blocked the access down into the cave system after using it for however many centuries. They then buried this woman lying on her back across the fill of the stairwell, which is intriguing. She was lying on her back with the back of her head resting on the top steps and her feet sort of across to where the lintel was. She also had what I will technically describe as a great big pointy rock smashed into her face. The kind of rock that you need two hands to lift. It's not a small stone that somebody picked up. This is a big pointy rock smashed into her face, which is why the facial bones are so badly damaged. The reason her chest area is so badly damaged is she had another large rock smashed into her rib area, into the chest. I don't know why. There's a lot of possible explanations. In this photo, the reason that she appears to be missing her right thigh and her left upper arm is because those were taken for sampling for various other scientific tests. They were there originally. Preservation is middling. There's a scale of 0 to 5, and she came out as a 3. So, middling preservation. Although I have to say, that's middling preservation in terms of archaeological skeletons across all periods, across Britain. There are some worse, there are some better. In terms of archaeological skeletons from this period in this part of Britain, the preservation is brilliant. This is exceptional preservation and exceptional excavation and recovery, because as well as these adult remains, scattered around were, not shown in this photo, some, but not all, of the bones of at least 2 very, very, very young individuals. One from the middle trimester of fetal development, 3 to 6 months of pregnancy, and one from around the time of birth. Might have been the last couple of weeks of pregnancy, might have been the first couple of weeks of life after birth. So this just raises more and more questions. But you'll see in a minute the size of some of those fetal bones in particular, absolutely tiny. And to have those preserved at all is exceptional. The other thing I've mentioned in this slide is the adult. These blunt force trauma injuries to the chest and the face, there's no sign of any bone reaction, but bone, it takes time to respond. If you break your arm, then the bone will respond to having been broken, assuming you survive breaking your arm, but it will take days, at least 5 days really, possibly longer, for the bone to start showing anything. So if somebody has massive blunt force trauma to the skeleton, they die after, say, 3 or 4 days, probably we're not going to be able to tell years later whether they were alive or not at the time of the injury. So we don't know if this is the cause of death. I suspect not. I sort of feel it's something that was probably done post-mortem. The age, there's a range of different ways to work out the age. The most commonly used method you may have heard about is looking at the amount of wear on the cheek teeth, the chewing teeth. The problem with this is she had a really, really, really bad toothache on one side, and she wasn't using that side of her jaw to eat with. And I don't know how long before death she'd been only using one side of her mouth. But it means that one side was getting more wear than usual and one side was getting less wear than usual, and that starts to raise problems. If you're going to use the wear on teeth, you need to know that the whole mouth was really in use as normal. Cranial suture closure, the way the plates that make up the skull join together gradually through life, it's about the least reliable method. I've used it occasionally, but really when all I've got is the cranium, the brain box. Realistically, if you've got anything else you can use, you use it in preference. It tends to have a very wide margin of error. It's not something which happens really dependably at the same age in all individuals all the way through life. It varies a lot. And that means that although there was only one of these auricular surfaces, part of the hip, that's my preferred area for looking at the age. So with the official age estimate, I've said something like 25 to 40, which is playing it safe. Realistically, early 30s is probably right. This is just showing the pelvic bones with the top of the femur there, and this ear-shaped, auricular, ear-shaped area here is where the pelvic bone joins onto the sacrum, the back wall of the pelvis. And that changes through life, and that came out with an age estimate of early 30s. That's just showing dental attrition and these cranial sutures, which change through life. Very slight anomaly. She's retained a suture down the front of her forehead, which is quite unusual in adulthood. Normally it fuses in life. In terms of the sex, back to the pelvis, best indicator of sex, because there's the big difference between males and females is females lug around a fetus for 9 months with all the amniotic fluid and then have to get the fetus through the birth canal. So there are some changes in the structure because of that. Sciatic notch gets mentioned all the time on TV. Personally, I don't find it that helpful. There's an area, here we go. This area here, in males, it's a very clear V shape with an angle where the two halves meet. In females, although this isn't in great condition, you can see that if it was mirror image, that would actually make more of a curved U shape rather than being two straight lines that meet at an angle. That strongly indicates female. There were other areas in the skull and measurements of some of the joints and so on, which all also indicated female. Stature, that missing right femur and left humerus that were the only intact long bones that went off for sampling. Before they went off for sampling, I measured them. I used data from America and France because there are no stature data equations for British populations, well, not for females. There's a very small one from 1960s for males, and came out about 155 centimetres, about 5'2", which is actually a pretty good height, given that the UK average height for a woman nowadays is 5'4". 5'2" is a reasonable height for a couple of thousand years ago, living in a fairly challenging environment, although obviously with a great deal of meat to eat. It's just showing the... This is the reason I didn't use the left thigh bone. You can see how difficult it would be to work out the stature because you can't measure the length of these bones. That's a teaching skeleton next to it for comparison. That's the arm bone. In terms of pathology, there was very slight lipping on the jaw, where the jaw fits into the skull, which is due to this dental abscess. That's a fairly healthy jaw, and that's not. And that's not what a tooth should look like either. That's lost almost all of its root, all of its crown. This has lost quite a lot of it. They are not in good condition at all. This is what the jaw should look like round the molars, coming nice and snugly almost up to where the whitened enamel starts, coming nice and snugly and supportive up. This is a whacking great big erosive lesion, which would have been extremely painful. It could have been the cause of death. People still die of blood poisoning. If you get really bad toothache, go to the dentist quickly. It can kill nowadays. It certainly could kill then without antibiotics. Did it kill? I don't know. As I say, bone takes time to respond, and for all I know, she had very bad toothache, which was starting to put poison into her blood, but she might have died of flu. I don't know, because we can't tell unless it's something which leaves a mark on the bones. So, a woman in the prime of life, reasonable stature, reasonable health, apart from this big dental abscess. and the fact that she's dead. And then we get on to the juveniles. I'm calling them juvenile. That's a term that gets used to cover any human skeleton up to about mid-teens, really. These are very, very juvenile. These are possibly all pre-birth. They're also exceptionally well preserved. This is exceptionally well preserved, okay, when it comes to perinatal remains. Perinate, you've heard used a couple of times, it's basically birth, give or take a couple of weeks either side. The cranial fragment, tiny piece of lower jaw, the mandible, with two tiny incisor teeth. And both arms are represented, one collarbone, part of the pelvis on both sides, and both legs are represented. This is exceptional. It's just some more photographs. You can see from the centimetre scale, these things are very, very small. Measurement is one of the ways of doing. The bulk of the standards that I could apply all came up with around about 37, 40 weeks in utero. So they mostly came up with just before birth. However, as any of you who've had children will know, this 40 weeks business, people are not usually born on their due date, even nowadays. The human does not go, 40 weeks, time to pop out. Humans are very, very variable. They are born early, they are born late, it depends on a whole host of factors. And also, these standards are worked out on modern populations, and they're partly worked out by birth weight. We don't know whether historical populations 2,000 years ago might have had slightly different rates of development in terms of body mass and birth weight and so on. When I used the most up-to-date UK data that I could get, in fact it came out at slightly younger, 34 weeks gestation, up to 40 weeks. So the more modern the data that I used, the younger the fetus appeared to be, which is why I'm calling it a perinate, because it may actually have been born. I don't know, and I can't tell from the bones. There is probably more than one, because this is the shin bone, that's the knee end, that's the ankle end. This is the shin bone from the bones which were scattered around the adult female. And this is another one from trench 2. Could that be the left and right from one individual? Well, no, because this one actually also had the left and the right, but also both of them are left. And nobody has two normally formed left shin bones. It's possible to have abnormally. There is a skeleton in the Royal College of Surgeons with 3 legs, but those are not. The third does not have normally formed bones, and these are normally formed bones. So the minimum number of individuals has gone up to 2. These are the teeth. Looking down from above, you can see there they are, sitting in the jawbone. They're absolutely tiny and absolutely exquisite. This little triple-lobed appearance is a sign that this tooth has never been in wear, because these are worn down very, very fast. Newly erupted teeth have these mamelons, this triple-lobed edge to them on the front incisor teeth. They're worn down extremely quickly once the teeth are in wear. Moving on to the fetal remains, this is not the last couple of weeks of pregnancy. This is the middle stage of pregnancy. This is between 3 and 6 months of gestation. And if you thought the perinatal bones were tiny, these are even tinier. That's a plastic skeleton that somebody gave me at home. It's about this high, and it turned out to be exactly the right size. But that's just showing that there's the forearm bone, and there's the upper arm bone, and the joint is there. This is absolutely tiny. This is the bottom end of the humerus, where the elbow joint is. And if you pinch your elbow, you can feel that's a good sort of 2.5 inches across in an adult. This, well, that is a centimetre. A centimetre. This is tiny. This is absolutely tiny. That's the perinate, and that's the fetal one. It is absolutely tiny, but you can also see that all the features, this hollow here, is present even in the middle stage of pregnancy. The articular surfaces are present. So it's still possible to say it's human, it's a distal humerus, and left or right, even though this is not even halfway through pregnancy, or about halfway through pregnancy. Finally, this is really intriguing because this is another possible cause of death. This is probably from one of the perinatal individuals, and it's the bone that forms the back of the skull. Most of the skull is made up of paired symmetrical bones, a left and a right, but at the back of the skull there is just the one bone called the occipital bone, and there is a tiny hairline fracture running across the back of that bone. And this grey froth, it's exactly like the froth from a pint of Guinness, but greyer. It's a thick, dense, foamy form of bone. This is new bone formation. This, when I said the body takes a while to respond to an injury, this is what that response looks like. This is new bone formation as a direct response to inflammation on the inside of the cranium as a result of that fracture. So the perinatal individual has had a blow to the back of the head sufficient to cause a skull fracture. It survived that, and the brain has swelled. There's been inflammation inside the brain, inside the skull, and there's very little space inside there. It's a very economical arrangement. Your head is basically full. And so if there's swelling, that causes a major problem because it pushes the brain inwards, and that can cause immense problems. This individual has survived at least 5 days for there to be any bony response, and I would say probably it survived longer than that. Kirkring's ossicle is just this little bit here. It's unusual, but it's not terrifically rare. I'm not terribly excited about it, but I am very excited about this. I spoke to a forensic pathologist who specialises in paediatric forensic pathology, and she said she had actually seen this in utero. So the fact that there's been a blow to the head does not mean this child had been born. The child could still have been in the womb if the woman either fell across a hard surface or had a blow to the abdomen. It is possible for a child in the womb to survive that. In terms of the whole assemblage, we've got one adult woman, we've got at least one fetus, probably 2 perinates, as well as the other possible individuals who aren't directly associated with the adult female remains. You've heard the word liminal a few times today. I'm allergic to archaeological theory, but I occasionally, grudgingly use terms like liminal. It comes from the word threshold. It's where we pass between 2 different states. When you go over a threshold, you pass from indoors to outdoors, from outdoors to indoors. You change from light to dark, from life to death. In fact, one of the most common uses of liminal is to do with death, and when you go from life to death. What we don't seem to have a huge amount in terms of archaeological thinking, there isn't a huge amount about the other end, when you come into life. And these very, very juvenile individuals are about as liminal as you can get, because they exist. They absolutely exist. We have their remains. But they haven't yet come into existence if they haven't been born. And this is still a state that confuses us as a society now. It's a very emotional issue. In law, a fetus isn't a person. You're not a person until you're born in British law. If a pregnant woman is murdered, there is only one murder charge, even if that child was fully enough developed to have survived had it been born at that point. But if it hadn't been born, it is not counted as a person. But if you talk to any parents, they will tell you that as soon as they get the confirmation of pregnancy, that pregnancy starts to be a person. And when they see the scan, it really becomes a person. And if you talk to anyone who's suffered through miscarriage or stillbirth, those are very much people. Those children existed for those parents, even though in law they never did, because they were never born alive. We don't know whether these children were ever born, in which case, technically, are they children? Do they remain fetal individuals? We don't know whether they ever drew breath. We don't know their relationship to the woman, although Mandy's got some really interesting and fairly exciting stuff about that later on after lunch. We don't know whether the children, or the very juvenile individuals, to go back to clinical terms, we don't know whether those were associated with the woman, or whether it was the other way round and the woman was associated with the children. It's very difficult to work out where the focus of these burials is. And on top of all of that, why was the woman effectively weighted down with these big rocks in the head and the chest? The questions around this, coming up with the age and stature of the woman is such a tiny amount of information compared to the number of questions there are. We've also got, over and over and over again, in terms of this liminal stage of existing but not yet having been born, we've got fetal or perinatal pig, cow, dog. It's not just humans. There's something going on at this site which is particularly interested in that stage between birth and pre-birth. And just finally, acknowledgements. The Forensic Medicine Unit, where I've been based in Edinburgh, and the mortuary there were very, very helpful. The excavation team at High Pasture Cave, simply for being able... You've seen what the site is like. It is dark, it is muddy, it is wet. And they were retrieving these bones, which are millimetres across. And a lot of them were not retrieved from sieving, they were retrieved during excavation. And Martin Wildgoose, because 25 years ago this summer, if you've ever wondered how somebody ends up in a job like this, 25 years ago I went on a dig and Martin Wildgoose taught me how to hold a trowel, so you can blame him.
Thank you very much, Laura. So this morning we've looked at the nature of the cave itself. Behind the talks there's been some other pieces of work, like the process of getting the radiocarbon dating sequence sorted, with, I think now, is it 50 or 60 radiocarbon dates? Work still goes on that, and there may be more supplementary dates to go through. We've heard about the humans and the rather strange ways in which they have been treated. The buckets of arterial blood from all those pigs and cattle, the smashing, chopping behaviour of the occupants of the cave and also of the rock shelter. This is an extraordinary place. It's extraordinary because so much survives, and also it survives in so much detail. I hope that we have started to show you what the work of the last 10 years has begun to bring out, and I'd ask you to come back at 2:20 after lunch to start to hear more details about this remarkable place. Thank you very much.
If you speak.
Hello. Yeah, there we go. They're active.
Right.
That's now been Yes. How nice if you continue.
Things would have been different.
Are you okay? Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, can everyone take their seats, please? We're running a little tiny bit late, so without any further ado, I'm just going to introduce Dr. Mandy Jay from the University of Durham, who's going to talk about the extremely exciting isotope results from the site. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you all made it back with the word isotope in the talk. So the point of my talk is to say something about the chemical analysis of the bones and teeth of the articulated woman from High Pasture Cave, and two of the infants that were found in association with her. I've only done two because I only knew yesterday that Laura had found the third one. So we're looking at answering some archaeological questions through those analyses, particularly about her diet, her environment, and whether she was local to Skye. We're using isotope ratio data from different chemical elements. We're using carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, strontium. We've also got some oxygen and lead data today, but I'm not going to show those. So from different chemical elements, and we've got a range of data, some of which belong to me, and some to Janet Montgomery, and some to Julia Beaumont. But Janet and Julia couldn't make it today, so I'm showing you a kind of mix of what we've got. I haven't actually moved on from the slide there, have I, Sam? Right. The techniques that we use start from the basic premise that our bodies are made up from the foods and the drink that we actually eat. So those resources, those foods, those inputs have an effect on the chemistry of our personal body tissues. So that means that there are some key sets of questions that we can ask if we look at that chemistry. And the first of those relates to diet, and that means we can ask questions about the kinds of food and drink that are being consumed by an individual that we're looking at. It doesn't mean that we can identify what they ate for breakfast yesterday, but it does mean that we can get some very general ideas of the kind of diet that they might have had over a lifetime. And the second set of questions that we might want to ask relate to mobility, how people are moving around in landscapes or migrating between continents, perhaps. And that says something about the environment in which the food itself has originated. If the food looks like it originates in an environment which is not like the environment where the person has been found, then there might be some suggestion of mobility, particularly in prehistory, where trade and transport of foods is possibly not going to be the norm. Though, of course, at High Pasture Cave, there is some question that maybe some of these animals and even the grain might have been brought in to the site, which will affect the interpretation of these numbers. And, of course, this kind of thing is much harder to do on people today because the people in this room will have eaten foods from all over the world, and it's unlikely that anyone here consumes food and water that's almost purely from local sources. So you have to bear in mind that this is about saying that these people were likely to have been eating food and drink that came from where they normally lived. And we can also ask questions about animal management practices by looking both at the animals themselves and the people who would have been consuming their meat and dairy products. And here there's a sheep eating seaweed, which is something that we can pick up using these techniques. But there are other questions about animal management that we can ask, such as whether they're being moved around seasonally or being fed stuff like leafy fodder. And another particular area of interest relates to climate and environment. Isotopic techniques can be used to look at changes in these, which might be natural or anthropogenic. And of course this picture is trying to suggest mutations arising from climate change, but with the isotopic techniques that I'm talking about, we can actually see changes in body tissues, if only at the chemical level when environments change.
Now, you've probably seen some of the techniques that we're using, similar things with isotopes on programs like CSI or NCIS. Now, I'd love to be Abby here, not just because she's younger and thinner than me, and I suspect quite a lot better paid, but because she lives in this fairyland world where they put a sample into the machine and 10 minutes later they've got an answer and they immediately know what that answer means. And of course, that's not real life. Don't let me spoil your enjoyment of the television programmes, but I sit there shouting at the screen when they mention the word isotope. So this is what we're analysing. For the kind of work that I'm talking about, the preferred materials are collagen and tooth enamel. The collagen has to be extracted from the bone and from the tooth dentine, and the bit that we use will depend upon the chemical elements that we're analysing. It is possible to run some of these analyses on bone mineral, but the preservation and contamination issues have to be thought through very carefully. So if you hear about studies that are coming out on the TV or the radio or the media generally, one of the pertinent questions will often be, what did they actually analyse and was it appropriate to what they were trying to do? Now, one of the things that we can use carbon and nitrogen data for relates to trophic level. In other words, how much animal protein is in the diet. And using those two elements together, we can tell the difference between a herbivore and a carnivore quite easily. And at another basic dietary level, we can identify the use of marine resources. So if marine fish or mammals or shellfish are being consumed on a regular basis, if somebody eats one fish, we're not going to see it, but on a regular basis, we can see that. Freshwater fish are a bit more difficult, but we can do it with the right analyses. One of the interesting things in British prehistory is that later prehistoric people avoided the use of marine foods, even when they were living right on the coast. They were eating them way back in the Mesolithic, but when we get to the Neolithic at around 4000 BC, people start trying very hard to avoid eating them, right up to the Roman period. So this is what we'd expect to see if we were looking at a carbon and nitrogen stable isotope ratio chart with nitrogen on the vertical axis, carbon on the horizontal. Don't worry too much about the numbers or the notations. Data points from individual humans or animals will plot in different parts of that chart relative to each other, so we get an idea of how their diets are made up. Plants and herbivores are at the bottom left. Carnivores shift over and up, and marine foods are even further up that trend. And it's the relationships, really, that we're looking at here. And that's important because in different environments, the plants at the base of the food chain may have different absolute values. So, for instance, they would look quite a lot different if you went to Africa. If you were looking at different regions in Britain, they look a little bit different, but they can look different on even a micro-environment level. So you do have to have an idea of what's going on in the environment in order to interpret the data. And that means that in archaeological studies, it's a good idea to analyse herbivorous animals as well as humans so that you can see the relationship between the data that you're looking at. And you use the herbivorous animals as a kind of baseline for the plant environment because you're assuming that they will have been eating the local plants. And this is another generic chart which gives an idea of how nitrogen data would look for a breastfeeding baby. When a baby breastfeeds, it's effectively a little carnivore. It's feeding on its mother's body tissues. So the nitrogen value goes up relative to the mother. At birth, the value should look very much like the mother because in the womb the nutrients are coming from her diet, so they're effectively eating the same thing. But after breastfeeding starts, the baby will jump up a trophic level, and then when the baby is weaned, the values come back down again. So this is quite a simplistic overview of how this works, but that's the basic idea. So these are the carbon and nitrogen data from the High Pasture Cave woman, who's over on the right there, and two of the infants that were associated with her, the prenatal and one of the perinatals. And it's important to know that we're looking at bone data here. So these are from bone collagen rather than teeth. And the reason that's important is because there's a timing difference between what you would see in bone and what you would see in dentine. If you're looking at bone, you're looking at a lifetime average of diet. So it's it's a build-up of what you're eating over a lifetime period. It's not a spot point. Whereas if you were looking at dentine, that forms quite early on, and you've got a period during childhood that you're really looking at. You're not looking at a lifetime average. Now, all three of the data points on here have very similar nitrogen values. You can see that there's a kind of flat line between them there. And whilst the carbon does look more spread there, that's a lot to do with the scale used at the bottom. It's kind of spread out because there's only three data points on there. When you take into account the differences that you would expect to see between individuals and different skeletal elements, those are basically very similar data. The infants look very much like the female adult. So that means to me that these data are actually fully consistent with a situation in which the woman is the mother of both of those infants, because if they were developing in her womb, then they were eating much the same kind of things as her, so you'd expect them to come out very similar. And it also assumes that neither of them had the time to breastfeed for any significant period of time, because if they had, then their nitrogen ratios would go up relative to the adult if she were the mother. Of course, their ages suggest that they might not be her children, in that she couldn't have had them at the same time, unless we're talking about a situation in which she had twins and aborted one of them part way through. But what I can say is that these data are consistent with her being the mother of both of them. So that might mean that they were curated or redeposited in some way, if that were the case. And something else to note from this chart before I move on is that these don't show any evidence for marine food consumption, and that's based on the relationship between the average cattle and sheep data that I've put on there and the data for the adult female. If there were marine consumption in there, it would be higher on the nitrogen axis and further along on the carbon. Just have a little bit of drink. So these are animal carbon and nitrogen data from herbivores and pigs from the site. The cattle, sheep and red deer, which are obviously herbivores, are consistent with each other, and I'm happy that they are herbivores. There's no odd meat-looking sheep in there. And that gives me a good baseline for the local environment, assuming that they were local to the site. So if I'm using these to get an idea of what the plants at the base of the food chain would look like for the local environment, and at this particular time in prehistory, that gives me a way of looking at what's going on in the adult's diet. And I can say that the woman was eating quite a lot of animal protein in her diet, and that she wasn't consuming marine protein based on looking at these animals. And that, as I said, would look different if we were in a different region. Now, the pigs on here do look quite interesting on their own. I've got two separate groups on there, with 6 animals from the pig-rich deposits in the bone passage, and 4 animals which are from surface deposits. And you can see that actually they look quite different there. The cave deposit has higher nitrogen values and is shifted along on the carbon scale relative to the surface deposit. And I think that what we're looking at here is a difference in the way that the pigs were treated or fed by the human population. Both pig groups have higher nitrogen values than the herbivores, which you'd expect because pigs are omnivorous animals and they will be eating some level of animal protein if they can get it. But the special deposit from the bone passage has even higher nitrogen values than the other group. And that would seem to indicate a group which were fed more animal protein, or it could mean that they were being fed marine protein. Now, there are fish bone at the site. We don't know whether other people might have been eating those, but certainly the woman I've analysed wasn't, not on a regular basis. So what might they have been doing with those fish? They might have gone into the pig diet, and we know that that's happening in the Hebrides. There are pigs there that are clearly being fed marine diet. If that's what's happening here, they're getting a little bit, but it's not a huge amount. But it's a possibility, knowing that there are marine fish at the site. So I'd say that the data were consistent with the surface deposit being perhaps left to their own devices and looking after themselves, whereas the other group were possibly being looked after by humans who were perhaps feeding them, perhaps even their own human food waste, or perhaps adding some fish in there. Now, if you move on to the strontium data, these are often most useful for considering mobility questions. In very basic terms, and this is quite simplistic, but it gives you the idea of how it works, the strontium data that we get from the tooth enamel should match up to the local environment if that's where somebody was getting their food from. And this gives us this is a simplified geology map that gives us geology zones that would give us different strontium isotope ratios. So if we found somebody in the blue zone, for instance, and when we analysed them they came out with a value that was, say, equivalent to the red zone, then there would be a suggestion that they might have moved in to the region from somewhere else. But of course, they could have moved in from, if they came out with a blue value, then they might have come in from another blue area. So it's not an exclusive technique. You can't say that somebody definitely did or didn't move. You can only say the data are consistent with a particular scenario. So as I say, that's a very basic idea of how it works, but there are a lot of other factors to take into account, and so I am simplifying everything so that you don't really fall asleep on me if I can help it. Although we do have a good general idea of the bioavailable strontium isotope values from across Britain, we don't have a very detailed map. We're still working towards building up data sets that will give us more detailed information. And Skye has quite a complicated geology. So Janet Montgomery and Jane Evans did go out and spent quite a while taking samples of plants and water and animal remains that they managed to find from Skye and building up a map which has actually been published now, which gives us some zones or packages of values for different areas on the island. Now, those ranges might look quite narrow to the uninitiated because they're 0.7 something, which doesn't seem, very much. But these are quite precise data, and they're used to at least 4 decimal places. So, in fact, if you look at the area around where High Pasture Cave is, you've got a range from 0.7092 up to 0.72, and that's absolutely huge when you're looking at strontium values. So it does mean that the Skye environment is very variable, and that it's going to be difficult to be able to pin down what might be happening with the woman using these kinds of data, because whatever value we come out with, it might well turn out to be something that's consistent with the island. And I should point out that seawater does have an effect on this kind of environment, which is coastal, so it affects the plants that are being used at the base of the food chain, and the seawater value is 0.7092, which is the bottom of that range. So if we look at the data that we have from the woman's enamel, the strontium isotope ratio is on the vertical axis, and across the bottom there we've got strontium concentration. So that's about how much strontium there is in there. Now we're analysing tooth enamel here, and that's basically set in childhood. So these values are not for a lifetime. They're for a short period of time over which this tooth enamel was forming during childhood. The reason we've done 4 teeth on there, so we've got enamel data points on there for 4 different teeth, is because they form at different ages, so that gives us an age range up to around 16 years. So we can say something about what was happening over the period of her childhood. Now the different teeth are basically coming out all the same here. So there's apparently no significant changes in the dietary source during the time up to about 16 years. Obviously that doesn't mean that she didn't nip over to the continent and come back when she was 20. We can only look at the early years there. And the values all fall into the region of the seawater baseline there. The coloured zones that I've put on that chart match up to the different zones on the Skye map that Janet and Jane built up. So you can see that she could come out with values that are practically anywhere there except for the white zone, but there is an argument that she could be mixing sources if she came in the white zone. So it's not really helping us greatly because the environment is very varied. So we can say it's fully consistent with her being from the site. There's no reason to believe that she wasn't. But then there are a whole lot of other values that would have also been consistent. And we don't have any other values from Skye human beings because there are so few human remains apart from what we've got on this project to work with. Now on this chart I've plotted both the strontium and the sulphur values from collagen, and the sulphur is on the bottom axis there. Now sulphur isotope data are relatively new for archaeological studies, and we're still really working on how to interpret those. But we do think that they are affected by a number of factors, in particular the geology where plants are growing and the proximity to marine sulphates at the coast. Now, I've plotted a range of other sites on here which are to the west of Scotland, both north and south of High Pasture Cave. So these are the other data that we have in our research databases. And based on the strontium and other data that Janet has for those other individuals, she thinks that these are all likely to be local to their burial sites. So they represent local values that we might be expecting for sulphur isotope ratios for those types of environments up and down the west coast there. Now you can see that High Pasture Cave fits in quite a way over to the left on that sulphur scale, and it doesn't really look much like the others on there in terms of the sulphur. And that could be for two reasons in basic terms. Either Skye has an environmental background for sulphur that looks different to most of these other sites up and down, or the woman came from somewhere other than the west coast of Scotland. And at the moment we're leaning towards thinking that Skye might actually be producing a lower sulphur isotope ratio because of the basalt in the geology. But we've only got one value, so at the moment we're still in the throes of trying to work out what we can do about that. But we've got a few samples from other sites in Scotland where the local geology is basalt, and we do seem to get lower numbers from that. I think the real way for us to go forward and check some of this is to get some more data from Skye and compare that. And I have got some sample of collagen left from the animals that I've done the carbon and nitrogen on, but it hasn't been run for sulphur yet. So I'm planning to do that and see whether they come out with low numbers too. Now, if they do, and we make the observation that the animals may well have come from Skye, because there's always the possibility that they didn't, but if they match up, then the probability is that she's local and that Skye is giving us low sulphur values. But if they don't match up, then we've still got the question of whether she might have moved or whether it was the animals that moved. So some of these isotopes will lead to more questions, but the more we do and the more we combine these data, the more information we can get out of them. So it's about combining a number of analyses to refine our picture of what's going on. But at the moment she is fully consistent with being local, and we've got a bit more work to do to see whether that low sulphur is actually what we're getting from Skye, which would be really interesting in itself. Now I'm going to change the focus a little bit now and look at some incremental dentine data. Now Julia Beaumont, who's done this work, is actually has just retired as a practicing dentist, so she knows a lot about teeth, and she's been working with this method to refine it for archaeological material, so that we're looking at very short periods of time during an individual's childhood with this. For High Pasture Cave, the data are interesting because they seem to indicate that the tooth that we originally thought was a retained deciduous tooth, in other words, a baby tooth that hadn't been shed, was probably actually a permanent extra tooth. I'm not very good at saying supernumerary, I have to say it quite slowly, but that obviously is the technical word for it. So it's an extra tooth that other people wouldn't have had. Now, what Julia's done is to take very small incremental slices of the tooth root and analyse those for carbon and nitrogen isotopes. The samples are very small, but our techniques are getting better all the time, allowing us to do these very small samples and get good data from them. Now, because the formation of the tooth root can be quite precisely tied down to childhood development, we can age the particular slice that we're analysing quite well, and the bottom axis shows the woman's age when the incremental slice was formed. So this is quite different in terms of timing than the standard bulk bone samples that we were looking at the beginning. Those covered a lifetime average, and this is looking at very short periods during childhood. Now, on this chart, we've got the nitrogen values from the increments on that vertical axis, and obviously the age across the bottom. And the red symbols on here are from the first molar, and we know that is the first molar, so we're happy that we've got the time slice right for that. We know where it should fit on the bottom scale. And the black symbol on there is from the deciduous tooth, plotted as if it were a baby tooth. And in theory, if the increments had been allocated to the right period of time during childhood, then the two lines should match up, but you can see they're a bit out there. And that's exactly the same data replotted as if it were a permanent tooth. And by changing the identification, what we've effectively done is changed our idea of when exactly the increments formed, which changed where we plot it on the bottom axis. And you can see that if we do that, if we plot it as a permanent tooth, then they match up like a dream. I mean, those kind of data really quite unusual to come out that well. So it plots exactly where we would expect it to. And if we do exactly the same thing, only with carbon, that's carbon on the vertical axis this time, and this is plotted as if it were the baby tooth, and this one treats it as if it were a permanent tooth. And again, the match is wonderful for the second one. So at the moment, what we think is that this is actually a permanent tooth rather than the deciduous tooth that we originally thought it was. Now, you might think that isn't particularly interesting in itself. It's amazing if you're involved in doing this kind of new work to see it matching up, but re-identifying a tooth, perhaps not important. Well, it is important for this kind of work because it's very important for us to understand the timing of the formation of the tissue that we're looking at. So if we're doing a strontium analysis on the tooth enamel, we need to know what tooth that is in order to decide when it formed and at what period of time we're saying this person moved or didn't move. So this kind of work is actually very important for that. And the other reason these charts are quite important is because by looking at these very small periods of time, we can see whether somebody changed their diet, for instance, by putting marine foods into it for a short period of time that we wouldn't necessarily see in the bulk averages over a lifetime. So if, for instance, this woman had started to eat marine protein for a short period of time when she was a child and then stopped, we should pick those profiles out in these incremental samples. And we're not seeing anything like that in here. She certainly wasn't consuming marine products for a very short period of time. And that's interesting in terms of the arguments that have been put forward in some of the archaeological literature about what's going on when these people are not eating marine protein. The question of whether perhaps they're eating them occasionally just to supplement their diet, this kind of analysis is helping us with that. And certainly it's not happening in this case. So to finish up, I think that this woman is quite consistent with being the mother of both of those infants. I'm not saying that she definitely was, but certainly the data are consistent with that situation. Wherever she came from, whether she was born and lived on Skye or whether she came in from somewhere else, she probably stayed put during her childhood until she was at least 16. Most of the data that we have are consistent with the possibility that she was born and lived on Skye, but that is quite a complicated problem. The geology and environment on Skye is very variable, and to some extent, many of the data that we've got could fall into quite a large range and still be consistent with the location. The sulphur data that we've got are probably the most interesting in terms of pinning that down, and we think that if we do some more work on that, we may be showing that the basalt is affecting those sulphur data and that we can pin that down a bit more. And we think that the tooth, which was previously identified as a retained deciduous canine, is actually a permanent extra tooth. And if she was local, she certainly had a high input of animal protein in her diet, and probably the pigs were a constituent of that. Certainly she wasn't consuming marine protein, which is normal for people at this time in Britain, even when they lived close to the coast. And finally, we do seem to have this difference in the diet between the groups of pigs, between what's going on in the bone passage and what's happening elsewhere on the site. And again, that seems to be perfectly consistent with other things that we're seeing coming out of the studies at this site, where there's something very special going on in that area, and it's quite unusual. And I think that's me done.
I think we may have time for just one or two very brief questions, if there are any. Yeah.
The graphs that you used to identify what sort of tomb it was, the main feature that you used was the step. Is that in itself significant?
Sorry, the main feature. The main feature that.
When you matched up the two graphs by slide.
Oh, going the wrong way. Okay, so this step here.
Yeah.
Well, that could be the difference between that's the nitrogen. That's the nitrogen data there, and the difference between that, the step you're talking about, that step between 6 and 7 years, or between 4 and 5. It could be. The difference overall there is between 11 and 12 mil per mil, which 1 per mil isn't extraordinarily high for ordinary changes in the diet. It might, for instance, mean that there was a period where she was eating less animal protein during the month. She might have had a more vegetarian diet during that month. But probably, over time, 1 per mil isn't an awful lot to be looking at for normal changes in diet, depending on what resource she had available to us. Perhaps that step between 6 and 7 might be interesting, because there is always a possibility that a sudden step like that might mean that she moved from one place to another, had a different nitrogen baseline. But it isn't really possible to gain too much out of that kind of level of change. It's not big enough. I could show you some data that we've got from Sumborough, which will be coming out in Antiquity quite soon, where we can actually see very big changes in these incremental profiles that would suggest that people were trying very hard to avoid marine proteins, but occasionally they were in such a situation that there was so little else available to them because of the local conditions that they were having to eat it. And you see much bigger changes during that. This is really not very much, and it shows up more because of the fact that it is quite flat and it's kind of spread out because of the scale.
Thanks very much. I think we're going to have to press on. So any other questions on the isotope work we'll keep for the general discussion at the end. We're moving on now to a series of papers that are going to deal with the very rich collection of objects in High Pasture Cave and Fiscavaig. So the first of those papers is Dr. Anne McSwain from Historic Scotland, who's going to be talking about the pottery.
Thank you, and hello everybody. This afternoon I'm going to talk mainly about the pottery from High Pasture Cave, with a brief mention of the pottery from Fiscavaig. I'll also give you a little bit of an insight into how I compile the data that allows me to discuss how pottery was made, used and disposed of on a site. Well, I've been building up a picture of the pottery from High Pasture year by year since 2003, when I was asked to look at the sherds recovered from the initial investigations. Over the 10 years since then, it's been fascinating to look at what has been recovered after each season of excavation. But it's only now, with the completion of the excavations, that I can stand back and start to think about what the pottery can tell us about the communities and events represented by the archaeology at High Pasture. So what do I do when I look at an assemblage? For the pottery from High Pasture, we wanted to record each shed individually, so we could look at how different pottery types were distributed on the site. At the top of this slide is a sample of my cataloguing system. Starting from the left, I record the context and fine details, and then the type of sherd, rim, body or base. I record the dimensions and weight of the sherd, how its surface was finished, and if it was decorated. I also record what it's made of, fine clay or sandy clay, for example, and what has been added to the clay to achieve a successful firing. Typical additions at High Pasture are crushed up rock and organics. I also record the presence of sooting, which can indicate that the sherd came from a cooking vessel, and I record whether it's abraded or freshly broken. The extent of abrasion can give us a clue as to whether the sherd has come from part of the site where it was relatively undisturbed after it was discarded, or whether it was, for example, lying on the surface when it was being trampled on and worn. I also sketch the rim profiles and base profiles and any decorated sherds. My sketches are passed to the illustrator to be drawn properly. While it would be easier to take a photograph, I think that sketching ensures that I have a really close look at the sherd. And at the bottom of the slide is a record from one of the sherds from Fiscavaig. So with this information from the cataloguing, I produce a short summary each year to help inform the ongoing interpretation of the site. And you're going to have to put up with some more of my own illustrations because the professional illustrator hasn't yet reached the point of illustrating the pottery. So the recording process that I've described is very time-consuming. And inevitably, usually late at night, I sometimes ask myself whether it's worthwhile recording at this level of detail. But fortunately, I always convince myself that it is. And this is why. First of all, pottery is a common find from excavations. As the environmental conditions in many sites are not favourable for the preservation of organic artefacts such as leather and wood, pottery is often one of the most common finds and an important indicator of the date and use of a site. Secondly, the manufacture of pottery doesn't require special materials. Most areas have clays suitable for potting, and it doesn't require specialist equipment either. And thirdly, while not wishing to take away from the challenges of making even a simple vessel and getting it through the firing process, it's likely that the skills necessary for hand-building a pot would have been available to most communities. And I have tried to fire a pot using clay from a site on Orkney and fire it in a bonfire, and it was, I suppose, reasonably presentable. With a bit more practice, it would have been fine. So that's someone completely unskilled just going and digging up some clay, and so that's why it's really a good indicator of what's available to lots of communities. Finally, and importantly, handmade pottery can be relatively easily adapted by potters to take in changes in fashions for shape and decoration. So the pottery on a site indicates some of the choices being made by a community. A potter could choose, for example, to copy the pottery of a neighbouring community, or to be wildly creative and come up with something really different. Perhaps surprisingly, as we will see, most communities chose shapes and decoration which were used over a wide area and over long periods. So back to High Pasture. The stage I've got to now is that I'm now combining my information into summaries for each context on the site. And this is one of the summaries. So the little band along the top is one of the summaries for a context. And that tells us that in context 2.44, one of the final stages of activity in the bone passage, we have 13 sherds from 2 vessels, one with a plain rim and no decoration, and organics and rock were being used as the tempering material. These summaries provide a fingerprint for the contexts, and I can use them to look, for example, for similar groups of sherds across the site. And here, for example, we have some contexts from different parts of the site which have been assigned to the same phase by Stephen, and we can see from these 4 context summaries that the pottery is supporting this interpretation. So we have over here very similar fabrics being used across the site at this phase, and similar rim forms as well. So most of these observations will be refined, obviously, as the interpretation progresses. Now I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the number of sheds that we found at High Pasture. We have 755 sheds from High Pasture, and from this diagram you'll see that about 2/3 of the pottery, 568 sheds, which that's represented by the blue here, and they're all from Phase 7, the phase of the site which saw the construction of the final enclosure. While there's some pottery from the lower levels within the cave, there's very little from the main phases of infilling, and the reasons for this absence will be interesting to consider. So, for example, phases 2 to 6 produced only 66 sheds across the whole site. So this here is phase 1, and this is the pottery that came from phases 2 to 6. So really there isn't very much of it. So does this indicate that phase 7 is the period of most intensive use of the site, or that there are undiscovered middens relating to the other phases elsewhere in the site? Or do the deposits in the cave represent activities where pottery was not used? These are some of the questions that we'll consider as time goes on. In terms of the distribution of the sheds, the impression I'm getting from the distribution of the Phase 7 sheds is that it's one of general use and discard, people clearing out and throwing away rather than any special collection and deposition. So we're getting a few sheds in many contexts rather than seeing groups of sheds being deposited in a few contexts. And in terms of typology, there are some sheds of beaker pottery and possible food vessel pottery on the site. Some are fit from the gravels and silts in the bone passage, and this indicates early Bronze Age activity in this part of the site. This is probably a sherd of a food vessel, and it's from the bone passage. We also have some flat-rimmed pottery from phases 2 and 3, and these are from flat-rimmed pottery pots, which are just probably bucket shape. Flat-rimmed pottery is generally dated in northwest Scotland to the second half of the first millennium BC, so this would fit in with the chronology at High Pasture. As I mentioned, the bulk of the assemblage is from Phase 7, and here we see pottery from, it's got decoration typical of many Iron Age sites in this part of the world. So we have here a vessel which has been decorated with an applied band, which has then been decorated with incision. And this sherd here is decorated with incised zigzag decoration. And this one here has been decorated by just applying a circle of pottery and then just pressing it in the centre to make a sort of a boss. And here we have another vessel with a row of finger impressions right round, that goes in a band round the vessel, and another one with, again, incised applied decoration. And it's this is the pottery, some of the pottery from Fiscavaig, and you can see from that it's quite similar in many ways to some of the vessels from High Pasture in terms of the shape of the vessels. The decoration is slightly different, but again it's within the range of what we'd expect for pottery from this period. But this sherd over here, it shows something, I suppose, a bit different. It's one of the rarer examples of just where a potter just decides he's going to try something else. And this was one that really did get me thinking for quite a while, because it looks, at first glance, a bit more like possibly like a Bronze Age pot, but from the fabric and the just general characteristics, it fits in with the rest of the assemblage. The detailed dating of High Pasture and Fiscavaig have provided an ideal opportunity to look again at the Iron Age sites of Skye and see if we can establish a sequence for the island. And here's some of the pottery from Doon and Neilhard, and this is a broch site near Dunvegan, and it was excavated by Countess de la Tour in the early 20th century. So it's really, it's not well contexted. There's quite a lot of pottery from there and from the other site that she excavated at Doonbeek. And as you can see, there are quite a lot of similarities between this pottery and the pottery from High Pasture. So by using the well-dated sequence at High Pasture, we hope to be able to provide a bit more understanding of the assemblages from these sites as well. One of the best sequences of pottery from Skye is from Dunartrek, which was excavated by Dr. Mackay in the 1960s. And it's going to be an important assemblage in looking at the High Pasture Cave as well. And we'll be using that to see how much range there is in dating across the island. And that's just some more of the pottery from Dunartrek. And they have got a lot more, they've got a lot of larger sherds, and this will be important. A lot of the sherds from High Pasture are really quite small, so looking at somewhere like Dunartrek is important to get a better idea of the range of pottery styles and types. And at the later end of the sequence in Skye, we have pots like this one. This was excavated at the Broadford Health Centre site quite recently, again by Stephen, and you can see that the shape of the pottery is slightly different. The length of the neck of the pots have lengthened, and really from when it gets to this is about sort of 200 AD, and the range of decoration that they're using is it's more limited. Really, they're using more applied bands and not so much incised decoration. So to finish up, the pottery from High Pasture is really important both for the interpretation of the site, but also for the opportunities that we have, because of the excellent series of dates for High Pasture, to begin to look at the pottery from the other Skye sites, and whether we can take another step towards constructing a sequence for the Iron Age pottery from Skye. Thank you.
Are there any questions on the pottery just now?
Is there any obvious way to date pottery? I'm thinking about perhaps when the ceramics started.
Is there any
obvious? Is there any rough idea?
A date to pottery?
Well, we usually sort. A lot of the. Do you mean the first time that pottery was ever made in Scotland, or on the site?
I work at Smoke Cave as a tour guide. There's heaps of little bits of pottery around, but also quite obviously recent pottery. I'm wondering if there's anywhere I could start a collection of older rather than more obviously modern pottery.
Well, I suppose that I always think the best place to start with looking at pottery is just to look at museum collections and to work back from that, because somewhere
we're a bit stuck on museums and Darness.
But do you mean? I can certainly give you sort of papers that show the range of pottery and how you can recognise.
Yeah, great.
If you can catch me later on that.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's move on. The next paper carrying on the object theme is Dr. Fraser Hunter from the National Museums of Scotland, talking about a material world, people, life and craft on Iron Age Skye.
Well, thank you, Ian, and thank you to the organisers for the chance to speak to the conference today. I've been lucky to get the chance to work on some of the amazing range of finds coming out of these two sites. What I'd like to do today is to give you a sense of the story coming out of these artefacts. What can we tell from the rich range of material coming from Fiscavaig and High Pasture Cave? I'll be drawing here not only on my own work, but the work of a number of colleagues, particularly Gemma Cruikshanks, Don McLaren, Julia Gerken and Fiona McGibbon, who are all working on aspects of the non-ceramic assemblages. And what we hope to be able to give you is something of the richness and variety that the material culture can add to our picture, but also to pick up a couple of the themes that we've looked at already today, particularly this idea of deposition, and also to look at the question of craft workers. Who's doing this work and why, and what might it mean? It is a wonderfully rich assemblage, and there's a whole diversity of material to look at here. One of the dominant finds is stone. Although we're in the Iron Age, stone is one of those raw materials that is everywhere. At Fiscavaig, you pick it off the beach. At High Pasture Cave, which I'll talk about to begin with, there's plentiful sources. There's a beach a mile away, lots of other raw material around about. Stone is everywhere. And because of that, it's very widely and very readily used. And you get literally hundreds of these kinds of things, beach cobbles, used for a wide variety of purposes. Now, hidden in this particular cache of stones, you have tools used for polishing leather, tools used for grinding grain, tools used for breaking up clay for potting, tools perhaps used for shaping quern stones. There's an enormous variety of things you can do with stones, and it's only by the detailed study of the wear patterns we begin to tease that out. To give you an example, this looks like an ordinary beach cobble until your eye catches the lines running across it. And these are strike lines from striking this quartz pebble with a steel to create a spark. So here you have one of the ways in which they're making fire on the site. And given the pyromaniac tendencies with all the burnt bone things we're hearing about earlier, this is a key part of life and comfort on the site, if you like. So the stone can tell us a lot about these kind of things, from these simple, ordinary tools through to things that take a lot more working. And there's a lot of quern stones, grinding stones, coming off High Pasture Cave. Both the saddle querns, such as Carrie showed us earlier, but also these later style of rotary querns, much like a more recent hand mill, and you see on the right Alan Braby's drawing of one of these things in use. So at least some of the material, some of the grain being brought to the site, we can presume, I think, is being processed on site for the people to be consuming. Most of the raw materials, most of the stones are local. They're gathering them off the beach, they're gathering from the nearby fields. But they're also drawing on a wider range of material. So, for example, steatite is being used, soapstone essentially, a very easily carved soft stone, which is coming from Glenelg. Still quite close by, but it shows something of the networks of contacts they have here. And soapstone is used for weights and whirls, like the one on the left, but it's also used as a type of jewellery. And the fragment on the right is part of a beautifully polished bangle, about 1 inch high, which has been polished to this beautiful, almost black, shiny, deep polish to it. So this is material that's worth going some distance for, because you're going to get some really nice quality results out of it. So if stone is the dominant thing we find, the next is worked bone. And worked bone is like the plastic of prehistory. You can use it for virtually anything. Bone and antler are critical resources. Bone, of course, you get from all these cattle and pigs that are coming to a bad end near the cave. The antler you have to gather from the wild animals out in the landscape round about. And we'll touch on a variety of the uses of bone over the course of the talk, but even here you can see top right a needle, at the bottom a series of pegs that we'll come back to, and top left a tool that's been used for working leather, which I'll talk about in a minute. But bone is particularly good for tools and fittings, as well as more ornamental material, a whole range of things being made from it. So stone and bone dominate the picture. Iron is surprisingly rare in general. And one of the benefits of High Pasture Cave in particular is really for the first time in this part of Scotland we get a picture of how iron, that basic material of the Iron Age, is actually being made and used. Iron is rare. Iron does not normally get buried. People don't throw it away, they rework it. When it does get buried, it often rusts. So the conditions at the cave have been able to give us this picture of this very valued raw material, something that was critical for tools in particular. The cutting edge on iron was something it was hard to replicate in anything else. And so here we have on the bottom a knife, top left, an adze, a woodworking tool. And the thing in the middle is a point with the remains of a wooden handle still surviving. There's probably a bradawl that you'd use for engraving in wood or for starting a perforation in woodworking. So the iron is really rare and really important. And it's not just tools, although tools are critical. We also unusually see weapons. And weapons are a very unusual discovery in the Iron Age. Now, it's not because they were all tree-hugging pacifists. Far from it, as some of the gruesome slides Ian showed us earlier can tell. But weaponry, because it was valuable, didn't often get buried. So here we're seeing, in the particular conditions of the cave, something of the more militaristic, the more warlike elements of life in the Iron Age. And we see a couple of daggers at the bottom of the slide here, small personal weapons. There's a real preference for daggers, it seems, in the area over swords. Swords are very rare. And at the top, a spearhead. Now, Stephen showed us a picture of the spearhead earlier, and that emphasises the size of this thing. You're talking about something a good foot long. This is not just a fairly scary-looking weapon, it's designed to impress and intimidate. It has, if you like, a social value as well as a functional one. It's partly as much about showing off as anything else. And that's confirmed by the fact that it's joined onto the spear, the shaft, by a bronze rivet. You could just use a simple iron rivet, but the bronze gives it that little hint of flashiness, of decoration. And it makes the point that warfare is not just about control and conflict over resources. There's also an element of trying to win prestige, to hold prestige, to show your position in society through these things. And you see that also in other unexpected finds from the site. This is a little bead, but it's a bead made of an unusual material. It's a sperm whale tooth. So it's not the kind of thing you just walk down to the shore and find. It takes effort to get hold of this kind of material. And it's not just a normal bead. The flattening of the surfaces there, and particularly the rectangular hole there, indicate it wasn't strung on a thong. It was fitted over, most likely a piece of iron. And the best parallels come from sword fittings or dagger fittings. If you see the shape of the fitting in the centre of this hilt here, and imagine a wooden or bone handle either side of that, this is part again of the showing off process. Warfare is brutal and messy, but it was also a way in which people could win status and could show off positions in society. And having a flashy weapon, highly decorated, was a part of this. Enough of this unpleasant violence. Let's turn to other aspects of the site. And one of the things we do see repeatedly is personal ornaments, things people would have used to show something of who they were, to show their position in society and so on. A finger ring, as you see top right, a simple spiral of bronze. Or at the bottom, an iron pin. Now, remembering again that iron is a rare material at this time, and it takes some blacksmithing skills to make a fine iron wire and draw it into a curve. So these things that look dark and rusty to us now would originally have been very valuable items. In fact, the iron may well have been valued more than the bronze pin, which you see over here. And this is a half-finished pin. It shows us something of the working techniques on the site. The very sharp-eyed at the front might just see that there's little hammered facets along the edges there. And this would have been drawn out, probably into an elegant swan's neck, similar to the iron pin you see there. So we're seeing these different aspects of people's lives coming together on the site. And often it's tantalising fragments that give us some of the most interesting pictures. These two fragments of bone look at first sight like nothing in particular, but the saw marks here tell us what they are. These are defining a series of teeth. It's a comb. A comb something like this one. This is here's one I prepared earlier moment. We've no idea, of course, how decorative this one was, but the size of these things, about 1.5 inches, 2 inches across, shows they're valuable items for personal grooming. These are the kind of things that you'd be carrying around to show a care for your appearance. Make sure you were looking good, if you like. Many of the fragments are much more tantalising. We have, if you like, only part of an object surviving. This lovely little bronze chain, about 6 inches long, very carefully made with double links to link something. We don't know what. Chances are something organic that simply vanished, something of wood or textile perhaps. So it may have been linked into a piece of jewellery. And likewise, things like this bronze boss, again about 1 inch or so in diameter, coming off an organic thing. And it reminds us how even in a well-preserved site, so much is lost. This one would have had has got rivet holes along the bottom. There's 3 rivet holes to fasten it onto, probably wood or leather. But it only gives us a hint now of how it may once have looked. On this tantalising fragment line, this is one of the most tantalising fragments from the site. And again, it doesn't look like much. A little piece of bronze about 2 inches across. But look at the lines curving across it. That's not just damage. This is part of decoration. And what you're seeing here is a step, if you like, into the artistic world. This is the kind of curving, decorative bronze work that we would call Celtic art. This kind of stuff. Patterns hammered up from beneath. Incredibly rare to get this, particularly in western and northern Scotland. In part, not because they don't have it, but because they choose not to bury it. And so this little fragment of the lines there could have come from any number of things, but it's a hint again of the quality of some of this lost material. Ornaments come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and there's a small number of glass beads from the site as well. You can see on the one on the left actually how it was made. You'll see those spiral lines curving through it from winding a piece of blue glass round a rod. But the one on the right is really the intriguing one, because it brings back to this question of contacts. This is not a local bead. It's one that comes from the northeast of Scotland. So it's highlighting some of the connections that are being drawn into the site, whether it's people moving and carrying the objects with them, or whether the objects are moving from hand to hand. And ornaments come in all shapes and forms. We've seen bronze, we've seen iron, we've seen glass, we've seen bone. There's also this kind of stuff. Black, shiny, organic, rich stone, oil shale, cannel coal, lignite. And the map on the left shows the likely sources of this material, and it's known in northern Skye and southern Rassay. So again, not immediately at High Pasture Cave, it's being brought in. And it's being brought in both as finished objects, but also as rough-outs. At the bottom of the screen is, if you like, part of a donut made of one of these things. And they've taken a slab of this rock, and probably at the source where they've quarried it, they've done the basic working, carved it into a donut to transport more easily, once you're sure that it's a good piece to work. And they've brought this to the site and finished off the shining and the polishing to make these wonderful black bangles. And this leads us into craft, because there's a whole series of craft activities taking place at the site. We've seen something already of the steatite working and the shale working. There's a wide variety of different things going on. Textile working, for example. Now again, the fibres go, but the needles and the whorls are good indications of a wide range of textile producing skills. And that takes us to this stash of pins that Stephen mentioned right at the start. And when we first found these, I was very puzzled by them. I'm still puzzled by them, not because of the form, which is normal for points at this time, but because of the wear patterns, with this funny marks of rotary wear on the end of them. This is very unusual. It's not a normal kind of tool, because most of these points, which are used for a whole range of functions, they have polish with longitudinal lines on them. Something is turned round the edge of these. Now, I was really keen to turn them into parts of a lyre until John and Graham slapped me around the head and told me not to be so stupid. So sadly, they're not part of a lyre. So my next theory, and the theories come and go with the wind, my next theory would tie them into textile working in some way. Because you see a similar evidence of wear pattern in things like combs you use for textile working. Textile can both wear and polish. And in particular, the fact that you have the wear on here and the set of pegs makes me wonder if you put these into the ground and use them for some kind of braid, for braid work or something like that. And we'll come back to this again later on. Whatever it is, it's not a normal thing, because although there's a few parallels, it's not something every site does. It's a rare kind of wear, so it's not part of your normal textile working, I don't think. So textile working and leather working. Again, if you're killing all these cows and pigs, you may as well use the skins for something. And there's evidence of the preparation of hides with polishing tools. You've got this thing here, which is for turning a piece of leather into a leather thong by pulling it round the antler, and that wears these hollows and these channels into the bone. And this piece of soapstone has most likely been used almost for greasing, for making the thong or the textile more supple for working with. Now, things like textile working and leather working are kind of skills every community would need. And so too with bone and antler working. Because it was such a versatile raw material, every community would have people who could work these kind of things. In fact, most people could probably work these kind of raw materials you're seeing here. And what we have on the main picture is a shed red deer antler that's been really stripped down in order to work it. The best bit for working is the area between this mark here and this bit down here. And for some reason they've decided to leave this rather than work it. The little grubby looking thing on the right is prehistoric sandpaper. This is a lump of pumice, really hard-wearing volcanic stone that you'd use to grind and prepare the surfaces to turn something like this into the fine comb which we saw earlier on. So these are all skills most people, most communities would have. Rather rarer are skills like bronze working. And what we see here, both from the enclosure at the mouth of the cave, is a little stand which you would use to support a crucible on, and one of these crucibles, these melting pots themselves. Now this is a crucible that's lived a long and interesting life, because the original form of it, that's the inside edge, the outside edge is around about there, and it is hugely distorted by heat, and in fact I think it's eventually failed and collapsed. There's not a lot of crucibles on the site, but they use them very intensively. And it suggests you're seeing these moments when they're doing bronze casting, very, very intensively. Now, bronze casting is rare. The making of things from bronze, the turning of rock into flowing metal, these are things that often had almost a magical quality about them. And the fact that at High Pasture Cave, the best evidence is taking place essentially at the mouth of the cave is not accidental, I don't think. This is, if you like, alchemy. This is the kind of thing where the people doing it are in touch with the other world. They have special skills that most people don't have. And this leads us to one of the key questions on the site, this question of deposition. Because most of the finds, as I've said, are essentially everyday. They're finds you would expect to get in a normal domestic site. The unusual thing about High Pasture Cave is not the finds themselves, it's the way they're being deposited. The fact that groups of these everyday finds, the finds you would use in your daily life, are being gathered together and put into significant areas in the cave, around the cave, and so on. So they're taking part of their everyday life, or perhaps in the case of these groups of material, several people coming together and bringing parts of their everyday life and leaving them there as some form of offering. Things like the adze as well, left inside the cave. These things are being seen as deliberate offerings. And as we go into the more detailed analysis of this, there may well be patterns coming out of finished versus unfinished, of groups of material versus single finds. That will help us to understand the patterns behind why people chose these particular things. So why, for example, no pottery? And why do we get whorls and pegs and pins instead? That has to be telling us something about the ideas that are in these people's heads as they put objects in the ground. And this happens too with things like the querns. Stephen mentioned the clusters of both saddle querns and rotary querns. These everyday grinding tools, which are being treated in not very everyday ways. The querns are being deliberately smashed up. If you look at this quern here, it's been broken into quarters, deliberately broken. Look at the damage marks from somebody taking a serious dislike to it and trying to smash this up and leave fragments of it in different parts of the site. Taking this domestic object tied into their everyday lives, smashing it and leaving parts of it at this mouth into the other world. So the everyday is being used in extraordinary fashions, in unusual fashions, if you like. And we can bring this forward. One of the last acts on the site is not just the deposition of the woman and the infants in the stairwell. There's a series of objects get placed round about it. And one of the intriguing ones for me is this thing here. Believe it or not, this is a Roman coin. It's one of the nastiest Roman coins I've ever seen. But with the eye of faith, you will just about see the back of the head coming around there, his eye, his nose, his chin, his lug. Numismatics for me is a black art. So when I took this along to our coin person and said, "Can you tell us what this is?" And he says, "Oh, that's an emperor with a long neck." Well, that's very helpful, thank you, Nick. But it turns out only 2 emperors had long necks. Or rather, only 2 emperors admitted to long necks. Domitian in the late 1st century and Antoninus Pius in the middle of the 2nd. So we're seeing here a late 1st, 2nd century coin, and these things are rare on the west coast. So the chances are that this too is being brought to the site and left as some kind of offering to commemorate and memorialise this important place in the landscape. So where do we find parallels for this? And before turning to Fiscavaig, I'd like to, if you like, put High Pasture Cave into a slightly broader context. Because there is this long-running Iron Age tradition, which Ian's touched on as well, of objects and people, or bits of people, going into essentially natural places. And we can look, for example, at Kylaken, near Isle of Skye, where there's old discoveries from the peat of a massive bronze cauldron and a series of wooden kegs containing butter or lard or something like that. Now, the place is a natural one as far as we can tell, but here you see the offerings of what one presumes is quite a large community, given the wealth of this material, being brought and put deliberately in the ground. Likewise, from Talisker, not far from Fiscavaig, this wooden bowl coming out of a peat bog, filled, I'm sure, originally with a prototype of the island's finest, no doubt. A good measure of whisky you could get in there. But these vessels, I presume, are not going into the ground empty. They're going in with some contents, with some offerings. There is this idea that there are places out there in the landscape which are beyond your normal habitation zone, where you can go and contact, if you like, parts of the other world. Not just communal things like vessels, things that a whole group might own, but also much more personal offerings. This is a finished version of one of those bangles we saw earlier, highly polished up, put in a peat bog somewhere in Skye. Sadly, we don't know where. A very personal offering here. Or this from Duntulm and Staffin in Skye, a much more ornate piece and a very, obviously, heavily loved and heavily worn piece, a spiral armlet in the form of a snake, the decoration almost now worn off it. This is exotic. This comes from Angus, from Tayside. And it gives us some idea again of the contacts, but also how there are some people who have access to this richer, wealthier material. Now, although it's not a direct parallel, the site I would like to introduce you to for a couple of minutes ties into this beast here. And this is the head, the bronze head of a boar-headed trumpet called a carnix, that comes from Deskford in Banffshire. So we're heading to the other side of the country. What's a carnix? This is a carnix. It would have looked something like one of these things. Imagine a 6-foot-high tube with this boar's head at the top of it. The interest here is where it comes from, because the find spot, which lies at Cullen, between Elgin and Banff on the northeast coast, it was found in a peat bog here. And it's not just any old peat bog, because again it's an unusual natural place. You have a river running down this side, and in the Iron Age the river was right beside this promontory. A peat bog here, and this spit of land essentially sticking out into the water. And in the Iron Age that was cut off by a palisade, creating almost a sacred space. And in this bog, when we excavated there was a whole series of objects that had been dug into the peat. The carnix was the most spectacular, but it also included the everyday, smashed pottery, offerings of joints of meat, and also more unusual things like this scatter of white quartz pebbles. So we see at sites like this a range of things coming together, and presumably again a range of people coming together, gathering objects, bringing things from their daily lives, bringing them to this special place, leaving some of them in the ground. The metalwork is the most spectacular, but it's part of a much wider range of objects. So in that sense, although it isn't a cave like High Pasture, I think sites like this give us clues to the mental minds, the mental maps of people in the Iron Age. Religion, of course, beliefs were not just something that happened on a Sunday in the Iron Age. You also were conducting rituals and practices embedded in your daily life. Within your houses, within your settlement, you were doing things that would ensure that life went well, to mark key moments of passage. So, for example, at the site at Kilduffel, just south of where we are today, a number of the roundhouses up here had odd things put in post holes. Swords and daggers again, not the kind of thing you just leave lying around. You don't just think, oh, where did I last see my sword? Oh, somebody put it in the post hole. These things are being buried there deliberately. And again, we're seeing objects you'd use in everyday life being used as part of, tied into the belief systems, the cycles of life around the house. So it's not just odd places like caves. Some of these ideas are carried across into people's daily lives. And we can see that coming back to Skye, in a site like Dunfiathert, the Broch at Dunfiathert, where in the foundations of that is this funny terracotta, an import from the Roman world, a rare item showing a bale of fleeces buried underneath the foundations of the site. So in that sense, the finds from High Pasture fit into a much broader pattern, the idea of everyday objects being used as powerful symbols. Let's turn briefly to Fiscavaig. Because the material from there is also odd, but it's rather different in character. It doesn't have this everyday quality to it. There's many fewer stone tools, for example. And what you're seeing there much more is focused on making things. It's a craft-working site. So we find the cluster that Stephen showed earlier of the 20-odd little pins with the same kind of rotary wear on them. I think, again, from some kind of specialised textile working. You've got a hide scraping tool, which is shown on the right here, small-scale blacksmithing, bronze casting, what else going on, textile working, leather working, a whole range of different crafts taking place in this out-of-the-way place. And also things like horn working. This is a part of a cattle skull where the core of the base of the horn has been sawn off, I presume so that it can be detached for the horn to be sliced off and worked. Another material you just never normally see. It vanishes entirely. And at this site too, there are some wider contacts to the outside world. Amber, ultimately from the Baltic, or this fragment of Roman glass showing the wider connections of the folk who were using the site. So what does it mean? Well, this takes us to the question of the role of craft and craft workers in this period. And craft is one of these interesting things, in that everyone can do a little bit of DIY, but not everyone is a joiner, not everyone is a fine mason, for example. Some crafts can be done relatively easily, some crafts are real specialist skills. So some crafts can be done by special people. And these skills give them a particular status, a role in society. And some of these special skills involve special materials, things like iron, things like bronze, unusual things. Some of them involve everyday materials, like the bone and the leather and so on. A site like Fiscavaig, a range of different materials are being worked, and all these materials are also being worked on settlement sites. The bone, the leather, the textiles and so on. I wonder if they're being worked together at Fiscavaig. I wonder if there's something here about not just special people and special skills, but special materials and special places. You may be able to carve a bowl, but if you want to do something like, for example, making a wheel, you draw the skills of different people together. You need the woodworker and the blacksmith and the leather worker and perhaps the bronzesmith all working together. Now, I'm not saying they're making wheels at Fiscavaig. I just happen to have a nice photograph of wheel making because we've been making a chariot reconstruction recently. But it's this kind of thing where different skills come together to make special objects. And sometimes using everyday skills like woodworking, but done by people with particular skills. Sometimes using unusual skills like iron working. This magic, if you like, of turning the solid into the malleable. So the question is, do people with special skills, working in special materials, does this take place in special places? Is there a power to things you make in a place like a cave? You know that this is an important object because these people have come together to make it. There's a power to that kind of object. Sadly, they didn't leave those things behind. We don't know what they're making in a site like Fiscavaig. But it does suggest that with these craft skills, at both High Pasture and at Fiscavaig, we're seeing the range from the everyday, the things everybody can do, through to the things that aren't everyday, the things that only a few people can do. Perhaps things that do need to be done in strange, out-of-the-way places. So I hope that's given you a sense of not just the range of finds coming off these sites, which are really, really important, but also the ways that we can use these to talk about the more everyday lives and the craft skills of these people, but to also look at the way that they are using everyday objects to mediate their relationship with other worlds and with one another. These may be everyday finds, but they're often being used in quite extraordinary manners. Thank you very much.
We have time for, I think, a couple of questions, if there are any. Oh, yes.
I was wondering whether you think, given the amount of blood and ash and things that appear to be around the site, is this somewhere where people are spinning and weaving, or is it somewhere they're just depositing the tools?
That's a really good question, and one of the my answer, I think, would be different with different craft skills. I think something like the antler working, we're seeing a wide range of stages in the process, and it suggests to me they're doing that on the site. Spinning is a really interesting thing, because often this doesn't happen on settlement sites. It happens as you're going around your daily task. And we need to look at the distribution in detail of where these spindle whorls are coming from, because there is this interesting cache of them from within that enclosure. And this includes both unfinished and finished objects, and it includes both broken and complete objects. So that's not, if you like, your normal daily set of whorls you'd have in your pocket. However, there's also a scatter of other whorls round about the site. So I suspect you're seeing both the working of textiles in the immediate area, but the burying of aspects of that at the mouth of the cave itself.
Okay, right, I think we're going to have 15 minutes coffee break. Thanks very much, Fraser. Can I ask people to be back here at 4 o'clock on the dot, because we've got a lot to get through in the final session. Thanks.
When you're introducing me, will you make sure it's the same philosophy I am?
Okay, can we have everyone in their seats to get started, please? Just before we start the next session, can I just ask, someone has lost a silver magnetic bracelet, so if anybody sees one or comes across it in the next part of the day, or has done already, if you could just perhaps bring it across to the front, so just if you happen to find it, okay? Right. Okay, the next presentation then is going to be a joint one by Dr. Graham Lawson of the University of Cambridge and Dr. John Purser of Solmer-Ostaig, not University of Glasgow as it says in the programme. And they're going to be talking about really the most extraordinary object to be found at High Pasture Cave. The talk's called The Sweet Sounding Cave, a musical artefact in context, and I think Graham is going to start us off.
Thanks. Yes, the bridge from the High Pasture Cave hit us like a thunderbolt a few years ago. Difficult to believe to begin with. It was one of a number of fragments of carbonised, partly burnt wood, and quite remarkable at the time in history that it represents. We now have quite a well-developed archaeology of music around Europe, with a lot of finds, including finds of stringed instruments. But we have so far failed to find one of these most important elements anywhere in Europe at this time. We're talking, remember, of the period of classical Greece. So you would think, with all the remains and with all the images that there are from Greece that we would, and from southern Italy and elsewhere around the Hallstatt world, the Celtic world of Europe, that we would have come across something like this, and it's absolutely amazing that we haven't, and how astonishing that it should emerge here in the northwest of Scotland, so far from Athens. I don't believe there is any direct connection with Athens, incidentally, but I think there are many indirect connections that John and I will be happy to talk about after we've made our presentation. This particular image here shows 3 separate X-ray views of the bridge as it was found, and it's quite a remarkable object. It's very small. It would fit into a matchbox, and yet it is very, very finely made. The notches, which we believe were for the strings, are very sharply cut. The edges are very, very crisp, and the feet, there is only 1 foot surviving, the other is broken off. You've got to remember that this is effectively charcoal, and it is very fragile. So even in the ground there is plenty of scope for bits to go missing. But 1 foot does survive. That's on the right-hand side of the lower 2 images here. And it presents a flat surface to whatever the thing was meant to stand on. And the symmetry of the object seems a straightforward bilateral symmetry for all the missing bits. And if we reconstruct the object based on that symmetry, it must have either 5 or 7 strings crossing over it. But one of the most interesting things for me in relation to the meaning of the site of High Pasture is the crispness of the way it's worked. This has not been much handled since it was made. So we're looking at something that has been, I think, either made or at least retouched on the site with a very sharp blade. And it's been done beautifully and very, very delicately. It's quite an astonishing piece. Now, how do we go forward here? It's just... do I have to point this at anything? Forward key. Okay, we'll stick with the keys. Here's a drawing of it, and it shows the essential characteristics of the object. But what I'd like you to notice here, apart from the hole drilled on the right-hand side, which has already been mentioned, is the strange lean to one side that you can see in the little inset at the bottom right. That's not to scale, of course. So as it stands on a tabletop, the thing leans slightly to one side, and the angle of the string notch is at an even greater angle, and the angle of the top, the very top little platform, which is very tiny indeed, that's even further angled round. And this is rather odd. We have quite a lot of bridges now, and I can show you some of these. Here are two from Scandinavia. The one on the left is made of amber from Gotland, and the one on the right is made of antler from Birka on the mainland of Sweden. And the one on the left has notches for 6 strings, the one on the right has notches for 7 strings. But they both have the same flat feet that the High Pasture Cave object has. We have another example. Recently, the one on the left is 8th century, by the way. The one on the right is 9th century AD. We're about 1,000 years adrift of High Pasture here, but these are nevertheless our earliest examples. Here is one from Trossingen in Baden-Württemberg, where about 10 years ago a complete instrument was found. Again, you can see there are notches there which appear to be for 7 strings. At least there are 7 notches. So 7 strings or less. But it sits again very firmly on a flat surface, and it would fit neatly into a matchbox. These are very small objects, but they're very important. This is the beating heart of the musical instrument in a way. This is the object which converts the vibration of the strings in the notches to the soundboard, which is going to amplify that sound. Without the bridge, the instrument would sound extremely feeble. Extremely feeble. You would hardly hear it at all. Here is the grave at Trossingen, showing a lyre in situ, with the man's upper arm bone showing through the handhole at the top. This is a typical lyre. The lyre is an instrument with a sound box, 2 arms, and a cross piece at the top to which the strings are attached. This one happens to be a copy of an instrument from Berapton in Norfolk in England from about the 6th century. And we've got quite a cluster of these now up the east coast, creeping ever further northwards as archaeology gets its teeth into the issues of these very fragmentary objects. But the Trossingen lyre is not at all fragmentary. It's a wonderful, solid object, preserved because it was completely waterlogged, the site. So all the furniture in the grave and even bits of textile and stuff were preserved. Coming closer to our ancient time of the High Pasture, here we have a lyre of similar sort on a really rather provincial sculpture, a rather Celtic kind of Roman sculpture from Trier, near a site near Trier in western Germany. And you can see there the bridge located in the centre of the sound box, in that particular one. You can't rely too much on the details of these images, but that's a pretty good example. It's one of the best that we have of a Roman period instrument. The Greeks had a different kind of lyre. This is much the same in principle, except that the body of this particular instrument is made out of a tortoise shell. And I brought one of these along, the replica of these, which I can show you. Tortoise shell back. It's a Scottish tortoise, incidentally. I can tell you the story later. And the strings are stretched across a parchment membrane, rather like a banjo, and so made to sound. Again, I'll show you a little of that later. creeping ever closer, but still tantalizingly far away. We're in northern Italy now, central Italy really. This is an Etruscan tomb painting from Tarquinia, and it shows roughly the same sort of instrument preserved in an Etruscan context. The big question is, what sort are we dealing with here? I brought along today a big one. Don't let anybody tell you that things start primitive and get more complicated. This instrument here is a lyre from Sumerian civilization from around about 3000 BC, 3500 BC. And here is a copy of one which Leonard Woolley found in 1927 at that great hesitation. And it's a magnificent beast. If I can swivel it around, so that everyone can see. And I can give you a little bit of a jingle on this. If you notice, the most important things are the bridge. Very big bridge, as befits a very big instrument. And the strings attached at the top, with tuning levers in this case. This is the origin of the question of those little bone levers that we saw earlier. But they don't have quite the right features and wear for this. So I can give you a quick twang on this, just to give you a general drift. The instrument does various things. You can strum it. That's the bridge that's helping to make that sound. If I took the bridge out, I'd probably break my fingers, but you would hear a very sort of flabby tone. But that is the strings moving through moving the vibration through to the sound. That's a hollow body. I'm playing harmonics there, not just the open strings. Do a little bit more of that later. But what you're seeing here is a rather remarkable thing. In addition to a musical instrument being played by a musician, you're seeing a musician in a narrative context. And this question of the narrative implications of the lyre bridge, because this is definitely a bridge from a lyre. It couldn't be from anything else in the ancient world. The fascinating thing is High Pasture is where does the bridge take us beyond just the music? And where it's taking us in the early Middle Ages is into narrative poetry. That is the principal association of the lyre, narrative song. It's what Tacitus is mentioning when he talks about the Celts of northern Germany having only narrative songs as their record of the past. That's in the 1st century. And here is the belly of the Trossingen lyre that I showed you earlier, and here's a wonderful scene. For the first time we've got a picture of something happening. Something is happening here. We can talk later about what's happening, but something is definitely happening. And here on this Egyptian lyre, we've actually got an inscription on the lyre, which is a love song. You can just about make it out there in the bottom centre. And it's that quintessential relationship between the lyre and song that brings us into the whole question of, at High Pasture, of tradition and of traditional knowledge and of wisdom. So we're getting quite a long way from a little piece of wood here. But it's there that John is going to take us next with his work on the environment. I'm finished, John. Right. Yeah. I sort of lose steam and you come in. all down the way.
Well, thank for, Agus. Fáilte thula duine Fiscavaig san le choiste ha mé bhí an agus bí sé bhí sin go bhfuil mé as an Choist Salmorostig and Chilin Skianach. So, welcome to everybody. I represent in a very small capacity, Salmorostig, which is part of the UHI, and I'm very much honoured to be here. Although I'm here as a musicologist, and we will be doing something together, and I'm going to play you some music too, I'm actually devoting most of what I'm saying this afternoon to the situation of High Pasture Cave within the culture, the Gaelic culture as a whole. And when I say the Gaelic culture, we're going to go right back into, well into prehistory, into the Stone Age. So what you're looking at there, top right of that picture is roughly where Uruvanasht Achag is, the High Pasture Cave. But on your left is Ben Jeddick Moor, and on the right there is Ben Chailach. And it doesn't take very much imagination to see these as human breasts. And if you think that I'm the person who always brings these things up, either because everybody else is embarrassed or because I am salacious or without shame. But actually, I think it's because most people are shy to talk about it, and I don't understand why. And so I will justify myself by saying that, for instance, who's from Aberdeenshire here? Okay, well, you know Benachie. Well, what does it mean? It means the Ben of the Pap. And what is its name in Scots? The Mither Tap. Okay, the mother top. So in local parlance as well as in name, Benachie is the mother whose pap feeds the entire area below. Quite simple. There's the Kirch, which any rock climber will know on the Isle of Skye. Absolutely wonderful pap sticking right out of the middle of the rock face. And if you've seen Highland, you have seen a wonderful jewel on that Kirch, on that pap. At the very beginning, Steve mentioned the contrast between the limestone and the red granite, and this is fundamental because Strath, where it's situated, the glen is running up at the right there, is divided between the two, and as he said, fertile on one side, infertile on the other. So we are dealing with the contrast between life and death, between sound and the silence of the dead as well, and also above ground and below ground, with living above ground and burial below ground. And of course High Pasture Cave is below ground, so we are in the liminal space, has been said a good few times. But it remains fundamentally important because if you're going to conduct yourself into the other world, one of the things that helps you to communicate with a world that may not have your language is music. Moving on from here, what musical instruments were available. Right from the beginning, Clachoska, top left there, is a stone with a legend attached to it. It's a rock gong, or naturally resonant instrument. Then next to it is the Arnhill rock gong, which is part of a recumbent stone circle. And then at the bottom is the Tyree rock gong with Stone Age cup marks on it. So these two stones, the second two I mentioned, are archaeologically secure in terms of their likely use over millennia, and the top left one is legendary. Now, I'm going to play you just the sound of these rock gongs, and you'll first of all hear Clachoska. This is a precaution that when we're going to perform are not going to be recorded, and there's a simple reason for that people, when these things get out on the internet, misuse them, unfortunately. They use music, they steal your music to accompany something really often very unpleasant. And infinitely worse than anything I'm going to tell you about. I can assure you, a beautiful track was used by a nappy fetishist. What do you do? Well, here is, I don't know, you may want to call this a phallus or not. This is Clach na Hannet, which is, Anat is the Gaelic word for the earliest religious foundation in a site, and Clach na Hannet is the stone of that foundation at Killivrija, because this is in the district of Kilbride. Bridget is a goddess. So when we are looking at, if we go back here, at Benacailach on the right there, if you see it from Broadford, you will see that it has Stone Age pile of rocks on the top, possibly a burial site, and it looks like the actual nipple on the top of the breast. So Benacailach, what does that mean? It means the ben of the old woman. So is this a female deity? Is she benign? Is she not benign? Or is she both? Is it winter and summer? These are just suggestions about the symbolism, but this particular stone locally is known for casting its shadow in the direction of a stone circle, which no longer exists. It did so at midsummer. That's photographs taken in midsummer, so we could tell roughly where the stone circle was, but it was moved, and that is it. 23 orthostats holding up the road between Broadford and Elgol. At the end of the 19th century, the road builders looked at these and they thought, by God, that'll make a bridge easy peasy, and they shifted the lot of them. So absolute tragedy, of course, that we lost this structure, but it is local knowledge that tells you that the stones are actually there. So get town team to come along, get the road realigned for a year or two, and put them back where they should be. It was started off with the contrast between the granite and the limestone. Well, here you have the consequence of it, a marble quarry today. So even today, this geological feature is fundamentally economically important. But it was in the past too. It was Stephen Martin who took me to this site, which is where they were mining for copper. How far back, I don't know. But given that there is metalworking going on, then we have evidence, actual evidence of mining in the area, not just the working of metal. And the mention, of course, of the significance of the smith Fraser has been referring to, and of his magical qualities working underground. And this is something very much embedded in the culture of the Gaels, is the magic aspect of the smith. Just to say, with respect to Clachosker, which was the ringing rock you saw there, the story was that a witch took it up to the top of the mountain and threw it down at Oscar, who was one of the Fenian heroes. So what you have there, again, is this female figure of immense power, and in this particular instance not benign at all, but Oscar is a match for her in the story. So caves locally and their magical significance, and going into them. This is a cave, the Spar Cave, which is in Strath, on the Strath Peninsula. It's only about 10 miles from, by road from Uavnarst Achag. But it is one of the caves which traditionally the piper goes into and never re-emerges. And this is a very ancient Celtic legend of the Lunacer musician. He goes into the cave at Lunacer, which is August the 1st, which is the harvest time, and he never emerges again. So we have a connection in the tradition with the cave and music. And often music comes from under the ground. It is given by the fairies. But there is also something else about that, and its beauty. This is a stunningly beautiful place. And there we are, right in the back of Spar Cave, and you can see that anybody going in there is going to be impressed by just the magical beauty of it. So when we get into Uavnarst Achag, what do we see? Come on. It's fairly obvious what you see. It's a breast with a nipple. It's natural formation. You need to be fairly blind not to notice it. And equally, it seems to me fairly obvious that this could be read symbolically, and as of course can this. So we're dealing essentially with a breast, a penis, and a vulva. And remember that this cave was closed with a young woman and two of probably her children, buried together. And the woman had had her chest smashed. So there's a whole load of symbolism going on here which seems to be associated with birth, amongst other things. So let's hear what this cave can sound like. Now, the speakers here are very inadequate, so I apologize for that. But all the sounds that you hear in this the cave's natural acoustics, and above all take advantage of the water. So some of the sounds you were hearing were made by dropping the bell of the instrument down into the water, so that you had to force the sound through the end of the instrument. So just going to lead now into what we're going to play and sing. At the end of all of this is a human burial, and this is a person who has died quite young. She's been called, I think, by all of you present, Bridget, has she not? And that's thoroughly appropriate. So I think it would be nice if Graham and I performed a lament for her. And this lament is going to be the Pilililu, which is a pre-Christian lament, possibly based on the call of the redshank, which lives in that liminal space on the shores. Anyway, it's as old as we're going to get, and we'll give it a go.
Do we have any questions? There'll be general discussion at the end, but I think if there was anything specific now for Graham or John. No? Okay. Thanks very much.
Yes, I know, isn't it, John?
Right, the last paper of the afternoon then is Martin Carruthers from UHI in Orkney.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honour to speak to you this afternoon. How do you follow an act like that? It makes the hairs on the back of your neck stick up, doesn't it? It's really amazing. Oh well, here we go. I'll try and make up some time. Today I want to talk to you about two traditions that I've mentioned in my title here. One is the capacity for us as archaeologists to get at traditions in the archaeological record. And one is the scholarly tradition, a community of practice, if you will call them, of archaeologists working with the material culture of built underground places in the 20th and even now into the 21st century. I want to talk to you then about souterrains, a French word that literally means underground, and it's the word that archaeologists have adopted to characterise or define these artificially created underground structures. And I also want to talk to you about a couple of other types of structures that we find across Atlantic Scotland, but more particularly in the Orcadian archipelago where I base my research. This is, I suppose, a typical underground structure of the souterrain variety, quite a confined, narrow passageway, incidentally, that opens into a slightly wider chamber, slightly more expansive chamber beyond here, and this is Rennibister in mainland Orkney. Souterrains, and here's a map of them across the Orcadian archipelago, are liberally dusted around most of the islands, it has to be said. And reading textbooks a few years ago, you would be under the impression that maybe a dozen to 25 or so confirmed examples existed in the literature. And these days I think we can look almost at the high 60s. In one way or another, whether or not they're actually confirmed or whether they're, anecdotal reports of souterrains that were encountered by a farmer on the 5th of April in the afternoon, one day, 1934. This is a typical archaeological manifestation of what these things look like, typical two-dimensional plans of the structures, quite a mixed bag of different shapes and indeed sizes. Some commonalities there, and we'll maybe bring some of those out as we proceed. More detailed plan, this is from Hatston Aerodrome, excavated and completely dismantled in advance of wartime airfield construction just outside Kirkwall, and gives you a sense of this. And the one thing I'd like to point out to you is the curvature of the passageway here leading into the main chamber of the structure. And this is a dominant phenomenon within these built subterranean architectures, is that we see kinks or outright turns in the passageway along the length, which swings around in an anti-clockwise fashion, an anti-sunwise direction. Here's another example. This is the Grain Earth House just outside Kirkwall, and here, although the curve of the main passage is indeed to the sunwise, nevertheless there's a right-angled turn that's taking you spatially in a left-handed direction. But souterrains are not the only structures to be found as part of the underground Iron Age repertoire. Indeed, these are the so-called wells, and I put it in inverted commas to give you a sense of my scepticism about the truly functioning, pragmatic, well-like identity of these structures. On the far right you see Minehow, more of that structure towards the end of my talk. In the centre, the so-called well underneath the Broch of Gurness, a very complex architectural feature indeed, which I don't have time to go into today, but suffice to say is an inordinately complex piece of architecture involving secret and hidden passages and chambers behind the already fairly obscure staircase leading down into the main chamber. and then on the left burying a figure of 8 shaped chamber leading from a set of stairs. So a more vertically orientated inclination in the case of these so-called wells. Another picture of the mine house structure. But really the thing I want to emphasise is that in fact it's a little bit artificial to foist these typological classifications on these subterranean architectures, or at least that's my view of it. We have to classify, it's a natural and normal part of the archaeological process. It's simply that in this particular case I think we lose as much as we gain from this sharp distinction between the souterrain, more horizontally organised subterranean structures on the one hand, and the more vertically inclined versions on the other. And to illustrate that example in human experiential terms, in terms of the qualities of experiences here, one of these structures is identified as a souterrain and one of them is identified as a well. Can you tell the difference? I think not. But here's a traditional plan of a souterrain anyway, and some of the singular details to take on board, I suppose, this long, narrow, confined, claustrophobic passageway, a crawl space, nothing much more than that, which opens up into a space which at best you can just about stand up in the centre of, and often you have these freestanding pillars of masonry which help to hold up the roof, but they also, as we'll see in a moment, potentially define the architectural space within inside these chambers, and they relate particularly perhaps to the kinds of deposits and perhaps the types of activities that were underway inside these structures. 3 main explanations that have been offered traditionally for so-called souterrains, and to a lesser extent wells, the wells of the Orcadian Iron Age. On the one hand, refuge. Well, I'll just say one word about this: death trap. Okay, one word with a hyphen. And the second, much more prolific and much more credible definition is indeed the idea of them as being facilities, silos, if you will, for the storage of produce, agricultural produce, primarily is envisaged. And that's absolutely fine, but as the photograph on the right here illustrates, it doesn't really get to the bottom of why underground. Because there are many strategies for storing food, all sorts of produce, perishable items, above ground, even outdoors like this, where you've got a stook, simple stone platform with a central, but in this photograph, concealed wooden pole, and around which sacks of grain are lent pyramid fashion, and it simply has coil after coil after coil of organic rope lashed around it, and apparently that's good enough to keep produce in good order for quite a good period of time, and away from vermin and the worst of the inclement weather. So storage, I would not rule out, and I would like to in fact include it in the range of possibilities and activities. However, it's often counterpoised to this concept that we've heard a lot about today, ritual. And I would like to make the simple point, and I think it's one that we can probably pretty much credibly believe and take for granted given the volume and the power of the talks we've heard today, is that these are not diametrically opposite features of human life. These go hand in hand, they're complementary in fact. But where I would go further even is that I think it's futile to try to unpick which came first. We're dealing with a chicken and egg here about prehistoric ideology, about indigenous belief systems that Ian's talked about first thing this morning. And I would say it's utterly futile to even try to unpick whether or not what we're looking at is ideology layered over subsistence strategy, or whether we're looking at subsistence strategy that's deeply embedded in ritual and ideological and cosmological beliefs. I'd much rather look at what's going on in relation to these structures and round about them. Excuse me, as my voice fails. What kinds of things do we find in them? Well, pretty ordinary everyday stuff, the kind of stuff that Fraser's talked about, at the kind of more mundane and the prosaic end of the assemblages to some extent, but also, and bizarrely, far less remarked upon than that ordinary, mundane, prosaic material culture, we also find human remains. So here's an example from Boo, an early Iron Age souterrain excavated on the outskirts of Strumness in the late 70s, early 80s. And this individual was found with a number of other individuals, an adult male. Excuse me. He's lying face down, flat out, head tilted to one side, and hands behind the back. I'll say no more. I won't over-interpret that for now, but nevertheless, we do find human remains in association with souterrains. Here's some of the more prosaic material culture, everything from stone tools, the types of coarse stone tools, the cobble tools that we heard about earlier on, to indeed the human remains I've just mentioned. Ceramics, pretty mundane and ubiquitous and prolific across sites, although in this particular case that is an exotic piece from one of my own excavations on South Ronaldsay. It's a steatite tempered four-sided vessel, and therefore has come from Shetland, which we can prove petrologically. But everything up to things like these little naked stones, so-called, in the Orcadian vernacular, supposed anthropomorphic representations. On one instance, and in tone with this afternoon's proceedings, I would suggest the one on the left may be more phallic than in fact representative of the whole corporeal identity. And coprolites, human faeces, are found in the specific preservational qualities that we sometimes find within these subterranean structures. Interestingly, the image on the lower right, I beg your pardon, is a Renibister souterrain with my own little schematic just indicating where the human remains were located. And this makes the point about the architectural distinctions here, because again, reading subsequent textbooks, one would believe that the human mass of bones encountered in the excavations in the 1920s here were completely random and scattered. But if you go back to Hugh Marwick's original excavation report in the 1920s, it's quite clear the structure to the patterning of these human remains. So, adult human skulls around so-called pillar P, infants, lots of them, around one of the other pillars, and then the long bones over on the left-hand side of the chamber. Thank you very much indeed. So much for material culture. We'll come back to it in a moment. Another thing I would say before moving on is in relation to the architectural relationships that we have here. This is a reconstruction drawing of the souterrain at the How, another excavation near Stromness, undertaken in the 70s and early 80s. And this pretty much characterises the way that most archaeologists have talked about the souterrains in the recent past. That's to say, they're ancillary, they're seen as secondary, they're seen as appurtenances of what's above ground. And I would challenge that, and I would certainly wish to recognise that for every underworld there's an upper world. But one of the things I would say is that, and this is key, to reverse the usual Broch-dominant gravitational pull of Iron Age studies. High Pasture Cave, along with sites like How in Orkney, demonstrate that staircases predate Brochs by a long, long way. We should actually be inverting this relationship. We should be looking at it in a time-natural order, and we should be suggesting that the origins of that liminal cosmological device that is the staircase, if you want to call it that, actually stem from the underground, not from what's above. So often in the literature you'll hear souterrains and well-type structures referred to as exhibiting Broch-like architecture, devices of stairs, chambered cells, cobbled cells, etc. It's actually the other way around. That's the way we should be seeing it. And I think we should recenter our focus onto the earlier stuff in a time-natural order. This is another fallacy, to some extent, although I'm going to prove myself wrong in a moment, is that there is a natural connection between above-ground, roofed-over structures and the subterranean. This is seen across large parts of the eastern Scotland and the southeastern lowlands. It's less clear-cut, however, that there is an intimate chronological association between what's above and what's below. And in fact, what we often find is that what's above has come in later on, sometimes in some cases centuries later on, and co-opts what is below. And I think that's an interesting part of the biographies of these subterranean structures. Okay, I want to give you a couple of case studies, very quickly rattle through them and make up some time. My own excavations at Winnock in South Ronaldsay in Orkney. Here's a picture of a portion of the passageway. It's a very unusual tri-radial shaped structure, still Y-shaped in plan, and you have a pit-like entrance at this end in the north of the site, drop down into a short, narrow entrance passage, and then you work your way either towards the left into a short chamber which itself had a partly corbelled structure to it, including an inverted saddle quern set upside down, inserted into the wall in front of you as you enter it, or you fork off, need to watch how I say that, into the right-hand side, where again you wind your way around a passageway that curves quite dramatically in an anti-clockwise direction. We've fairly recently obtained radiocarbon dates. These fall within the so-called Hallstatt period, so they're inhibited by a problem in the radiocarbon chronology at this point in time. So we can say that they're within 400 years period roughly. But clever statistical analysis and further stratigraphic work hopefully will narrow this down. But essentially we're dealing with an early Iron Age structure here. Sidewalls of the passage of this subterranean structure, if I do this brings out the point that in the moment of construction of this underground building, the builders are laying in core stone tools, embedding them into the masonry as they're building up the walls of the structure. Core stone tools at Winnock are actually quite significant and interesting. The stone tool specialist, Anne Clark, who is looking at the material that we have from Winnock and also from my other site at the Cairns, has said something really quite significant about these stone tools. Many of them show instances of reuse. These are stone tools with stratigraphy. There's a sequence here. There's a radical change in the way that these stone tools are used. They have a graduated grinding motion for what appears to be most of their life use, and then that's replaced suddenly and sharply with a punctuated, percussive, sometimes destructive motion, and then they're deposited out of the way and into foundation-like deposits within the structure. And that's really just summarising that. And one of the things that Anne has said is that it's possible that we're dealing with a late Bronze Age assemblage, which is then taken literally and remodelled and then deposited into the foundational deposits of this souterrain. There's an above-ground house associated with it, and our stratigraphy and our radiocarbon dates demonstrate that that above-ground house is actually pretty contemporary with the souterrain. In fact, the stratigraphy shows the souterrain was constructed, then the above-ground house was constructed over the top of that, and then the finishing layer, the clay cap, was smeared across the stone roof of the souterrain. And that then functioned as part of the floor deposit of the above-ground building, so there is a very intimate partnership between these two structures in this instance. Thing to observe is that although the structure was quite badly truncated by ploughing, we were able to recover the details of the architecture of the above-ground building, and the movement in that building from the entrance in the southeast is guided through a series of upright partitions, stone partitions, around the left-hand side of the building from the entrance, around clockwise above ground to reach the entrance to the souterrain, the black hole. I think this is giving up a ghost. Never mind. The entrance. There's one there. Thank you. Hiding in plain sight. The entrance here, of course, is at the north of the building, and as I've said, as you drop down into that entrance, the whole world is reversed then. The movement, the directionality that a person travelling into that structure is then inverted. There's the dates for the house. Interesting deposition. In one case, actually several cases, but this is probably the best, foundation deposit related to an uprooted piece of architecture, an orthostat, an upright slab that was part of the above-ground architecture, had a row of cobblestone tools inserted into the upper fill of that foundation socket for that upright. And those tools go from almost nowhere, in fact nowhere whatsoever, a cobble without any wear on it that's been taken from the beach, all the way through a more severe programme, if you will, of worn working surfaces until a point in time where you have one stone tool with a completely broken off end at one end of the scale. And it's almost like they're representing or reflecting the life cycle of an average stone tool. And I can't help wondering if those stone tools, as prosaic and mundane as they are, come to represent also the life cycles of living entities, of animated beings, like the people that use them, for one thing, and possibly also the rest of the natural and agrarian sociology of these communities. Excuse me. So there's a souterrain under excavation. I've said this already, really. Physically cramped crawl spaces, there's darkness, there's claustrophobia, potentially, or that is our sensibility, or my sensibility, perhaps, writ large. The directionality is interesting. The plant macrofossil also indicates something interesting going on here. Not plant storage, apparently, but according to Diane, who's looked at the plants, plant processing in situ, in this dark, cramped space. Seems a bit odd, seems a bit far-fetched, but that's what the plant macrofossil evidence incorporated into these occupation deposits inside the souterrain appears to indicate. I won't go into this detail, that's cut some time. Pits later on with subsequent dates, so we can tell that this site was occupied for at least some centuries. Dum-de-dum, later on. Death of a souterrain, infilled at the very end of its life with lots more coarse stone tools, saddle querns, stacks of querns in a similar fashion to you've experienced in High Pasture Cave, stone tools, broken stone tools. In one case, one of the three passages has one half of a stone tool embedded in it, and over by another passageway in the infill there, you have the other half of that stone tool and they refit. So we're seeing fragmentation, a word we've heard a lot about today. We're seeing processes of fragmentation and disaggregation, broken pieces, structurally deposited in different contexts and different spatial locations around the site. And finally, as part of that ultimate backfill, things like this, a horrible word, I hate using it, but it's something that's been referred to as a proto-Pictish symbol, a very rudimentary crescent and V-rod shaped marking on this little cobble tool. Another feature of these subterranean structures, is the supposed reuse of much earlier landscapes, monuments and features. Here's an example of Quantaness, just outside Cutwell, an early Iron Age roundhouse, which has co-opted the forecourt of a Neolithic tomb, a passage grave, chamber tomb, and the entrance to that has been controlled, or the control of entrance into that tomb has been taken over by the early Iron Age roundhouse. And bear in mind that Neolithic tomb is some 2,000, if not more, years earlier than the Iron Age itself. Richard Hingley has been very strong in this in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and he talks about this as reuse and reinvention of the past, and he sees it as a political and an ideological aspect of the strategies, the social strategies of Iron Age communities, and I think there's certainly something in that. There's plenty of evidence for this kind of reuse in Orkney. Here's how, again, at the very base. The blue feature is the earth house, a good Orcadian vernacular word for souterrains, and above that, a whole Russian dolls scenario, a whole Petrushka doll-like assemblage of subsequent structures built and encased over each other over a protracted period of time. Now with Rowigar on Rousey, again a souterrain constructed inside the living guts of a much earlier stalled tomb, an earlier Neolithic tomb. But a recent excavation by site that I'm working on just now at the Cairns, Structure F at the Cairns, demonstrates that reuse of the past can actually be taken up to within potentially genealogical memory terms as well. So here's the site, the Cairns. I'm only going to talk to you today about a tiny element of this site, and it's what's happening in the entrance to the structure, but essentially, hopefully you can make out, we've got a whacking great big Atlantic roundhouse, an enormous monumental broch-type structure with a whole series of accretions of later archaeology and later features over the top of it. What I just want to concentrate on for 2 seconds is the entrance to this, because what we found in excavation is that the inner end of the entrance passage of this broch was blocked off at a point in time when the upper superstructure of the broch had been dismantled and most of that rubble had been thrown into the interior of the structure. So this previously donut-like freestanding architectural edifice that was the broch is dismantled deliberately. It's turned into a mound of material rather than a freestanding structure, because around the outside of the broch they introduce a whole series of paleo soils and anthropogenic material and midden, etc. So they turn the whole thing from a broch effectively into a great big mound. And the one area that they leave open in that process is the entrance to the broch, and it's this entrance passageway that they block off at the inner end, and what they do thereafter is connecting through to the outer end of the broch. Underneath the lintel here is a passageway which is covering this way. Ignore that wall, that's a later Iron Age wall that comes in and destroys that whole relationship sometime later on in the Pictish Iron Age. But the passageway comes out winds around and takes a 90-degree turn off in that direction towards the south, and these are the roof slabs of that souterrain, and there's some interesting stuff at the far end. But basically, that was the original entrance here, opening from an Iron Age roundhouse here. We just have one edge of it. Underground passageway comes around under this lintel, turns 90 degrees through a set of door checks and into the reused Broch entrance passageway, a passageway to the past. But this is a genealogical past. This is some centuries before, before the construction of the souterrain that we're talking about. This is within ancestral memory, perhaps even named individuals who could be commemorated by the connection and the visitation of this Broch by these people in the later Iron Age. A shot inside that entrance passage. We're not finished excavating it yet, so this summer, in fact, 7 weeks' time, we start excavation again on this site. And towards the drop-down entrance of the structure, we've got an interesting feature going on here. So hopefully you can make out just here a rotary quern. And here it is under excavation. And it's a particularly good one, particularly interesting, nice one, because it's been deliberately broken in half. And that's happened immediately before it's gone into the ground. We're certainly not dealing with a working tool in its possession here, because I don't know if you can make out, there's a little wedge of stone, like a little wedge of cheese has been inserted between the two halves as well. So this is emphatically not a working stone, which is good that we can say that with some certainty, because immediately underneath it, when it was lifted, there's another stone, a lower quern stone, but probably not the partner to this upper one, and it was cut into quarters. Sound familiar? Now, this, as if that's not strange and interesting enough, it's set in a little feature, a little kerb wall, which is itself immediately above the roof slabs of the souterrain. And indeed, where the position of the holes through those two rotary querns is hovering directly over a gap in two of the lintel stones of the souterrain. This is where Joe comes in, because now you know. Because Joe's kind of amazing soil science that she was telling you about earlier on with the micromorphology is exactly the kind of place where, now that we see this, I would love to actually excavate the flow deposit immediately underneath this with a forethought to what those soils might actually contain. So obtaining lovely, nice sections through the flow deposits that we're going to excavate this summer would be very, very interesting in terms of what was represented in those soils. I'll leave it there for now, for the moment, in relation to that. One thing to be said about the souterrains, I suppose, is the remarkable way in which, you said back moving, is this sense of temporality, this sense of timing, the signal importance of the moment in time in the lives of the communities who were constructing these things. It's very often a transitional moment. We've heard a lot about transition, we've heard a lot about liminality, and I think that's very, very appropriate in these contexts. And one of the things about souterrains that they do is that they signal major changes in the lives of communities in terms of how we read that archaeological record. One of them is the movement towards building very substantial architectures like roundhouses, but other times it's happening at the end of a cycle of construction and inhabitation. So I would argue that they mark time, that they are devices to some extent for the social history of communities, that's to some extent what they're doing. That's not precluding storage, that's including the storage of agricultural produce, the storage of personal identities, the kinds of rites of passage that we've heard about already today, transitional rites that move a member of a community on from one status to another. I think that's all part and parcel of the whole scheme. And unfortunately, without the access to the vocabulary and the language and linguistics of these people, I could never prove this. But I strongly suspect that the language that surrounded souterrains was very much tied into people changing identities. Probably the word for storage and the word for the movement of people through one stage of their life and another had some kind of etymological connections. I can never prove that. And the thing that I'll say finally, I suppose, I hadn't had a chance to talk about mine now, but never mind. The thing that I'll say finally is that these underground architectures allow people or communities in moments of reflection to focus on the past, on their plans and actions for the future, and their ability to actually think about what they're doing in the present, mediating both the past and the future. And I really didn't get a chance to have a look at mine, but never mind. I'll ignore it completely. And that's me, I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much, Martin. Do we have any specific questions for Martin before we move on to the general discussion? Yeah.
It's not observation. I think a lot of things Martin's been saying there is reflected in these other sites, in particular like Pasture Cave and what have you. And particular, some of those caches of tools you're getting where you see that reflection. Even the one Fraser was showing there, he was showing the tools that had the wear. The tools that looked like tools. But in with that cache, there was a number of blank pebbles as well. But they were part of that cache.
Yeah.
And yes, you can see the transition from a plain pebble right through the very transitional use to things that have been heavily used.
Yeah.
So, a life story of an object.
Yeah, and that's where this insistence on a sharp distinction between artefact and ecofact is really quite bogus and misleading, and is a problem in archaeological practice if we institute it in our fieldwork too assiduously, because at the end of the day, whatever they reflected on, whatever they thought important, whatever they brought to a site is what we should be interested in if we want to understand their past lives, past ways of life. And the unstarted is just as interesting. The old-fashioned word would be manupole for these items that are brought to site that have no apparent use, and that's only an apparency. It's not a reality, I think.
Yeah.
I think just what you've been saying, Martin, makes me think about our attitude to recovering that past as well, because we certainly had a similar example at Applecross of curated stones, an arrangement which looked like a tool belt had been laid out, by one of the hearths. And one of those was a natural cobble. The others were work tools. And I think it was an intuitive response to recover that as a cache. But it's very important for us to remember looking at these life cycle observations, I think, in our future work.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so easy to miss this stuff as well, because we know full well, and I'm sorry if this is a shock to anyone, but field archaeology is subjective, and therefore it's really, it's fraught. Or I'm always fraught when I'm in the field. So, oh God, what are we going to miss now?
Okay, I think, thanks very much, Martin. I think, can I ask Rod McCulloch to come up now and take us through a more general discussion?
Thank you very much. I haven't really got a clue what to do now. I've sat through now, this is the second day of this project, catching up with the work that's been going on, and to be frank, I'm not just tired, but I'm also overawed. In the tradition of, I think it was Blazing Saddles, where the big guy held a gun to his head and said, "I'll shoot myself if you don't stop." My plan is to say, "Do you have any questions?" And then I'll just keep prattling at you until you start asking them. So, is anyone going to put me out of my misery straight away? Yes, please. Can you click the green button in front of you? Oh well, never mind.
Thank you, Laura. There were pigs within the cave that were mostly about 7 to 8 months old, but there were also some older individuals. I'm not sure, Mandy, which samples you took in the end, whether they were from...
Yes, when I took the samples, I aimed to take them from an age group that would not be reflecting a suckling signal, if that's what you're asking about. So that wouldn't have been a problem in my data. Was that the question?
The question was, you had two types of pigs compared to the diet.
Yes.
Did you find the age of these pigs at all? Was there an age when they were killed? The two diets, obviously, respectively
Yes, yes. Sorry,
I think she's wanting to know if they are related to that 7 to 8 month old group, or could it have been examples that you sampled from that older, fewer types of animal? So, is it perhaps a true reflection of the special pig deposit? I mean, I suppose it could be that the older animals also had the same signature. I don't know, all the ones that put in the cave may have been the same. But yeah, I think that's what she's saying.
The age range of the ones that I analysed would have been similar. So it would be necessary for me to analyse some of the younger ones if we wanted to see whether there were any more differences in there. But the age range of the ones that I've analysed are similar, so they would have had different diets at those similar ages. Does that make sense? And that they're lifetime diets, not spot points.
This might be a really silly question, but what do they have against eating fish?
Well, it's not a silly question. We just don't really know the answer to it. It would appear that what is happening is that they're stopping the consumption of marine foods at around the start of the Neolithic. And the question might be, is it because they've started farming the land, that they're bringing agriculture in, and that they're trying to avoid the use of wild resources at that point, that they want to concentrate on domesticated resources, and they want to avoid the use of wild. The question is always going to be open. We're not going to know why it happened. We can see that it did happen. There are going to be discussions about why we can continue to see we can continue to see things in the archaeological records, such as the fish remains at some sites, and apparently that they would have been using boats to go out and take fish from deeper waters. Well, we can see that that's there, but we're not seeing that in their skeletal tissues as a regular consumption. So they might have been doing it occasionally, or they may have been bringing these resources in and using them for animal feed or for other purposes, but they're not using it as a large part of their resources.
Can I say that? I mean, you said that's not a deep question, but it is really, because it is asking us about trying to communicate with a world that doesn't have our language. And that's what High Pasture Cave is about. We've got lots of Iron Age sites, but in essence, they're shallow, and they speak with very muffled voices, because they've been either so used that nothing is clear, or we have no means of making sense of them. We've got buildings, domestic buildings, we've got big forts, we have these souterrains, which, up until recently we have tended to clear out because we thought that the form was interesting. But now we're realizing that there's more importance in the stuff that's in them and in the fabric. What High Pasture Cave, though, does is it speaks because it has longevity and it has preservation. It's got depth and preservation. So that the language is... We're starting to see the breaks in the paragraphs, or maybe the breaks in the chapters. And the questions you ask, why aren't they eating something as obvious as fish, is really, truly interesting. And the question can be extended to many other things. Why are they doing this and not that? The question, who are the they? We've only got humans, real shaking hands with humans, from the closing bits. Now, when a building which seems to have great use and reverence over many generations goes out of use, there is something very disruptive, what's the word now? Painful, probably, in that closure. And it's strange that we only have the humans in that state. Well, we have fragments here and there. I think also what's really interesting is what happens at the start. Why did High Pasture Cave acquire, apparently, the status it gets towards the end of the Bronze Age? What's happening on the site, or what's happening in the heads of the folk in the area? I'm not sure we'll get there, but it's a question. It's the reason why we're poking our nose so deeply into High Pasture Cave is because it looks to be the kind of place where we might start to at least see the shape of the question marks more clearly. So we may never know why they don't eat fish, but we'll have a crack at it. Yes, Stephen, please.
Yeah, just thinking about the fish aspect, obviously something that it wasn't really reflected today. Unfortunately, Ruby Soron-Carrasco, we talked about new data yesterday at the specialist meeting. Obviously, there just wasn't time to fit it in, and she couldn't make it today anyway. But just to give you some idea, they are catching a wide range of fish, some freshwater species, but in particular, herring is the main species, but some very large cod up to 1 metre in length. There's even one vertebra from a skipjack tuna, probably a chance find or catch. But what's interesting is like some of the animal remains that Carrie's looking at from the special pig deposit where you're getting almost all the body representation. The fish are pretty well the same in the cave. You've got the vertebra right through, you've got the various bits of the fish. So, there is that thought, there's no gnawing on these bones, so I can't see the pigs have been having a chomp at these ones in whatever way. So could we actually be seeing, although there's a little burning on some of the bones, could we be seeing the deposition of all fish pure as an offering in its own right, or are they just filleting the fish off the spinal column, as we often do, and then the old remains were put in the cave again? Because these, especially for herring and things like this, the bones are quite small, although they're quite big herring they're catching, but they are ending up in the side. Outside of the cave, we find very little, comparatively, in the way of fish remains. So there's the odd vertebra here and there, normally in certain contexts and certain locations, in fills of walls, and that we see reflected with the shellfish remains and little caches and things like this as well. Shellfish aren't a big thing here, but where we do find it, or where we have found it, it's in little groups and caches under paving slabs and things like this. So, the fish at Pasture Cave is telling a slightly different story, perhaps, which we have to try and interpret.
And Martin's last talk took us into, I thought, into quite interesting places where he was talking about what's the word now? I've forgotten what he's saying, but in detail. What I was thinking of with the question was, do you think yourselves that you live within a ritualistic landscape? Well, if the answer is no, then I'd invite you to go home and look at your house and compare your mantelpiece, if you have one in your living room, compared to your bedroom. And you will probably find that you have ritualized a display, and you segregate what you're prepared to show to your guests compared to what you have in the secrecy of your bedroom. Yes, Martin.
I would very much agree with that, Rod. I think it's actually a fallacy, and we delude ourselves into thinking that we live in a secular age or a fully secular age. We still live with a whole series of inheritances and traditions that come from a very long time ago. And in fact, I always think one of the best quotes of all is what Richard Bradley said in his book on ritualisation and the domestic sphere in prehistoric Europe, is that the very fact that we as archaeologists can come along and we can identify these types of things, these classifications, these typologies, these types of recurring material assemblages, is down largely to the existence of ritual. It's ritual that structures and orders our daily lives, as well as the more exceptional moments. And in fact, to that extent, and this is why archaeologists always bang on about ritual and we have such a bad rep for it, is because in actual fact, instead of ritual being something you bolt onto your existence on a Sunday, or when you've got spare time, having got the harvest in and survived, it's actually located at the heart of our lives. It's at the heart of our social lives, and performance is a strong part of that also. So this is why I think there's more to ritual than the way that most archaeologists actually use it, as a catch-all, the dustbin that you tidy up everything into that you can't actually understand. It's far more at the core of human life and human existence and perception than that.
I would say we need perhaps to broaden our vocabulary, which I agreeing entirely with what you're saying, Martin, in talking about rights and the extraordinary, ordinary rights of everyday or human life. When these things start to become embellished into customary practice, into observations that could be recognised as organised religion, I think it's actually looking at sites like High Pasture and the sites that you're working on that are starting perhaps to broaden our understanding of how the passage from the everyday, the ritual that is the extraordinary, ordinary, into what becomes customary, what becomes religious behaviour, because they are different complexities. And maybe this kind of end of an era activity, this embellishment that happens in the later phases at High Pasture, is the kind of stage that we're getting into, the inventions of traditions, the looking at the past, the wanting to relate to the past. Particularly the preservation conditions that we see today are going to have been obvious in antiquity as well. The limestone creating a particular predilection for preservation. So it becomes a site that perhaps becomes associated with the development then of a tradition of heritage and curating the past. So all those things which we do, which keep most of us in a living, because people are interested in heritage, interested in understanding identity through the past, are just as complex in antiquity, I think.
Every bit as complex, I would say. In fact, I think, the definition of traditional societies are very often identified as conservative, and it's thought that they are very slow in terms of the uptake of change, whether it be technological or social or in other respects. But actually, I would use the phrase creative tradition as well. I would suggest that tradition is manipulated, it's modified, it's subtly played out by particular agents, in society who have a particular agenda. And tradition isn't really always what it seems. It has the appearance of timeless change, but in actual fact it's always renegotiated, not even at a generational level, but within each generation people are arguing, debating, and that's why ritual has a political significance and importance as well, just as heritage management does today. Your claim to authority over the past is fundamentally linked to your power in the present. And I think that was just as true in the past as it is today. And that's why archaeology is actually a very important subject to society. It should be taken in that way, but it's also the study of the history of archaeology and its, shall we say, abuses and misuses is also an important element in understanding our contemporary world.
And I just wanted to, and continuing in that theme, just in terms of understanding a site as significant as High Pasture Cave, I keep thinking about the last days of the Raj, where the Raj becomes more Raj than Raj, and I wonder in that last phase of High Pasture Cave, it's becoming almost a caricature of itself. It's becoming so embellished because perhaps something actually is ending. There is this disruption in society, and maybe it's a key into the events that create that kind of need for tradition.
That's right. I mean, obviously that's the big question with the site is how it came to that end, that very abrupt end. One of the things we still need to just get that finite detail from, and just listening to the specialists over these last 2 days, there's elements here and threads I can see we need to fit together, because it could tell the story in full for that closure. And, at the moment, it appears that we have this, this pig-rich deposit goes into the cave, you have the closure of the stairwell, and then a potential lapse before the inhumation and various bits of neonate and everything going into the top of that backfill passage. But, from some of the evidence now with the fragmented human remains, if they tie up to certain individuals, and one element from in the cave, example, joins with another one in the stairwell, then we could be seeing the closure taking place in one foul swoop. You've got the backfilling and very quickly the interment of the individuals at the top, bringing this very abrupt end to the site, as you say. So, these sort of things we need to get to the bottom of the best we can before we go towards publication.
This point about tradition and heritage and the sealing of the site, it seems that possibly they're turning their back on their traditions and heritage, and I think possibly, finding out the answer about what was going on at that moment might be found when you look at the settlements, and you see the settlements have changed dramatically or closed down as well. But I think we have a love affair with its history, High Pasture Cave history, but the ending is almost like they've fallen out of love with the site, and say it's brutal and it's sudden and off they go. But the answer might be in the settlements.
Yes, that's true. And looking at the wider settlements, obviously something we didn't have a chance to talk about today, and we've done that in a fairly detailed manner. We've also looked at the odd other caves as well for looking for patterning in the bigger landscape. Yes, it's telling us that there is a contemporary landscape there in Strathswydl.
unfortunately, we haven't just got that detailed chronology and dating of sites to give that wider detail, or even the investigation of the sites. So, unfortunately, at the moment, probably in the radiocarbon dates we've got for the roundhouses and other types of structures that people are possibly living in at that time, we just don't have that fine detail to relate back, unfortunately. Not in that part of Skye, anyway, or Skye itself.
Renegotiation of the tradition. One of the most traditional activities in Strath is peat cutting. That's been going on for thousands of years. I'm doing it with one particular type of tool called a keeper lar, which I have seen in museums, and is a 3,000-year-old instrument for actually skinning. Very, very subtly formed. It may look like a crude tool, but when I got a new iron put on it, it was a quarter of an inch out in the angle and it didn't work. But I used to mark out the peats with a spade, the traditional way, with a flochter spade, until I discovered that the young lads who still want to keep doing peat cutting, why? You know, they can get it electric, but some of them want to do peat cutting. What do they do it with? A chainsaw. So they're going up and down the bog with a chainsaw, and then they're using an Iron Age tool, and that's what I'm doing now. So, you know, you need to keep your mind open always to the fact that time in communities like this collapses in many respects, and things that are thousands of years old are still going on, as well as new things coming in. So I entirely agree with your point there, Mark.
I'll just repeat the question. The question was, is there, am I saying any evidence for Iron Age communities being attracted to places... Sorry? Yes, okay. Sites which have phenomena like echoes, so have sound quality.
We'd like to think that there was. It's actually very difficult to establish this. There are many sites that one can enter, like this room, for instance, which seem to have acoustical features. There are acoustical phenomena when you clap your hands, you hear a flutter echo or something like that. But it's actually extremely difficult to prove that these things are being deliberate.
One example, this doesn't prove anything because Graham's point is absolutely right, but we were recording for a radio series in Newgrange in Ireland, and Simon O'Dwyer came in with a Bronze Age horn and walked up the passageway into the central chamber, which is roughly cruciform but is very irregular in its character. And undoubtedly he got what we call a standing wave. And this was something that, I mean, the four people present were Simon, myself, a tourist guide, and a radio, television, sound engineer. So you had four very different perspectives. One was the performer, one myself as the musicologist, one who was somebody who knew the site intimately, was in and out of it every day for years and years, and one whose business was to listen to things. So it was a very good perspective. The standing wave was so strong that it wasn't so much what you heard, you felt it. It came up through your feet, your guts changed shape as it was, you know, you really felt yourself being moved like a big organ pedal. So that was a phenomenon which was undoubtedly there. But did they use it? We can't say, but it was very manifest.
I would say that one of the things that we are looking for around the world in the Iron Age, also in the Bronze Age, the Neolithic, and even in the Middle Ages, is some supporting evidence. So when you go into a site and you find that it has an interesting acoustic, what you hope for is some completely independent means of supporting that idea. And that's one of the great things about High Pasture Cave with the Lyre Bridge. The
suddenly we've got so many things in High Pasture Caves that are to do with sound, and they're all kind of supporting each other. There's nothing really clinching it. The chamber itself, the cave itself, doesn't have a very strong acoustic, other than the sort of acoustic that you get in any confined space. But to have, George has mentioned one local phenomenon being part of the cave, which is very interesting, which we must look into. But to have things like the lyre bridge, to have the sound of the water constantly going, to have the sounds of fire and the smithing on the site. So many things to do with this site seem to be sound related, even if it's only incidentally. But the lyre bridge, of course, is the most magnificent bit of evidence. That's just the kind of thing we're looking for.
One other example is the work of Igor Reznikov in the very early Paleolithic caves in France and Spain, where he identified acoustically very lively spots where the paintings were on the walls, and I think he made a pretty convincing demonstration of that correlation, so that's very suggestive.
I've been down Minehow in Orkney when it was first being set up to take visitors in, and what you notice there is complete quiet. And in actual fact, I don't recall there being any echo at all. And so it may not just be a positive sound quality, but also, if no echo at all is a negative quality, then a negative quality. That's that absence of sound. I don't know what Iron Age Orkney would have been like, but at present it's blooming noisy. There's these horrible birds, and there's people, and there's wind, and going to a place where there's none of those is a very strange experience. I actually went down there, I damaged my leg, and I went down there on crutches, and the farmer Dougie who owns it, he saw me go down on crutches, and I came up, and to this day he's convinced that I came up walking okay. So there's perceptions. I remember coming out on crutches, but he perceives it as a cure, you know. I would also say that how in the Iron Age, probably in the Bronze Age and probably in the Neolithic, people were already living in a landscape of regulation and of order. And how you chose where to live was intensely controlled by your neighbours, by yourself, and presumably also by your ancestors, and by other spirits, beings, or whatever. So the free choice of where you go probably was never, once we began to farm, was never an easy thing to assert. Yes, please, Tanya.
Leading on from what you're saying about this order and this free choice, and what Martin said about using the term ritual, I wonder, Kate saying perhaps using a different language, different terminology, is it what we're seeing mechanisms of managing fear of the unknown, of this?
One of the events, I think, which would have been shocking would have been the breaking of a quern. I think the quern would have been like, your relationship with it would have been probably more intense than with your dog. You know, it is your friend, it is your source of that transformative process which gives you from grain to something else, porridge, beer, or whatever. And you're probably having it passed on from generation to generation. When it breaks, you are releasing something. You're probably breaking a debt, a contract rather, with your ancestors. And so to break it, I suspect probably would have been a deeply emotional and deeply frightening thing. And I think the things which they were frightened of, in the same way perhaps as, we have no way of constructing what our grandparents were really frightened of, and when they were in their 20s, say. People's fears are very difficult to track, but I could imagine things like that would break. And I think you're right. They were living in a landscape of some substantial fears, and what we're seeing, perhaps in Pasture Cave, with its gouts of arterial blood and all that other stuff, is some kind of negotiation through that. Sorry, Martin,
I was simply going to say, in the traditional evocation of the rites of passage, which is something I didn't come on to, but I was going to in my talk, first of all, Levi Strauss and then Victor Turner evoked this idea that the way in which people are transformed is through ordeal. It's through deeply traumatic transformation, which breaks them down as a normal member of community, and reforges them into something else thereafter. And it's that ordeal, it's that trial that is so evident in so many rites of passage around the world that forms the basis for a whole new revelatory experience. And it's often thought in those sorts of small-scale face-to-face societies that it's not just the initiates or the neophytes that are experiencing that, it's the whole of the world. It's the whole of the world is renewed. And we see that even in Christian theology today, through baptism, etc., the whole of the world is renewed by that individual going through their rite of passage. And that's a constant renewal and setting up. And I certainly think that fear is hugely evident in these subterranean architectures. Some of the suterae in the north are so chunkily built that you would fear that they're going to fall on your head. And I honestly think that's a deliberate effect. That's a deliberate part of the choreography of the experiences. This is fast architecture in some cases. Beach cobbles thrown up, revetted against sand dunes and other unstable elements with a few lintel stones over the top. And I think some of that vastness of architecture betokens a hurriedness of assembly, stage managing those rites of passage, which I think are writ large.
I think we need to be careful about fear. It has very practical elements. Graham's reminding me about fishing, which of course fishing is dangerous, inherently dangerous compared with cattle production. My wife and I live quite considerably off the land. We produce our own meat. We also fish. But the windows available to us for fishing are very, very much less than those available for the consumption of meat, milk, butter, whatever. So there's that. Fear is also an essential tool of social control, as opposed to just rites of passage, which are inherently fearful but are part of it's the initiation. The same thing if you're going to become a plumber or something in the old days, and or indeed tarring and feathering before you got married, which is perhaps the most frightening thing you can do in your life. But the manipulation of fear is fundamental to Christianity, for instance, and it's very interesting that if you compare the pre-Christian Celtic beliefs insofar as we can establish what they were, the afterlife was not a place to be frightened of, particularly, not until we get Norse influence coming in. It was a place of eternal youth and happiness, and you could interact with it, you could come and go, whereas when Christianity comes, it is fundamentally dependent upon fear in order to keep you in control. And that may very well have been true in the past too. The Druids or whomsoever may very well have used it as a tool. But to think of fear as being a constant factor in society, if I were to take you all and take away the electricity and start you living where we live and walking simply to my neighbour's house without a torch, I can guarantee that 80% of the people here will not do it. They simply will not do it. They're going to be too frightened, whereas our ancestors there would have been running.
I'm rather conscious. I've never managed to get a discussion going like this, and I'm very grateful to you, but I'm also conscious of time, and there are now 3 or 4 questions stacking up. We should probably pack in fairly soon, shouldn't we? We can do one more. Who's got some cash? Go on, look. Yeah, go on then.
Very brief comment on the fear thing, which follows on from what John said. The above-ground world is actually very, very frightening. It has thunder, it has lightning, it has shifting sandstorms, rock falls, landslides. Below ground can actually be comforting. It's dark, it doesn't change, it's the same as last time, it's safe. So I think we need to be very wary about how we assign fear.
However, if you go underground and you experience that safety and comfort and know you're going to come back up into the horror that is above.
Yeah, but people still went down air raid shelters in the 40s.
Enough now. I hope you've started to see that the work at High Pasture Cave is starting to come together. The next year or so will see Steve and the team engaged in an enormous amount of discussion, comparing, contrasting, dealing with contradictions. We're hoping to see the publication coming out in print or some version of that in 2015. Is that?
16.
Yeah. 2015. 2015 is the year of Scottish archaeology, which the Society of Antiquities in Scotland are promoting, and you'll start to find that seeping into your consciousness. It is also the year in which the European Archaeological Association comes to Glasgow in September. It'll be an amazingly big conference, usually about 1,200 delegates from all over Europe, and we're hoping to have productions like High Pasture Cave figuring prominently. I feel I should bring the whole event to a close. I want to thank, first of all, the Council. God bless them. This is a fantastic venue. I was quite scared when I saw it, but I've now got used to it, and I think it's okay. I want to thank Highland Archaeological Service, Andrew Powles, and Kirsty. Hello. and Ian. There are quite a large number of people involved in the actual project, the backers, the hundreds of people who've come out and worked on the site over the last 10 years. As a group, as a collective group, we just say thank you very much to them, and especially to you who've come out on your Saturday and in fact helped. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to a pub and carry on, I should think.
Yes, can I just say one last thing, Rod, because obviously you can't say this. Also, there's a great thank you to Rod, of course, and to Ian, and to Martin, of course, the guest speakers who've come along and put this into a wider context, and especially to Rod and Ian for chairing yesterday's and today's sessions. Thank you very much.
Go forth.